All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for October 5th. We have some guests here today, and they have graciously agreed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, so I'm going to ask members of our 4-H group to come to the front here and lead us in the pledge.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for that. I needed some help so that I could remember the words. Okay, so I'm going to look to our board clerk. She's going to read our public participation procedures. And if it's okay with the other board members, I think I'd like to start with our item 13 proclamation. That's the 4-H presentation. I think we have some folks that have to get back to schoolwork and other duties. So if that's all right with my other board members. So before public comment, we'll let them go ahead and start off, and then we'll go into public comment. But I would like our board clerk to read our public participation procedures first.
In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings are required for all attendees regardless of vaccination status. During the board meeting, citizens physically present who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are not present and wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. First option is Access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live or Comcast Cable 8. Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155, or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the Access Tuolumne live stream, and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Granicus live streaming through the county website is currently unavailable and pending a scheduled maintenance. Important public notice, pursuant to AB 361, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements, if you need SWIFT special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
All right, thank you very much for that, Ms. Ryan. And would you also please read item 13 from proclamations and commendations?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 95-21 proclaiming October 3 through 9, 2021 as National 4-H Week in Tuolumne County.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sue Moore, and I'm a 4-H project leader. I started out in 4-H 37 years ago when my kids were old enough to join 4-H, and I'm still here. Along the way, I also was the 4-H program manager as a county employee for 20 years. It's now a UC position. The first 4-H club began in Tuolumne County in 1954. Back then, 4-H was primarily an agricultural and home economics program. As leaders now, we're happy to continue in that tradition, but 4-H now also includes leadership and civic engagement and healthy living, as well as agriculture and livestock projects. 4-H is sponsored by the Land Grant College in each state. So in California, that's the University of California Division of Ag and Natural Resources through the Cooperative Extension Program. Cooperative Extension is a federal program funded at all funded by a cooperative effort at all three levels of government, federal, state, and local. So your board plays an important part in the funding of the local cooperative extension office, and through that, the 4-H program. Maria Hines and I are the advisors for the Tuolumne County Ambassador and Leadership Team, and we've brought 3 of the teenagers here to meet you today in honor of National 4-H Week, and we want to thank your board for helping to sponsor our program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Castaneda. I'm 16 years old, and I'm a senior at Sonora High School. I've been in 4-H for 9 years now, and I have raised lambs, goats, chickens, rabbits, horses, and this year I'll be raising a steer for my first time. Throughout 4-H, I've gained many skills, but the biggest skill that I have gained and learned is public speaking. I would not be up here speaking to you guys if it wasn't for 4-H. I have been a Tuolumne County ambassador for 4 years now, and with that accomplishment, I have helped organize and put on many 4-H events throughout our county. The last couple of years have been hard because of everything happening in society. Although we have compromised and conquered many different obstacles to get it done. Last year, many events were via Zoom, and this year we will be having events in person with restrictions for our safety. As ambassadors, we will be visiting all the 4-H clubs this month to install new officers for each club. 2 weeks ago, we all attended the Concourse de Elegance car show representing 4-H. On January 17th, we'll be handing out tri-tip dinners at the 4-H drive-through dinner. We will also have an event every month in the springtime, starting with presentation day. Members can participate in all these events, plus they can learn all the different projects and even show at the Motherlode Fair. We have a busy year ahead, and we hope to see you at some of our events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christiana Danacourt. I'm 16 years old, and I started 4-H when I was a primary. I am currently enrolled in a dual enrollment at the Columbia College, as well as Gold Rush Charter School Independent Study as a senior. This is also my 11th year in 4-H. Over those years, I participated in many projects. I've been in cooking, baking and cake decorating, canning and preserving, sewing and textile projects, board games, and public speaking projects. I have taken 6 different livestock projects. I started out raising pygmy goats as a primary member, then raised and auctioned market goats. Being in the goat project sparked my interest in leadership. I've been a part of sheep and rabbit projects, and have recently joined poultry and steer projects. This year, I am raising a steer for the Motherlode Fairgrounds. These projects have taught me about patience, understanding, and raising a quality product. I've also loved raising my animals. Throughout my 4-H journey, I've gained many skills that have helped me step out of my comfort zone and embrace who I am. I have taken the skills that I've learned in 4-H and my projects, and I have been able to relate them to other parts of my life. Being a part of so many amazing projects, I have found more security in my future. I discovered that I love helping others, and I love to cook. In my path at Columbia College I am wanting to become an EMT and take culinary art courses, not projects. Being a county ambassador has really been amazing. I love being able to mentor other members in our program and assist my team members in putting on events. We recently held our annual achievement night where we showcased our members' achievements throughout the past year. I love seeing all the happy faces and watching each member grow in their confidence. Next month, we are hosting a one-day fun day teen retreat full of leadership and team-building games. It's a chance for our older members to have fun with friends, learn new skills, and participate in community service all in one day. We have 4-H clubs that meet in East Sonora, Sonora, Jamestown, and Groveland. I encourage any youth ages 5 to 18 to join 4-H. Your parents can also be volunteer leaders and learn new skills as well. If you have any questions, you can ask us, find the website, or the Facebook page Tuolumne County 4-H. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Kira Danicourt. I am 14 years old and in 9th grade at Goldrush Charter School Independent Study. This is my 8th year as a 4-H member. My journey began when I was 5 years old. I joined the Clover Budge, which is for members ages 5 to 8. In the beginning projects, we learned the basics of what the program is about and join in many fun activities. We learn the basics of many skills so that we can build them on further in the future. During my years in 4-H, I have been a part of many projects. I have joined the cooking, baking, and cake decorating, woodworking, canning and preserving, games, roller skating, backpacking, haunted house, public speaking, goats, rabbits, and poultry projects. I'm probably forgetting a few. I have learned so much things in these projects. I have also participated as a junior camp counselor for our Central Sierra 4-H summer camp, and in 2020 I joined the leadership team. When I first started the 4-H program, I was a very shy child, but now I am confident and competent at whatever I'm doing. I love being able to take the skills that I've learned in 4-H and share them and make connections with others. As a 4-H member, we pledge our heads, heart, hands, and health for our club, our community, our country, and our world. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit here in Tuolumne County, I wanted to do whatever I could to help. This sparked my Emerald Star project, one mask at a time. I, with the help of other 4-H members, volunteers, family, and club, and our community, was able to gather supplies and donations to make over 3,000 cloth face masks to send to people who needed them. Not only in our community and state, but to 39 states as well. This really showed me that skills that we learn in the 4-H program really do help us grow, not only as a person, but as a member of our community. My project was just a ripple in a wave, but it showed me that even a kid like me can help make a difference. As a leadership team member, I love helping our county ambassadors, as well as our other members. I love being able to set the example and encourage others in reaching their goals in 4-H. I have gained so many skills and try as hard as I can to teach other members these skills too. I definitely would not be the person I am today if it weren't for our awesome members and volunteers. On behalf of our ambassadors and 4-H program, I would like to thank you for your support. We have some pins for you and some yummy cookies for you to enjoy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maria Hines. I am the community club leader for Tuolumne Pioneers. I have about 50 kids in my club. I started 4-H in the late 70s, early 80s, and have continued in this program since I was a kid because it really is a wonderful program. I am really proud of the kids that we have here. They are growing into amazing leaders. I not only do I manage the Tuolumne Pioneers, but I am also the record book project leader, where they learn how to keep records. I am also the public speaking leader, which they all do way better than I do. I just wanted everyone to know that this is a great program. Not only do we focus on cooking and livestock, but there are so many other projects. So if anybody has any special skill that they would like to share with these kids, we would love to have people volunteer and step up. It only takes 6 hours to complete a project. So if you have some special skill that you would like to share, 6 hours is all it would take. Of course, some of those projects, such as the livestock projects, take a lot more time than that. Anyway, we are doing enrollment right now. It is National 4-H Week. We enroll kids from ages 5 through 18. I had a son. He has aged out, but I continue with the program and am always actively recruiting for new leaders and new members. Thank you for recognizing us during National 4-H Week. We really appreciate it, and hope to see you guys at some of our events. Thank you.
Absolutely. And before you go, so you said it's National 4-H Week. If I wanted to volunteer, or if I had kids that would be interested in joining 4-H and learning some of these wonderful public speaking and other skills, how would I go about doing that?
You can go to, what is our website? I don't know what our website is.
If you do a search online for Tuolumne County 4-H, there's a website through the University of California Cooperative Extension. There's also a Facebook group for Tuolumne County 4-H that the 4-H staff maintains. The main,
Facebook page.
yeah, you can call
Did I
one
say
of
that?
us. I'll give you my phone number. We're always recruiting.
Great.
The main office phone number is 533-5695 for the Cooperative Extension Office. That's the different farm advisors, the nutrition programs, the master gardeners, and 4-H. So they'll put you through to the right 4-H phone number. We have 4 main 4-H clubs that meet throughout the county, and they're all meeting now. They started in September, so it's not too late to join. Our projects are just getting started.
Okay. That sounds great.
It's a great program for kids and the adults. Actually, the adults learn as much as the kids do. They just don't realize it.
Well, thank you so much for being here. We do have a resolution, so I want to see if if any board members have anything they would like to say, and then I'll go ahead and read our resolution. Supervisor Half.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here and for your presentations this morning. I just have a couple of things I'd like to tell you. First of all, and you may not know this, but you might. Sagen Madalena, who won, she was an Olympian who
She grew up
placed
in 4-H.
5th. Yes, she's from Groveland, and she was a big 4-H. She was big in 4-H all the way through until she aged out. And she also is a good speaker. She learned how to speak in 4-H, and even though she was shy, she's come out of her shell from that phase. And I just wanted to reinforce that public speaking is probably one of the best things that I believe that comes out of 4-H, because you carry that wherever you go in life, whatever you're going to be doing for your job or your career. Public speaking almost always comes in as an aid that really boosts you in what you do with your life. So I congratulate you for recognizing that, for overcoming any fears that you may have had in public speaking, and I just salute you all. You're beautiful young women on your way, and it's wonderful to see. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
I'll keep it short. Just thank you guys for your presentation. I think it's Dana. Is it Dana Court? I love how you struggled at the beginning and then you push through it, because that's what life is all about. So just stick with it. Like Supervisor Hath nailed on the head. The things that you go through in 4-H are preparing you for life, and it's something that a lot of our generation needs. So just keep going with it. I know when I was young, I was in 4-H, but I had ADHD, so I went off into sports to keep me riled up, but now I have a little farm and my kids are growing up on it. So I love it, and eventually they'll probably get into 4-H as well. So thank you guys. Keep chugging along, and you guys have bright futures ahead of you. So thanks.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Hi. Well, so 2 of you are 16, 1 of you is 14. You know, at your age, I couldn't have gotten up and spoken, you know, like this. And so, you know, just it's wonderful that you're able to do so, that you're learning those skills, a lot of life skills that you're learning in 4-H. And, you know, it's just a really good program. And in our area, you know, it's really, you know, really important because we have a lot of agricultural here. And so learning those skills is, you know, an important part. And, you know, thanks for being involved in that and encouraging others to do it as well. Thanks.
And Supervisor Brandon.
It's kind of hard to get up and speak first, but it's also hard to speak near last after everybody's already said everything and you don't want to just go over it again. I wanted to reiterate the same point. I think at your age, I wasn't that involved in high school. I wasn't involved in elementary school. I've always regretted that. And I wish I had been involved in an organization like 4-H because I've heard so many success stories about it. And congratulations on your commitment to that because that's really fantastic. You're doing a lot better than I did when I was your age, which is making me sound real old right now. Only disappointing thing about it was you said that I can't join because it's cut off at 18 there. So I really wanted to join the chapter in Jamestown, but we'll see. Maybe I can stop by for a meeting.
You can be a leader.
Oh, there we go.
Be a leader in Foothill 4-H that meets in Jamestown.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Would love to have you.
Right. And yeah, and just keep on going. I mean, once you go on to college or whatever you're doing, we need more young leaders in the community stepping up and saying that you can do it, even if it's hard, even if you don't know quite yet, that you're going to learn and you're going to figure it out. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I'm going to ask, is there any public comment? Would anyone else like to speak on this item that's on our agenda? Anyone on the phones that would like to speak? Okay. So if there's no other public comment, I'm going to go ahead and read this resolution. 4-H is America's largest youth development. Thank you. 4-H is America's largest youth development organization, having supported over 6 million youth across the county thus far. 4-H, across the country thus far. That would be quite a large number of kids. 4-H has helped youth in Tuolumne County since 1954 to become confident, independent, resilient, and compassionate leaders. And 4-H has delivered by cooperative extension a community of more than 100 public universities across the nation that provide experiences where young people learn by doing hands-on projects in areas including science, agriculture, life skills, and leadership. And National 4-H Week showcases the incredible experiences that 4-H offers young people and highlights the remarkable 4-H youth in Tuolumne County who work each day to make a positive impact on those around them. 4-H's network of 600,000 volunteers and 3,500 professionals provides caring and supportive mentoring to all 4-Hers, helping them to grow into leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County does hereby proclaim October 3rd through the 9th, 2021 as National 4-H Week in Tuolumne County and encourages all citizens to recognize 4-H for the significant impact it has made and continues to make by empowering youth with skills they need to lead for a lifetime. And with that, I'm going to invite everybody to give our presenters and their support team a big hand. And I also just wanted to say I've spoken from every seat in this house, you know, both tables. I've yelled from the back of the room, and the most difficult place in this room to stand and speak is at that podium. And so if you can do that, you can sit here. So I'm going to be looking to the three of you to take our jobs here in the next 10 years or so, okay? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, we have a resolution here. That means we need to, I'm going to look for a motion to approve the resolution.
I move to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Half and a second by Supervisor Brandon. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, your motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you. Get back to school and start filling those brains.
They handed me the bag of cookies. I think that means they're only for me.
They
right?
handed you all the cookies?
They're
Well,
tied
that's-
up. I don't think I can open them. I can't find them.
Is the sheriff here? He needs to do an investigation. Okay, so we're going to jump back to oral communications, and we're going to go ahead and go into that, and I'll read our board's mission statement. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the listed agenda. The public comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies. And no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Our board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time to make a personal investment in our community. So with that, I'll invite folks to come up to the podium. Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. That was just a great experience. Middle America is just wonderful. And so I want to make some comments about drilling down to source documents here, because as we're going through the rest of this year, especially with fire season still on us, and we had our own episode here in Sonora, I think it's critical to get really, really, really nitty gritty in terms of what's going on and who's saying what and what are the sources here. As an example, we got some more news about COVID in the newspaper this morning. And when you look at that data, it looks like you're getting source documents and you're not. You've got to drill all the way down to see what were the various vaccinations that people were getting that were getting COVID again. And we had one person in our lab get it again. And he got to take a couple of weeks off, and it cost him some money because he'd used up all his
So Bruce, I'm
time.
sorry, we do actually have a COVID presentation on the agenda.
Okay, I'm just using that as an example,
Okay.
not to get into the data.
I apologize.
So you got to give me back about 5 seconds.
Okay, we'll
Anyway,
credit
I'm
you.
going to let it go for now.
We'll credit you 10 seconds, how about that?
Thank you.
All right.
So when we're looking at source documents, you'll remember when I went and cut a chain in Twain Hart and got pretty much hammered for it, and then I parked my van in front of our telephone pole or our power pole there, and PG&E sued me. They served me one night, my wife and I, about 8 in the evening on a Sunday night. They put their thumb on me. What I learned from that is I had to go back down and start really looking at source documents. And one of them is saying, what are the poles really like that they're putting in? Is this really hardening or not? And when we went to court and the judge put his thumb down on PG&E, they found out that we weren't all hillbillies living here with aluminum foil hats on, and that we had a case to be made, but you have to go back down to the source documents and look at them really, really hard. I got my thumb put on me by PG&E, but I also got it put on by the general manager of the Twain Hart Community Services District. He hammered me, and I didn't know why until I realized that he wasn't around to meet me down there at the chain, even though I had asked him for an appointment for months before that, and I had to do that in order to get him to jump. I found out that he had been living in Colorado 1,000 miles away for the last 15 months, and he's still there today. He hasn't been in town and won't be until next week. He takes 3 weeks there, 1 week in our community. It's horrible. And so as a result, we're not getting him the source documents he needs, and he'll go into long misses, for example, in terms of his emails and that, like he's there and like he knows he's delegating, but it's not actually happening. That's it for me. Good luck. You guys are doing great. Finest board I've gotten to rant at ever.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning.
Supervisors. Morning, my name is Joe Tobin. I'm the director of the Atka Food Bank, and I wanted to take a moment of your time to let you know how important Tuolumne County's support has been to the Atka Food Bank and to the clients that we serve. This county has been assisting the food bank for over 18 years. I began working as the director of the food bank in July of 2019. Since then, our team of 3.5 have banded together and streamlined multiple processes. During that time, the morale has greatly increased due to allowing our staff to fulfill their roles and responsibilities independently. In 2019, we served 14,955 individuals, or 6,461 households. We received approximately 1 million pounds of food and distributed approximately 940,000. In 2020, we served over 20,000 individuals, over 8,000 households. We received approximately 1.3 million pounds of food and distributed almost 1.1 million. We saw a 25% increase in the number of individuals served. That equates to 40% of Tuolumne County's population. The Atka Food Bank is always stone souping, for lack of better terms. In conjunction with donations, both monetary and physical, purchased food, and food from the government, we've been able to continue to provide food to those who face food insecurity. Tuolumne County has provided the food bank with CDBG food assistance for a number of years. This includes the 2018 grant for $391,000 that will end this December. With this support, we are able to purchase nutritious foods for pennies on the dollar through our Farm to Family program. We are also a member of the California Association of Food Banks. This means we have access to foods cheaper than standard retail prices. We are heavily supported by our volunteers. In 2020 alone, our volunteers donated 8,026 hours of their time. This is a value, or savings, of over $120,000. We distribute food not only at the food bank, but also at 40 different distribution sites throughout our county. We have 14 partner agencies, food pantries, that help us in the distribution of our food. Our locations served include Sugar Pine, Twain Harte, Soulsbyville, Tuolumne, Sonora, Columbia, Jamestown, Chinese Camp, Groveland, and Lake Don Pedro, as well as most of our county schools. We invite you to come visit us at the food bank in Jamestown. We have 2 monthly distributions that you're more than welcome to attend if you would like to see some of your dollars at work. One is our farmers market distribution, which is held on the first Wednesday of each month, and the other is our EFAP distribution, known as Government Commodities, on the third Tuesday of each month. We appreciate your time and your financial assistance, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And before you go, Joe, if someone was interested in donating or volunteering with the food bank, how would they go about doing that?
Absolutely. They can reach us directly at the food bank by phone at 209-984-3960. And you can either reach out to Joy Reeves at extension 101 or myself, Joe Tobin, at extension 104. And they can also visit our website on ATCA, which is atcaa.org. And then you can reach all of our programs through that website. We're also on Facebook as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Jeff Muzio, AZ Bulldog Farms Cannabis Dispensary in town. I just wanted to come up and once again ask you guys to put cannabis on the agenda. Since I'm kind of the only cannabis business in town, I feel it's somewhat responsible to pass on what people are saying to me. On a daily occasion, people are asking me why they're not allowed to do this in this city and why they're allowed to in other cities. And it's basically come down to the fact that the board doesn't want to put it on the agenda because every time it's gone for the public, it's passed any measure. It's always within favorable voting and by a considerable amount. Tuolumne County is very pro-cannabis. Not only that, but our jobs right now are really hurting in this area across the state. It's not anybody's fault besides maybe COVID. But we're in desperate need of those jobs, and this is an essential business that's allowed to stay open during those times and is really a great windfall for the city during COVID back in last year. We were the only industry making money back then on their books. And the thing I just really want to hammer home is the people want this. They're continually asking me about this. We've also put together a petition in store and online. The one in store has over 1,000 signatures, the one online. It's hard to tell if it's being doubled, so I may not even present that, but there's at least 1,000 on that as well. And I think that sounds like considerably more people that has ever spoke up on a lot of the things that you guys have on the agendas. I think you guys are doing a disservice to the community, and I think the community has spoken up and let you know that this is what they want. The way they did that is they voted 64% in favor of Measure M, which was asking about cannabis tax in town. And any other tax that has come in front of the voters has been shot down big time. The only one that was passed was the cannabis tax. We're here, we're ready to perform for you guys, we're ready to take on a small bit of the responsibility that it is in this county. And it would be a huge help to a lot of people out there that don't have jobs right now. Not only is cannabis available jobs, but they're quite quality jobs. Much higher pay than McDonald's or any of these other industries where people kind of start out at. Much more profitable. Our store personally gives 401ks and medical plans. A lot of businesses in this county don't. So help the people out. We're really looking for the ability to give prosperity to this county. We really, really try hard to keep our nose clean so you guys can have the trust in us to do so. And it's been 3 years now, and I'm really putting it forward in front of you guys. I'll be bringing those signatures next meeting. Sounds like you guys are done with the money that you guys need to spend, the agenda, or the budget, excuse me. So that was a big chunk of what your guys' time was, so I'm hoping cannabis can be part of what we transition to. Thank you very much. Have a great day, you guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Don Nessel, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I have brought up in the past an idea of cultivating volunteer labor and interest in restoring fire-burned areas. As I drove through the area just outside of Sonora on Stockton Road the other day, rather than think of it as a situation with a number of volunteers, I thought of it as I always do, how would I take care of that? I maintain a 40-acre parcel of my own. There is no fire danger, but people have caught it on fire on the front roadside several times, and it stopped right away because I work with 6 very anxious and hungry cows who keep it grazed off, and then I work a chainsaw and elbow grease to keep the trees controlled. So my point is, if you had 10 of me, or maybe 20 or 30 that had an interest in adopting the forest, or in this case, adopting our new SCAR, we might be able to get something done. I presented this without a clue as to how that works, how it is instituted, organized, and brought to pass. But you are skilled at doing administrative stuff, so maybe I could call you and talk to you about how we could make that happen. I talked to the fire guy, and he's very interested also. So maybe the two of us could work with you to have a little project just west of town and help the city fix their property and maybe help some of the landowners at the same time get back into their property. So I'm talking about volunteer labor, I'm not talking about grants, I'm not talking about you appropriating money from of your budget, except for maybe a few administrative tasks. And let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Well, you know who I am, but I'm John Flynn, and I was running late, and I have not had my American cup of coffee to wake up and think clearly, so I'm still pretty much asleep here. I'm doing the best I can. And there's been a lot of talk with the Governor Gavin Newsom of assigning it's a mandate, shots, this, that, whatever. Well, yesterday I was at the library, and I got the definition of a mandate. And that's from Merriam-Webster. To administer or assign something such as a territory under a mandate. I am not a territory. I'm an American citizen. I am private but sovereign above you that rule. My fellow Americans are sovereign. We're above you, not under you. That's correct. Now, there is Cohen versus Virginia. 6-week, it's a U.S. Supreme Court ruling. You all can look it up. Cohen versus Virginia, 6-week, 1821. It's still on the books because I already submitted it to this board in December and the legal department. It's still there. And they had a cardiac arrest when they found out about it. Another definition of a mandate is to do something, this is Merriam-Webster, to do something a commission mandated to investigate corruption. That's why I'm here. I'm the political watchdog. Try to keep you in check. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about is, I'm not going to yell at you, Ryan. I was asked to be a diplomat like Dave T, that you know and I know, and the library has got a problem. When the library was shut down, they asked me to be a diplomat like Dave. I'm not really good at that, but okay. They said screen 2, 3, and 7, and yesterday screen 8 went down at the county library. It's connected to the internet, but they won't print. And I said, well, I'm not real popular with Ryan Campbell and the Board of Supervisors and the legal department. I'm kind of on everybody's list. And so I'll do the best I can. But could you get the IT guys out? They put in a request 5 months ago. They're putting in another request. They want those screens connected to the printer. And they don't know why. They're not IT people. Can you get the IT people on it? That's all. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I think you're talking about the computer lab?
No, at the county library.
Right, the computer lab in the county library, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll if there's something not working, we'll definitely reach out to IT.
They need some help on that.
Okay.
And screen number 8 yesterday went down. They don't know why.
All right, I hadn't heard that, but we'll look into it. Thanks.
My name is Peter Smith, and I was just coming forward to find out, or at least express my ideas of interest in getting a forensic audit of all of our voting systems. And I don't know if you guys, we can call you guys to find out how we can start that process going forward for Tuolumne County or not. But I'd just like to voice my concern that hopefully it'll be on your outlook of something to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Jason Revord, one pile at a time. It's been 10 months since we started. We've removed over 1,300 yards of trash from our county. We've been doing this on donations and fundraising any way that we can. We've located approximately 300 yards of trash that is sitting down in Sullivan's Creek that's now going to be flowing down into Lake Don Pedro this winter. We've moved, you guys have got everybody at, well, as best as possible, everybody out of Camp Hope. They've all just moved to different places. We've got them stacked up over at the Law and Justice Center, where we've got some of the individuals that we've been contacting that have went and rounded up all the garbage. They've piled it up. The homeless camps, they're not just all it's not all the trash that's laying around here. We've got people dumping. Since we've started, the illegal dumping's gotten worse. We have cracked our first case. We had someone dump in front of Resiliency Village. They called us up. We came out there. We did some investigation work. We turned that over to our DA. We need cameras, guys. We need cameras. The time that we're spending to try to chase all this down where a camera could give us instant evidence, I mean, it's not comparable. So we're doing all this. We're trying to help out as best we can. We've got the city down here off Stockton Road, parking lot just across from the old Daybird Hondas, right below Stan and Jim's Body Shop. Homeless are living underneath there. There's anywhere from 30 to 70 yards underneath one bridge. These guys are starting to get violent with us. We've got them all over. We're looking for cameras. We want signs put up. Something has got to give here. We can't, if we're not getting anywhere, I mean, we're never going to catch up with this. I'm asking you guys, provide us with some cameras. We've got local tree companies that are willing to put up the cameras, trim some trees up, so we've got good access to be able to see this stuff. I mean, some of you guys might not be seeing it as much as we are because we're out there on a daily basis. We're cleaning up roadsides. We've removed over 35 yards from just Tuolumne Road alone. We've now cleaned this 3 times in a matter of 2 weeks. There was 1.5 yards of garbage in a short section between Hess Avenue and the PG&E building. We can't keep up. If we don't do something with starting to prosecute this and catching these people that are doing this, I mean, this isn't just a piece of trash coming out of somebody's vehicle. This is big styrofoam, and then the next thing you know, somebody hits it, and then it blows up, and it's everywhere. So we're asking you, $6,000 will cover the cameras, will cover the installation, will cover backup batteries. These are solar cameras with backup batteries.
And I'm very sorry, I do have to stop you there.
Okay.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
But thank you very much, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Chair Campbell,
Yes, sir.
I know we're not going to discuss it, but is this being discussed at the Waste Policy Committee? Solid waste? Just maybe.
What's specific? I mean, this.
Well, I know we've
Yes.
we've done code compliance. We put money towards code compliance specifically for this. I know there's ARP monies coming in the works, but specifically, are you guys talking about cameras by chance on that policy?
We have talked
Right,
about,
committee.
well, I don't know, I'm looking at Ken, I don't think we can go too far into discussion on it, but to answer your question succinctly, yes, we definitely have talked about cameras.
Okay.
Talked about trash, and absolutely, I lost where he went. Oh, there you are. Jason, I hope you come to our next solid waste committee meeting so that we can talk about these things kind of more in depth and less than just a 3-minute shot.
Yeah, I just don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave
Yeah.
thinking we're not, because this affects every single one of our districts. Government moves a little slow, but I think help's on the way. So just stick with us. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, any other comment from the room? All right, anyone on the phones that would like to speak? Okay, no one on the phones. All right, thank you very much, everyone. We'll go. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and. Nope, any other public comment from the room for oral communications?
Okay, this
Morning.
is my first time here. I'm having trouble with the code compliance department. I have been in touch with them since May 10th when I first filed a complaint about a large, ugly steel shed that went up while the neighbor putting it in his front yard actually was putting it in what appears to be where I live, because he moved it so far over. This shed is closer to where I'm living, and the noise and everything, because he has a contracting business. And so he brings his truck, and he has a truck and a trailer, and he brings these things in the morning. He's loading up, and this old metal shed, it doesn't just, the doors don't just open. It's like on steel, and sometimes it's at 6 in the morning. And I've lived in this area on this street for 16 years. He came later and, puts up this, for one, it's an eyesore, but worse than the eyesore, it's all the noise that is generated through his business. And back on May 10th, I filed a complaint with code compliance. And I said, look, this shed is not legal, for one, because per the ordinance, 17.560.020B setbacks, any structure has to be 15 feet in the front of the house. It has to be 15 feet back from the property line. Not only is it not 15 feet back from the front property line, it's actually halfway on the county's right-of-way. He pushed it all the way onto the county property. And so I don't know what's happening down at code compliance. Somebody went out and came back and said, there's no container on this property, and they closed the case. So when I called, or emailed, or went there a couple weeks later, I'm told the case was closed. And I said, I didn't complain about a container. I complained about a shed, and it's clearly not in the right setback. And so they asked about how did we know? Well, where I live, there's been 2 surveys done, and the neighbor just wouldn't agree with the survey. Finally, recently, he got a survey, and lo and behold, the markers are the same. And that shed is halfway onto the county easement, halfway onto their property, but certainly when you're there, you're not 15 feet back from the property line.
And I do have to stop you there.
3 minutes?
Yep, 3
Oh,
minutes,
wow.
but I'm sorry to hear about this issue, and I just saw our Public Works Director hopped up out of her seat. Kim McFarland, she could talk to you about your specific issue and hopefully find some kind of resolution there. Does that work with you?
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment from the room? Okay, anyone on the phones? All right, I will close public comment now. We'll go ahead and start with staff reports. Any staff reports, items not on the agenda? Okay, nobody hopping. Oh my gosh, we're moving right along then. Okay, so.
Campbell, I do
Yes,
believe
sir.
that Kim McFarland, who just stepped outside to talk to that woman, had a staff report, so I don't know how we want to.
I think it was about the 3 items from consent. Okay, I can speak to that.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. And so items 5 through 7, we're going to pull off. I know Public Works had more information that they wanted to gather for those reports, and so they'll be added back to the agenda at a later time. So we'll go ahead and pull items 5, 6, and 7. And then I'll look to our board clerk to go ahead and read the remainder of the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the September 21, 2021 meeting. Item number 2, approving the agreement between Yosemite Community College District and the County of Tuolumne for fire services from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023, in the amount of $150,000. Item number 3, approving a memorandum of understanding between County of Tuolumne and the State of California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection for the installation and use of a self-contained breathing apparatus air compressor and filling station, and authorizing the county administrator to sign. Item number 4, adopting Resolution 94-21, approving the Golden State Connect Authority Joint Powers Authority, authorizing board chairman to sign resolution and JPA agreement. Item number 8, accepting the resignation of Donna Phone from the First 5 Tuolumne County Commission and directing the clerk of the board to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. Item number 9, approving the appointment of Jared Martin to the First 5 Tuolumne County Commission with a term to expire on March 31st, 2023. Item number 10, accepting a grant award for Mental Health Services and Accountability Commission for the Mental Health Student Act in the amount of $2,494,962. Item number 11, consideration of increasing the Human Resources Director / Risk Manager compensation from range 550 E-step at $63.18 per hour to 580 at $73.73 per hour. Item number 12, approving a letter of opposition to the California Health and Human Services Agency and California Department of Aging on the Hubs and Spokes Initiative. Supervisor Goldenberg.
All right, thank you very much for that. Would any board member like to pull an item for further discussion?
11.
Okay, any other items? Okay. Would any board member like to make a comment on the consent calendar minus item 11? Supervisor Half? Did you want to pull item 4 or make? Oh, okay. Yep, you can go ahead.
So item number 4 is about the JPA, Joint Powers Agreement, that RCRC is forming in order to, we're going to be getting some grant funding to create our own strategic plan for Tuolumne County specifically. This is different from the roadmap plan that is a regional 5-county plan. And I have an email into Barbara Hayes, who is in charge of this at RCRC, because I want to try to get ahead of this. We're going to be submitting our approval with this. When we approve the consent calendar items, we're going to be putting our approval in to join this JPA. There are 37 counties within RCRC, and most of them are joining. In fact, there are some counties that qualify to be part of RCRC but have not yet joined that would also, because of this joint powers agreement for broadband, they'd like to join as well. So it's very popular. But what I wanted to say is that I have a call into Barbara Hayes, who's in charge of this, to find out how we go about getting somebody to write this plan. Would it be somebody from our own staff? And I know most of the smaller counties have very limited staff. Or would RCRC be supplying a number of qualified consultants that we can hire? I don't have the answer for it yet. I'm putting in another email to her today to see, maybe in reports I'll have something else to tell you. But I'd like to be able to get ahead of this and get busy with our planning, especially if it involves a limited number of consultants that all the counties are going to be looking to have some help from. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the agenda?
Yeah, I just had a couple on consent number 2 and 3. So I just wanted to express, appreciation. Consent item 2, the agreement for the fire captain at Columbia College and the training program. That program's been there for a long time, well known throughout the state, actually beyond the state. It's an excellent program, and having this agreement buys more than just being part of the program. It also provides for fire coverage in the Columbia areas. They're maintaining a fire station there that the students respond. So, that's just an excellent program. I just wanted to call that out. And on consent 3, the breathing apparatus at the County Fire Station 51 at Mono Village. You could not operate a fire department without having the capability of having a refill station for the air bottles, for the firefighters. So again, really good program, and appreciation to County Fire and the state, for working on both of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon?
I had comments on 2 items. Also on the second one for the contract with Yosemite Community College District, Columbia College. That's a really great program, getting a lot of young students, I think, on the track. Hopefully snagging a few of them after they graduate too, and staying around locally. So I'm really happy to see that on there. And I also just wanted to give a congratulations on item 10. It's a really fantastic partnership between behavioral health and the superintendent of schools, working very hard to get $2.5 million for Tuolumne County. That's going to be going for student mental health services. So that is a huge win. That is a huge amount of money. And I just want to make sure we can go real quick through all the consent agenda items, but that at least got a little shout out, because that's some big work, and that's been in collaboration with the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, Behavioral Health Director, for quite a while now. And so I'm really, really happy to see that.
Yeah, and thank you very much for that. That was what I was going to highlight as well. It's a really a fantastic partnership between the county and, well, really mostly the superintendent of schools who's here, and very grateful for the opportunity to work with the superintendent to meet a very, very critical need. I mean, it's something we've been talking about for the past several years about this need for mental health services for students, trying to get kids right at that age where mental health issues really start to manifest. And so if you can get them young, get them early, get them the kind of care that they need, then we're going to have better outcomes later on in life. And that's what this program is about. And I'm really grateful for the superintendent stepping up and making this happen. And I'm glad the county had a small part in it as well. And then the last thing I wanted to highlight was I wanted to thank Donna Phone for her service on First Five. I got an opportunity to work with her when I was with Tuolumne County Behavioral Health, and I just really enjoyed her intelligence and her heart. And we're sad to see her go, but I hope she goes on to better things. And I wanted to welcome Jared Martin, who is joining First Five. So we're losing one person but gaining another. So. And that was all I had to say on the consent agenda. Any other comments? Okay. So right now I'll go ahead and open it up to public comments on the consent agenda minus items 5, 6, 7, and 11. Okay, if there's no public comment, anyone on the phones? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion on consent minus 5, 6, 7, and 11.
I'll make that motion to approve the consent calendar as stated.
I'll second that.
Motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Half. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, so Ms. Ryan, would you please read item 11 once more?
Item number 11, consideration of increasing the Human Resources Director and Risk Manager compensation from range 550 E-step at $63.18 per hour to $580 for $73.73 per hour.
All right, so I pulled this, and I see Kathy Parker just exited, but I wanted to thank her as well for the work that she does with joining with behavioral health. I am a firm believer in all of that, and so thank you as you head down the stairs. I pulled number 11 real quick. I mean, we don't need to go into too much detail, but I was looking at this at face value, and I thought if I'm a county employee, we're dealing with contracts, and we're dealing with budget, and we're negotiations. And so I just thought it was worth discussing, why are we going to bump such a huge pay increase to bring in a human resource manager? And so I just wanted to speak to it real quick. And if supervisor, if CAO Riggs, I don't think you want this job, wants to speak to it at all. But basically, I understand that we need a human health and human services director. And like it says, we had only 3 that were able to be interviewed. The one person that we selected did not come. And so I know, I believe any director position is critical as far as obtaining them, especially health and human services director. So the pay increase, I think, is reasonable and manageable, and I think it is because we have to have a human services director. But I think it was fair to just bring it up and discuss with the public, or if anybody had questions, because it is a large increase, but that's a position that can't go vacant. And so I don't know if you want to speak to that or highlight that, but usually I don't support large pay increases, but in this one, we can't let that position go vacant. So I think I understand the reason behind it.
Yes, so a couple things. First is this is not human services, but human resources. Just want to make sure, because human services would be social services, public health, behavioral health. So as you know, our current incumbent, Ann Fremd, had told us about her intent to retire. She has reiterated that since she has returned, that December 20th will be her last day. I will tell you, and I think that our county council would agree, that not having her here just reinforced how much we really depend upon her expertise in this field. Having someone who has experience in public sector law is absolutely critical. The two people that came in that were interviewed were from private sector. They were fantastic candidates. I didn't meet them, but the panel relayed that they thought they were great candidates, but they had no public sector experience. It is critical that we find someone to lead that team that has experience in this. What we have found is that sometimes, and we already know, we're going through bargaining, we know that we are not competitive with some of our other neighboring counties. We have to do something that grabs the attention of someone, especially someone experienced, that might want to move up to a rural county and take this task on. This is why we made this, I'm making this request. I do have a salary survey, as you see in the memo. Right now, out of 12 counties, we are the 4th lowest. This would bring us to the middle. So 7th is where this would bring us. So out of 12, we're still in the middle ground. We're still significantly lower than those other counties above us by $40,000 to $50,000 less per year lower. So we are still going to only be able to pull from other rural counties if we do this. This position manages 700 FTEs and several hundred part-time employees with a very small staff, and the potential for risk and not only that, but our risk management. So all of our insurance, all of our benefits, and the potential for risk and liability if this is not handled correctly could cost us tons of money if we don't walk carefully through this. So my goal is that your board would approve the increase. As you saw from the memo, we did a very wide recruitment. We went to all of the associations for public sector. We will do that again. But I will tell you from experience, and I know, I've talked to some of you, when you get a brochure for recruitment, what is the first thing you look at? You look at compensation. And if the compensation isn't enough to make you move further into that recruitment brochure and even to fill it out, then we're failing at the beginning. So I'm trying to create more favorable conditions. And I will give an example of where we did this in the past and that we had a very, very favorable result. We were looking, as you know, we had been recruiting for a solid waste manager for, a year or two. So I sat down with Kim and I said, okay, what if we changed it? What if it's a solid waste director? We look at them taking on more of the control, which gives her more time and capacity for managing our other departments, and we increase the pay. So we did that. We did a salary survey. We came to your board. We make the recommendation. And who did we get? We have Jim, and he has been absolutely fantastic. That's exactly what I'm hoping we will find and capture if we are to increase the pay and go through the same process this time. So yes, I am requesting that your board would increase the salary by 15%, and then we will go back out for recruitment as soon as that happens.
Right. So with everything you said, that's why we tried it before we went to recruitment. We couldn't get it. And so again, the reason why we wanted to bring this is because we are in negotiations, we are in bargaining, and I understand some people probably aren't happy, but I think it's fair having this conversation and letting people know why I believe in what you're doing for this position. So that's it.
Any other board discussion? Okay, questions? Okay. Is there any public comment on item 11? All right, if there's no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for motion.
So I will move on staff recommendation for the increase in human resources director. Is that better, Tracy? From range of 550 to 580.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, thank you very much. So let's move on to our 9 o'clock. I think we're done with consent, correct?
I hope we weren't going to hire a new Health and Human Services Director. I kind of like the one we got.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's take a break. So let's reconvene at 10:20. I'm sorry? So 10:20. Yeah. All right, good morning and welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for October 5th. We're going to go into our morning appointments, and I'll look to our HHSA Director, Mrs. Spino, and our Public Health Director, Ms. Jaquetta, to kick us off. Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. We need to read the agenda item first.
Okay, quickly, 9:30 a.m. presentation and planning status update of the novel coronavirus, COVID-19.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell, members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. It was actually exciting seeing my 4-H sisters here this morning. I wish they had public speaking when I was in 4-H. I really could have benefited from that. With that being said, as you will notice, Dr. Surjenko isn't here with us today. He is in call to participate in the Mariposa County's Board of Supervisors meeting, but I'm confident that our amazing Public Health Director will do a great job, and this presentation is information only, so we are not asking for any board action or direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Good morning, everyone. Let's see here. I'll try to drive and speak at the same time here. We're going to start off with some data. We have had in Tuolumne County 802 cases reported since our last board presentation. That's approximately 12% of the total number of cases we've seen through the pandemic just in this past month. We've had 11 additional deaths reported, and as of yesterday, 6 residents were hospitalized. This is a snapshot of our COVID data dashboard. The link to the interactive dashboard can be found on the public health website. We are seeing our case rate slowly declining locally and within our region and the state. And the state is doing better than most of the United States. However, we are still well above what was the purple tier of the blueprint for a safer economy. The decline is also reflected in a decline in hospitalizations, which I'll talk about a bit more on the next slide. And multiple models are showing a continued decrease in cases through the next 28 days, and though we could see a rise in cases in January following the holidays. These graphs are from the state's data dashboard that can be found on covid19.ca.gov. And you can see that decline in COVID hospitalizations on the left and patients in the ICU on the right. And this slide is from the Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination Epidemiology Team and shows hospitalization data within our region. I know it's a little bit hard to see, but it reflects this is the 3rd week in a row with declining hospitalizations, so we're glad to see that. There was a state health order related to level loading of patients, and that ability to transfer patients throughout the state as needed has been very helpful. A couple of new things related to state health orders since our last presentation. On September 28th, the requirement for vaccination was issued for adult and senior care facilities, in-home direct care service workers, hospice, and regional center employees and their service providers. It does not apply to IHS workers or in-home providers that provide a service to a person with whom they live or to a family member. And on October 1st, sorry, there's a little bit of goof of a date on there. On October 1st, the governor announced that COVID vaccinations would be added to the list of required school vaccinations upon full FDA approval of the vaccine for those particular age groups. We expect this could go into effect as early as January or July, and it depends on the full FDA approval process. And there's links on the slides there that are available for more details. Our primary concerns and issues at hand include the continued high case rate, again, though we are seeing that slowly declining. And there are folks continuing to go to work, to school, and to other activities and events while they are symptomatic. Staying home when you're sick is really important in preventing the spread of the virus and helping to keep those around you healthy. That's actually so whether it's COVID or anything else. Monoclonal antibody therapy is being administered by Adventist Health Sonora,
And we have been coordinating with other clinics who also may be interested in doing so. The challenge ongoing is space and staff, the resources required to administer the infusion for the patients who meet the specific criteria to receive it. Let's see here. And continued messaging on the importance of vaccination to help prevent illness, hospitalization, and death. Also in this section, we wanted to talk a little bit about vaccines and where we are on that. Pfizer booster shots have been approved and are recommended for those who received their initial Pfizer vaccine series at least 6 months prior, and who are 65 and older, long-term care residents who are 18 or older, or they're 50 to 64 years old with an underlying condition. And I provided the link here for all of the details for what these conditions and criteria are. Others who may consider getting a Pfizer booster are those who are 18 to 49 years old with underlying medical conditions, or 18 to 64 and who work or live in a high-risk setting, and that's usually congregate settings. Moderna and the Johnson & Johnson have submitted for approval of boosters for their vaccines and will be presenting to the FDA's Vaccine and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, or VRBPAC, on October 14th and 15th. And Pfizer has also submitted approval for vaccination for 5 to 11-year-olds and will present to VRBPAC at the end of this month. Public Health does continue to offer our COVID vaccination clinics, and information on upcoming dates can be found on myturn.ca.gov. And pharmacies and some other healthcare providers also continue to offer the vaccine. Our team is also now offering flu shots, so they will be concentrated on this for the next few weeks, including a drive-through clinic tomorrow at Sierra Bible Church and next Wednesday at the Groveland Library. And appointments for those flu clinics can also be made on MyTurn, or people can drive up, but it's recommended to make an appointment. And we will also continue to offer flu shots through the season at the Public Health Department on Tuesday mornings and by appointment only. Oh, and that's the end of our presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Questions?
I'll try and keep it short. The first question is, I spoke with Dr. Hurd, I think a few weeks ago, about monoclonal antibody treatment, which I think is awesome. I read some articles where people who were choosing not to get vaccinated, they were flocking to this treatment. Basically, it's I think it might be potentially a huge answer to the other group of people who aren't getting vaccinated. My question is, do we know if, as we continue to possibly get these treatments out or these therapies out, do we know if there'll be pre-hospitalization type treatment, or is it going to continue to be? I believe it's when somebody goes into the hospital, it's kind of like an exit therapy. So it's basically to keep them out of ICU. Do we know if we'll get ahead of it?
Well, I know that most of the monoclonal antibody therapies and the new one that's being developed, let me see if I can say it right. Molnupiravir is an antiviral that's in development, and those are the antivirals, and the MAB are for people who meet a specific criteria within like the first 5 days of them being sick and who are moderately ill. Okay. So it's not people who are in the hospital, it's people who we try to keep them out of the hospital. And so there's a specific criteria, like a lot of times people spend those first 5-7 days at home, like, I don't really maybe feel that bad. And then by the time they feel really horrible, it's too late to get those. So treatments are great, but they're not preventive. I think it's great that they're coming out with these, but, and I know that Dr. Surjenko has mentioned too, that we want to prevent disease. We want to prevent the spread of disease. And so these will be before they get to the hospital.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more coming online potentially.
Potentially this, and the other one, the one that's being developed and is being talked about quite a bit is a pill, so it wouldn't require that infusion.
So is this just a resource issue as far as getting, kind of like you said, getting more of these into the community, these type of treatments? Is it?
Well, the monoclonal antibody therapies, the therapy, the medication itself is available and is being allocated to the counties throughout the state. It's
the resources to administer it. It takes hours and hours and hours to administer, and it takes staff and space, and you can't have those people in like an infusion center where there are vulnerable people with underlying health conditions, so they have to keep that completely separate. So it's staff and space is a challenge for healthcare clinics.
And I can't speak for Dr. Surjenko because he's not here, and I understand he's very, pro on the vaccine because it's much easier to administer and whatnot. All I'm saying is I think this is big for those people who choose not to. I think it's a huge resource, and hopefully we'll see more of this therapy come online as we go. The only other, so I wanted to discuss real quick, I did have some questions specifically for Dr. Surjenko, but he's not here obviously, and they go back to the last meeting. I won't really rehash those because I'll probably just email him for the next meeting. But what I wanted to discuss is, as a board, is I was under the impression at the last meeting that when we decided to do these meetings once per month, that it was going to specifically, the presentation was going to be with Dr. Surjenko, so that as we had questions, that required his expert opinion, that, we could get it and we could have a public discussion. But since he's not here, my question to the board, and I'm not sure how you guys feel about, is there any way to, I know he's very busy, he also works for Mariposa. When we have these monthly meetings, I would like to be flexible to have those meetings with him present. And if that means he can't be here today, maybe that means we postpone it until the next meeting. So that was my understanding at the last meeting. I thought those were specifically going to be with him here. But I was told that was kind of miscommunicated. So I don't know. I love what you guys do, and I'm not, but you're not the doctor. And so I would really appreciate it if we could schedule these with him present once per month. And I'm curious if the board's open for that.
Yeah, that was certainly the intent. It was a call by his board and his administration for him to be there today. So we can talk with everybody about if that happens again, the potential for
Is that what your board, because Supervisor Kirk and I discussed this, I did not have that understanding that you did not want to have the meeting if Dr. Surjenko were not here. That's why we did not reschedule it. We are able to do that, and just with the knowledge that not knowing what might be happening in his own county, because they are his employer, we are the ones who are taking time away from them, that there could be times that we have the best intent that he thinks he can be here and then something comes up and he can't. But we can be flexible to schedule any of those 3 Tuesdays in the month, working with him. If he says I can only be there the third one, then we would schedule that month on the third one. That does mean it's not the first Tuesday of every month, meaning more routine. And you may have some individuals of our community who are kind of keying in on that first Tuesday. So just look into your board, to whatever direction that you give us, we will obviously follow. And we are able to do that flexible scheduling based on Dr. Surjenko's schedule, if that's what you would like us to do.
So that would be my request, is that we just be flexible. Because like I said, I mean, a presentation is a presentation, but it's not a discussion I have a lot of anxious parents who have questions about the mandate coming for their kids. And I have some questions that I'd like, for him to answer so I can answer these parents. So that's just one example.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to make a suggestion. Obviously after the third board meeting, there can be anywhere from a 1 to 2 week break. And so in his own county, in Mariposa, they may have the desire to speak with them after that break, similar to what we would, but maybe we might want to consider establishing like our second meeting, because we are doing a second meeting. And that might work out a little more flexibility as far as Dr. Surjenko's schedule is, to maybe consider that if that helps any.
Can I speak to that just a tiny bit? Dr. Surjenko was planning to be here. It was a last-minute request from his board. So the first Tuesday of the month does work, and the problem is these last-minute situations that happen. Sometimes, he fights fires and he does other things too. So I don't know.
I guess, what if we left it for the first Tuesday, but if something came up, we could just be flexible and move it if he's eligible to. I'm just asking that we have the conversation to potentially, if he has to bail, move it out a week or two to be flexible. I mean, it is what it is, but I think it's important enough to have a one-on-one with him once a month.
Just wanted to chime in real quick on it. I tend to think when we're having kind of the complicated discussions, it is great to have the staff there. And so I was thinking a little bit about where possible and where it works out. And I think he has that intent, it seems like, of showing up. That's really great. I got to say, I have been very impressed with public health, Dr. Sajenka, Dr. Hurd, in whenever I've reached out with, for say, a medical question, we talked about monoclonal antibody treatments, and got some questions back and forth on that. By email, it's always been very responsive. As far as this body, we've had some long discussions on that. The public health updates, I think, can be kind of targeted and quick to what our role is. A lot of the things we're answering from constituents, I've just found that email tends to be a better format because I can send a link, I can, lay out a bunch of thoughts there, and it's pretty efficient. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's not either way. I'm okay with what it seems like right now, where he makes it where he can, and if we really need him here, we can schedule it ourselves for a question. But
Yeah, and I kind of agree with that. I'm just playing devil's advocate here that if we have it on, consistently on the first Tuesday of every month, then that's doing a favor for the public, where they're going to know that this is the day when we have the COVID presentation. And I guess I don't feel as strongly that presentation hinges on the public health officer actually being here or not. That's not the information. If I have a question for Dr. Surjenko, I don't wait till the first of the month. I email him directly. Like, we communicate pretty much every week or every other day or so. So I don't have that need to have him be here physically while we're talking about what the status update is. Yeah, I guess my main concern is if we create a moving target, it's going to create more confusion in the community. Is my bigger concern.
Well, I think from hearing you guys speak, I agree we should keep it for the first. I would just ask that for days where he can't make it, we could have the ability to say, for this month, could you bump it out a week? I'm not trying to change it month to month. I'm just.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just saying this is the biggest issue of our lifetime right now, and with people and parents and questions and transparency to me right now is I think worth a conversation once a month. And I'm not going to do what we did 6 weeks ago. I think that was because of the circumstances we were in. But based on that conversation that we started, I have follow-up questions that I would like to have answered publicly. I still do email him, but it's about policy making and decision making, and it's part of the public conversation. So I'm not trying to drag this on. I'm just saying once per month on the first is fine, but if we could be flexible and give him the option to show up next week, or we can even cancel the month of October if it's that big of a.
So he's not here today to answer to that, but you're pretty intimately aware of his schedule. Do you think that works? Because it sounds like this particular situation we're finding ourselves in today is kind of an outlier, and so hopefully next month we'll make it real clear that, on the first, we're hoping to, the first meeting of the month, that we're hoping to have the doctor here. Do you think we can work on that? Without him here, it's hard to say.
I know. Well, I'm not clear. Are we
make
gonna
promises
be
on behalf
flexible?
of Dr. Surjenko.
Yeah, I mean, he has a board meeting every Tuesday.
Right.
So but I'm sure that he would be willing to with that flexibility if that was, if this situation should happen again, that we're able to speak with everyone and see if he could do it the following Tuesday instead. Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, and I'd say we could probably be flexible too if it was something like moving it, instead of, it is a morning appointment, but if it was something where we could do it in the afternoon and he could be available.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too.
Okay.
He's more busier than most folks, so whatever works for him. All I'm looking for is once a month conversation.
Okay.
Pretty quick.
I'm fine with that if we find a way to be more
I
flexible.
have comments.
Yeah. So are we good on that?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
thank you guys. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. And then you guys are good on that? Okay. Supervisor Half.
Okay, I wanted to thank you for your presentation today, and I do have some questions and comments. On slide 3, where it shows the COVID-19 numbers, I know it's been asked before, and it kind of got dropped, or maybe it's not possible. But in light of knowing that there is such a thing as herd immunity from people who have had and recovered from COVID, I'm wondering how it might be possible to show those numbers on this graph. Because this is important news that you have on here, important as far as the case numbers and how many hospitalized, and we need to know that, but we also need to know how many have recovered and basically have immunity now. Is that in here?
Yeah,
Where is it?
Well, the
I'm
total
missing
number
it.
of cases is 6,618. That includes the 1,620 inmates, and then the released from isolation is the 4,670.
So that's the number of recovered.
Yeah, released from isolation, that term is used because someone may have been released from their isolation period, but occasionally they remain
They revert.
sick. I mean, when their
Yeah.
systems are not complete, not recovered, they are released from their isolation period.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have looked, and the state and no counties are reporting like that. That is something that the state is looking at, is how to report that. But for now, this is what we can report, is
Okay.
the number of people who have recovered or
Yeah.
have completed their isolation period.
Okay, well, that's good to know because I wasn't paying attention to that green number there, but that's good. Now, we know that the Board of Supervisors is not responsible for the county schools. They're two separate bodies. I do have concerns about the vaccinations for children all the way down to 5, but I'm going to reserve those for now because the doctor's not here. But I'll just make this comment. I have big concerns because most kids make it through COVID if they get it, fine, and then they have the developed antibodies. And what we're seeing in the reports so far of kids, boys and girls, but especially boys, that have had the immunization, they're having terrific problems and well above what the expected number was for each age group. And it's a big concern to me. So anyway, that's a comment. I want to just effusively thank you for the work that you have done on making sure the monoclonal antibody infusion therapy is available here in the county. And I understand that it does take a lot of time because you have to, whoever the healthcare worker is, has to sit with the person as they go through the infusion and then afterwards too. And I'm glad to hear, it sounds like from the question you fielded from Supervisor Kirk, that it is early therapy. It's not late stage, because that's the way they were using it before, and it wasn't as effective as I know it can be when it's used early. And that was the point of my the position paper that I had. I know I want to just transition into this just to make some clarifications to those who may be listening right now. I got a lot of flack. People said I was anti-vaccine and all sorts of things. But the main thrust of my position paper was there are things that we can be doing. There are early treatments, and we don't have to tell people to go home and sit until it gets really bad just to come back to the hospital and die. And that was the whole point of my paper. So I'm just really happy to see that we're offering the monoclonal antibodies. I need to relate another story, if you'll if I beg for your indulgence. My daughter is a world traveler. She recently she's been living in Tbilisi, Georgia, the country of Georgia. She had to go to a conference in New York, so she did. And then she thought she might drop by Puerto Rico on her way back just to check it out. And when she got to Puerto Rico, she came down with COVID. She still has COVID. She's 9 days into it, still having fever, pitches high peaks of fever and then not. And She did get a doctor. She worked with a doctor, and she's doing some blood tests to see how he can help her that way. Monoclonal antibody infusion is not available to her because she's not 65 plus, she's not obese, she doesn't have diabetes or some of the other conditions. So that's doubly why I am so happy to hear that we don't have to meet those conditions here. But her doctor also told her that up until a month ago, he could have prescribed her ivermectin. He's had much success with ivermectin. I know the press has poo-pooed ivermectin and said all sorts of things about it. I have a handout here that I hope I have enough so I can pass it on to you. There is a state in India now that has gotten rid of COVID through ivermectin. And there have been other countries, El Salvador is another good example, where they're on their way towards that end. So if you'd pass those down, and hopefully there's enough. And Sarah, this one's for you. So I have to wonder, and I know this is just a question that can't be answered here in this room. I have to wonder what the heck is going on. What the heck is going on in the United States? What the heck is going on in this world? Another thing I wanted to mention about, I'm jumping all over the place, about monoclonal antibodies is that I want to speak to Supervisor Kirk's comment that monoclonal antibodies are good for those who are vaccinated and unvaccinated. Anybody can get COVID, whether you've been vaccinated or not. So this is a benefit for the whole community. I think that's it. I just want to make sure that you guys know that I value what you do. And for those who want to get vaccinated, you are there for them. And those who do not want to or cannot for other reasons, for other health reasons, there are other things that can be done. And I'm hoping to help raise the consciousness of this community, of our county. And, it's hard to break through mass media that says something else, and I don't know why they're doing it, but it's not true. Okay, end of my rant. Thank you.
Supervisor Half, I'd like to circle back to your question about not understanding the dashboard when you were asking about folks that have recovered from COVID. Is there a different terminology that we should use on that slide? Because if you're and who are intimately involved with our presentations every month do not understand it. I wonder if our community also did not understand that that's what that meant. So is there a recommendation that we change the title of that instead of released from isolation, recovered from COVID? Because we just want to make sure that the communication is clear to our community.
Well, Michelle's explanation made it clear that you really can't say recovered if there are some that might bounce back into the hospital. But if you know over a series of maybe a month prior, that might be good. We have so much bad news about how many people have died and how many people are in ICU. I want to, and it creates fear. It creates a great amount of fear. For some people, it's debilitating fear. And it's not just to older people like myself, it's to younger people too. And I would like to start announcing how many have recovered if it's possible. It sounds like you're working with the state in order to come up with that, and I'm happy to wait until we get that. But I want to start letting people know that for most people, this is a recoverable disease. And I even question, and this may sound harsh because people are still dying, but I even question why we're still calling it a pandemic and why it's an emergency situation. Because only 0.2% of the people actually die. So, yeah, so those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Goldberg.
Okay, couple of questions. Realizing that children, they may hold off some of the effects, recover a little bit better. But I guess my question is whether or not they do that, are the children still able to infect other people that are sicker, they're older, they're weaker? Is that not correct?
That's correct. They might not spread it as effectively, but they can't. So it's, kids may fare better, but they are able to, give it to their teachers and to their family members and staff. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. My other question is regarding boosters. So if somebody was fully vaccinated and then they had a breakthrough case where they contracted COVID, and then they're getting through that and recovering from that, should they still get a booster shot?
I'm not really sure the answer to that. I would need to look. I would have them talk to their doctor for sure. But if they meet the other criteria, I will actually look into that because I would think so, but we could double check.
Okay, yeah, I would, if you could get back to me on that, I'd appreciate it. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, I'm gonna try and do a lightning round real quick. Most of these are pretty, I think, fast, hopefully. First one is I'd really love to see, based on the previous color tier system, kind of where we're at. It's easy to forget some of those numbers when we're seeing at it. It was just a way that I think we, at least myself, became kind of accustomed to measuring where we're at with the community as far as spread. If there's any simple way to kind of show way over purple or at red, keeps it nice and simple. One thing too is I want to see, is there any event tracing that's happening? There's obviously community events that are happening, gatherings that have been in the park, there's been some memorials that have happened, there's been a number of different types of events. Are these leading to cases? Are they not leading to any type of cases? Is that being tracked?
We monitor outbreaks, and the team investigates those and works to manage and mitigate the impacts of those outbreaks. And there are workplace outbreaks, there are school-related, sports-related events. It's kind of, yes is the answer to your question. It's,
okay.
Yeah, there are.
I know there might be some concerns with any individual event, but it's been kind of unclear with outdoor stuff, as in it's a much more favorable environment to not pass it to somebody else, and yet it's also a gathering of people. If there's any way to draw a conclusion from some of those as to whether that's contributing to spread or actually some of these outdoor activities are reducing spread, would be helpful, or maybe it's a negligible amount to help plan with some of this stuff. One I want to ask too is I got an email from somebody, overseas visitor, that was asking specifically about the AstraZeneca vaccine. I think they were stuck down here. They wanted to get a second dose. They're talking about mixing vaccines, or vaccines that were basically not recognized in the U.S. but were in other countries. I was wondering, and I told them that they should probably talk to their home nation about that, or to public health as well. And I know you've always been very responsive. If we've had anything go out with the Visitors Bureau for any of these international travelers who may have different vaccines that are not recognized here, and we're also getting more of those vaccines approved in other countries. No need to answer on that, but if we haven't yet, I think that'd be a really great publication to have out. I did want to get an update on the mobile clinics, I think that were discussed a while back, and if those have been rolled out yet.
Yeah, we've been doing them for quite a while, and they continue.
How's the
We've
success?
done them at workplaces, and we've done them, we're doing one, I forgot to mention that. So next, whenever is it the 14th? We'll be at Black Oak Casino Resort, doing a Pfizer clinic there. So we've done them, we've been doing mobile clinics, and we've been going to individuals' home for homebound individuals. And so that's been going on for a while, and we continue to do that.
Great. I did have a question about monoclonal antibody treatment. There were a couple limiting factors. We did have it when we had that discussion. We had 8 of them. I think you had mentioned that it has to be administered early before you really know if it's going to be a severe case yet. So it's very hard to target it to exactly the people that would be the most sick. Has that number increased a lot? And I know you mentioned now and then previously too, we're pretty hamstrung at the hospital by the number of staff, the equipment, the time it takes. If we got more of it, I mean, what's a realistic number of people? What I worry about is people saying, well, now I don't need to get the vaccine because we have this other treatment, when the reality might be, well, we have 10 of them and we can only administer 10 per week or something like that. That's a limiting factor.
Right. It's not a replacement or it's not a substitute for vaccination and prevention. And it's not a supply thing now. Like we are able to get the monoclonal antibodies. And many counties aren't able to even to take their allocation because it's a resource issue in administering it. So there are criteria that people have to meet to get just anybody who gets COVID can't go get it. Like they have to meet that specific criteria, and I'm sorry I don't have that right in front of me, but it's, like within certain days of tested positive or becoming ill, and that they're moderately ill and at high risk of going into the hospital.
Okay.
So, and I couldn't estimate like how many we could do, because that's really up to the healthcare facilities that administer it and what resources they have to be able to do it. So I don't want to say a number, and I don't know, and if some of the other clinics that are considering doing it are able to come on board and identify that space and staff that can do it, then they could do more through their clinics, so.
Understood, yeah, and I wasn't expecting the answer.
Okay.
It's just, it is a great treatment. If we could ask the hospital and anybody who could maybe give a range of what they could do. I know it's not perfect, but that way we can kind of know what the availability of that in reality actually is here.
And I think, if I recall, I think Dr. Hurd said that they had done 2 last week, or is it, like, it's not a lot that they're able to do, so.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. And then just one last closing point too. I know I printed something up here, I had some sources in it. I really try to make sure that they're from reputable sources that you can look up and are gonna have academic credentials in it or a good bias ranking. Some of the sources that I've gotten, Signs of the Time as an example, I was a news editor for a news app. I went through bias quite a bit. It's one of those sources that has a low factuality rating across the board. So this to me would not be persuasive information. I need to see this from an official source that I think has some repute there. And there are still disagreements amongst those sources, but if it comes from one of these things, I hesitate to even want to read it because of the other reporting examples. I don't know what it might be making up or kind of swinging or spinning in a certain way, and that's hard for me. So just what would be persuasive to me on learning something like this. So thank you.
All right. Is there any public comment? Anyone like to speak on the morning presentation? Go ahead and come up to the podium. Morning.
Good morning. I'm 98.6. I have good taste. I don't have a fever. I don't have a cough. I can't speak with this mask on. A famous poet called Rudyard Kipling wrote a poem called If. And in If, he said, if you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you and make allowance for their doubting too. This poem was written to a young man as he was going to move into manhood. My name is Don Nessel. I'm a man. I'm not a super spreader. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not a white racist or whatever childish name calling and shaming that the administration, federal administration, other leaders in mainstream media want to call me. I'm a man. And my message is that the vaccine is not a silver bullet. The information I have studied and watched indicate quite the opposite. I noticed shortly before the big surge in the county that thousands of people were vaccinated. I would suggest the Delta variant is due to the vaccine. And I would suggest that you look into how people are affected by people that are vaccinated. It's called vaccine shedding. I have more information, or as you would say, misinformation, half-truths, and lies. I have personal contact with people whose testimony is that through the use of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, they have been healed of COVID within days, within a couple days in most cases. You had Paul Royce stand here and tell you that he was really, really sick. He took ivermectin and was better in a couple days. Well, that's misinformation. That's right. I'm also aware of a province in India, 250 million people. Thank you, Catherine. Another saying is, none are so blind as those who will not see. Many testimonies are available from doctors who have seen 95 to 100% of their patients cured of COVID using these third world country medications. Your blind narrative of parroting everything you hear through the mainstream media, the CDC, the public health, whatever, who all became experts shortly after the COVID-19 came into a pandemic stage, is ridiculous. Try studying something else. Try looking at the facts. An analogy was made of non-vaccinated people.
I do have to stop you there. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, would anyone else like to speak? Morning.
I want to say, but I'm very resentful that someone came up here and took their mask off in this room, now exposing us to everything, and a microphone full of cuties. So I can't.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak? What?
Back again. I do not have cable. I don't have internet, only public radio. That's what I get all my news. And Michelle Machetta has been screaming, oh, COVID-19, COVID-19, and screams, everybody's dying. And I'm basically taking that information and I'm ignoring it. I ignore Biden, I ignore Gavin Newsom, and I was reading the paper. I always read the Saturday paper. That's my only luxury I have, and to see what's going on. And this is September 4th, and I was reading it, and I got to the A3, and it's no disrespect to Charles Ruiz Wandersee's family. I'm not trying to disrespect you, but it says your son died, and he died of a heart attack. And I was just shocked. A heart attack? How did this man's death of a heart attack get past you, Michelle, of not saying COVID-19, COVID-19 deaths at the hospital, and it's a pandemic. There is no pandemic. There's no proof of that. Mary Liana, I can't pronounce her last name, it's Italian, 103 years old. She died of old age, not COVID-19. How did that get past your censorship? Huh? They didn't die. Everything prior to these two people dying, all of them have said COVID-19 deaths. That's a lie. Didn't happen. You're misleading. Now, real quick, Kathleen Haff, there is no pandemic. A pandemic does not restrict itself, that you stated, Michelle, on the radio that I heard, that it was in Tuolumne County. It does not curtail itself, it goes to the county or worldwide. You are only doing this to get fundings from state and federal fundings to keep everybody in lockdown modes and to bloat the government out, county government. It's a lie. What you're promoting is a lie. Look, we got 30, okay. Also, I got contacted by somebody because I've been coming up here fighting everybody to the best of my ability. And I'm now looking into, in the last 9 days, I'm looking up at the Library County common law. There's statutory law and common law. This country was under British law, British Great Britain, 162 years, we were a English colony. We have common law. They want me to join their group. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Morning.
My name is Paul Smith. I respect the health of everyone. Thank you for your guys' services. At the same time, we're all individuals. We're all different. I know when my children were born, we gave them vaccines to keep them from getting certain diseases. None of them, adults married, still living at home, have received any of those diseases they were vaccinated from. And it seems like the medicine that they're administering or want to administer to our children does not accomplish that goal. Are there normal things that people can do for their own health that they are choosing to do, whether it's vitamins, whether it's being out in the sunshine, allowing their body to heal, whether it's participating in activities, whether it's water or being with animals that provide health for people that the government doesn't associate as a vaccine? Yes. Is there things like ivermectin that work? Yes. There are many solutions to this, not just a magic bullet that doesn't seem to work for some people or most people, that I think we ought to be looking at as a community. And the green numbers would be nice to say, these people have built immunity. Like she was saying, making a difference, building hope. They've had flu shots for years. People have taken them. Do we still have the flu, people? Yes. Are you going to get rid of COVID? No. Is there any hope of it? No. Can people die from it? Yes, they can die from the cold, a pneumonia, diabetes. Have you cured cancer yet? No. Do we have a lot of medicine to help people? Yes. Do some people take it? Yes. I believe that our bodies are our choice, not the government's. Thank you very much.
Let's let public comment finish. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me speak. Not going to choose one way or the other on this topic, but I did want to bring up that people are actually dying now of the vaccine also, and those are recorded cases, so something to think about.
Is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Anyone on the phones? Okay. You hold up 5 fingers. Do we have 5 people waiting? Okay, just one, okay. Good morning and welcome. You're on with the board.
Okay, thank you. My name's Chris. Oh, let me get away from my computer. And I would like to know, we had a discussion about the recovery numbers for COVID. And is it possible to separate that into recovered and is vaccinated, and then recovered and is not vaccinated? Because the number for people who are vaccinated in our county, plus the number who have recovered and are not vaccinated, seems to be our total coverage, protection from the disease. And that would be interesting to me and other people. I'd also like to know, when somebody gets sick and the disease is spreading someplace, it would be great for the public to be able to know where that spread is so we can avoid that, even if it means a certain business or a certain organization doesn't get business right now, because it's a matter of public safety and public health. And then the third thing I'd like to know from a doctor, I suppose, is what's the truth? Is everybody in the world a carrier of this disease or a possible carrier if they get exposed to it, whether they're vaccinated or not? Or does the vaccine keep you from being a carrier? And that's all. Thanks.
Okay, so we had some questions there, some specific questions. Can you speak to those? Are you able to?
I can turn on the microphone. There we go. We can look at the recovered by vaccination status. I'll have to talk with the EPI team and see if, we report the cases of vaccinated individuals who have been infected with COVID. And so I'll work with them to see if that's something that we can suss out there. We do not typically announce the location of where an outbreak is, or unless there's a reason for the public to have to take action, such as what was suggested, like don't go there. Our team works extraordinarily hard to identify cases through case investigation and contact tracing to mitigate the spread of those things. So we haven't had to do that. So we value the privacy of individuals and businesses and venues. So if there was something like a large event and we were unable to, decipher who may have gone there, or and we need to say it more publicly, like if you were here during these certain days, then we recommend that you get tested. And I think we have done that, like following a large event. We might just say if you went to this fair or this festival, just recommend getting tested. And that's just a good idea to do anyway, even if there's not an outbreak. If you have potential exposures, to get tested 5 days afterward.
And then the last question was about whether, so I'm vaccinated. Am I more likely, just as likely, or less likely to spread COVID-19 than someone who is not vaccinated?
Someone who's vaccinated can spread it if they get sick. So they are less likely. The viral load of someone, I'm trying to remember how it is a shorter time period. Typically someone who's vaccinated and they get sick.
2 to 3 days.
Yeah, thank you, 2 or 3 days. And then it drops, like their viral load drops, yeah.
It sounded like the question was that, so that's if you're become sick.
Yeah,
But you're less likely to become sick if you're vaccinated.
correct.
So then, overall, if you had
Yeah,
one
overall,
person
yeah.
who's vaccinated and one person who's not vaccinated, which of is there a difference between the
Are they both
likelihood,
carriers?
the likelihood of those two transmitting the disease?
Yeah, I'm not sure I entirely understand the question, but if a person is, you can spread the virus to someone 2 days prior to you becoming sick. So I think there's too many nuances to the question, or I'm not understanding it correctly.
I can answer this because I already had this conversation publicly with Dr. Serjenko, which is CDC, the director of CDC came out July 29th and said it was a pivotal discovery that fully vaccinated people still spread COVID, whether they are asymptomatic or not. And it was so pivotal that she told vaccinated folks to wear a mask because they were spreading it to their unvaccinated friends. So you can still get it, you can still spread it, vaccinated or not. And to that gentleman's point,
I think the
measles vaccine
we're
is
trying to make
sterilizing.
here-
This is not a sterilizing vaccine.
The point is that what you're talking about is someone who's become sick. Okay, yes, a vaccinated person that becomes sick with COVID-19 can spread COVID-19, but your likelihood of becoming sick in the first place is significantly reduced if you're vaccinated.
Sure, your
That's the
likelihood of
point
becoming
that we're
sick. We all agree that the
we're
vaccine
trying
helps
to
you
get to.
become less sick, but you still can spread it. And to Supervisor Goldenberg's point, which it sounded like he was supporting children being vaccinated, is the studies show that most kids who get COVID-19, they don't even have symptoms. The people who should be vaccinated in that argument should be the adults who are concerned about getting sick from COVID.
Okay.
Vaccinated or not, kids are going to get it.
Quick
They're going to
comment.
spread it.
Okay, so we have one more person that's waiting to speak. Hello and welcome. You're on with the board.
Hi, so I have just a few questions. My first question is to the medical staff that is there at your board right now is, in the medical world, it is known that viruses that can mutate get weaker. They do not get stronger. If they can elaborate how these variants are so much more deadly than the first, I would greatly appreciate that. That's my first question. Second is, I do not believe I am vaccinated. I am vaccinated because I have to for work. But I do not believe that our children should be mandated to receive these vaccines, as it is our natural, what's the word I'm looking for? It's natural for our immunity to not have all these vaccines that haven't been tested repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly before they're being pushed out. I will not put one in my child until I have the factual proof. And it's a virus. Viruses can't be stopped. Thank you.
So there was wasn't real
yeah,
clear on the aim of the second question, but the first question.
Yeah, and I would like to defer to Dr. Surjenko on that, but variants are variants. They mutate and they can, so in the example with Delta is it became much more contagious. And I don't want to, I'm not a virologist, so I don't want to go there with the answer to that. So.
I think this is why we like to have Dr. Surjenko present, because it's a very, I don't think this conversation is going to be going downhill, especially with children coming in the works. I think we're gonna hit a pivotal crashing point in our society, and so we need to have Dr. Surjenko here, have these conversations.
Okay.
Some of us don't know basic science about the spread of COVID-19. We need to have the doctor here to answer these basic questions that, quite frankly, I don't understand how we're doing this for 18 months and we don't know some of this simple data.
Okay. Is there any other public comment? Okay. And apologies to Supervisor Brandon, you've been wanting to speak for a minute and you haven't had the opportunity. So did you have something you'd like to say?
Longer than a minute, but I appreciate it. I had a number of points I wanted to bring up, but reach out, and I'm happy to talk with anybody on this, because a lot of it are things that can't happen, and those are the bad reasons to make a decision on. Me too, in looking at how do you keep yourself safe from this, I do believe, in having read a lot about this, that the vaccine is the most effective option. But like we have one of our speakers, Paul, I was not close. But like Paul, health, habit, and the choice are also very important elements of that. And there's a discussion to be had there. And that is where I think having a different opinion there, it's very valid. There's richness. But just two things. One, if we want to have it out up here every month, that's fine. We can do that. I thought we wanted to have these to be public health updates. And when we want to make a direction or have that discussion, we schedule it. We put info in ahead of time. I think we could argue about this for 3 hours every single month. And that's not doing anybody any good. And the second thing is when folks get up to speak, you have a First Amendment right to petition grievances to the government, have us address them, talk to your elected officials, and we're here for that. And I signed up to sometimes be a punching bag in this position, and that's okay. I knew what I got in for. Staff did not. Please, when you come up here, the decisions of this county, we're responsible for them. It is not the fault of staff. It doesn't help the county to do so. I don't think it's necessarily meant to be malicious, but it hurts the county and all of our efforts of what we're trying to do. If you want to hold somebody accountable for that, hold me accountable. Be angry at me. Or I would think with the rest of the board. That's what we're here for. With that, I hope we can continue with this if we have any questions about the presentation and move on.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that's very well put. I was pretty discouraged to hear some of the attacks that came against our public health staff. I'm extremely grateful for the work that you're doing. I'll be seeing you at the vaccination clinic that's coming up, because I want to make sure that I get my flu shot and that my children, my family are fully vaccinated from preventable illnesses, because I think that's what a responsible parent does. And I think that this is not really the forum to be having a discussion about the basic science behind viruses. I don't think anyone at this dais is an expert in that. And so I just don't see where this is going if we have this kind of discussion every single month. Like Supervisor Brandon said, what I get out of this is a presentation from public health about the status of COVID-19 in Tuolumne County today or over the past month. It's not an opportunity to share my own theories and my own cure-alls for this virus, which I am honestly, do not fully understand, because I am not qualified to understand, and I wouldn't pretend to be. So, yeah, with that, if there's any other comments, otherwise I think we can move on. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Reconvene at 11:28. Yep. Okay, welcome back. Have a seat, everybody. Good to have you here for the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for October 5th. Where we left off, we were on we finished our appointment and we were on item 14 on the agenda. So I'll look to our board clerk, Ms. Ryan, to please read item 14 for us.
Item number 14, consideration of adopting Resolution 96-21, proclaiming October 3 through 9, 2021 as Fire Prevention Week in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. Sorry, Andy. So, sorry, Chief Murphy, your mic was off. Go ahead.
All right, I'll try it again. Good morning. My name is Andy Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for County Fire. I'm here for our annual request to proclaim this week as Fire Prevention Week in Tuolumne County. So, not that it's a funny subject, but to bring a little levity, this is to commemorate the Great Chicago Fire of 1871 that was reportedly started by Mrs. O'Leary's cow, who kicked over a candle, lit the barn on fire, and then the whole city followed. It left 100,000 people homeless, destroyed over 17,000 structures, more than 2,000 acres of the city burned. This was in 1871. In 1920, President Woodrow Wilson was the first president to proclaim Fire Prevention Week in recognition of that great fire. That fire brought about a lot of changes in the fire service and planning. So this week we request October 3rd through 9th as Fire Prevention Week. And this year's theme is Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety. So the big thing about it now, we have carbon monoxide alarms, fire smoke detectors. What do those sounds mean? Is it a chirp? Is it a beep? It's important, and the National Fire Protection and your fire departments in the county are encouraging all residents to not only just have their smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors to check them, but also learn what the sounds mean. A continuous set of 3 loud beeps, beep, 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 means smoke or fire, get out. Call 911 and stay out. A single chirp every 30 or 60 seconds means the battery is low and must be changed. All smoke alarms must be replaced every 10 years. Chirping that continues after the battery has been replaced means the alarm is at the end of its life and the unit must be replaced. Make sure your smoke and carbon monoxide alarms meet the needs of all your family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities. We have some handouts in the back of the room that go along with the Fire Prevention Week theme and that address all of these topics here. To find out more about Fire Prevention Week and how to be more fire safe, you can email County Fire at fire@co.tuolumne.ca.us or call the office at 209-533-5118. We're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And for more Fire Prevention Week and fire prevention in general, visit www.fpw.org. You're right earlier. This is a difficult, not difficult, challenging place to speak from sometimes. So if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and read the resolution.
Go ahead, or I can, either way.
You're more than welcome.
No, it's up to you. I had it all queued up and ready to go, so it's.
All right.
Okay. So the County of Tuolumne is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting the county. And fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally. And homes are the locations where people are at the greatest risk of fire. Home fires killed more than 22,770 people in the United States in 2019, according to the National Fire Protection Association. And fire departments in the United States responded to 339,500 home fires. And smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can, alerting you to danger in the event of a fire in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in a reported home fire in half. And Tuolumne County residents should be sure everyone in the home understands the sound of fire alarms and knows how to respond. And whereas Tuolumne County residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire, whereas Tuolumne County residents will make sure their smoke and carbon monoxide alarms meet the needs of all their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities. And whereas Tuolumne County first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas Tuolumne County residents are responsive to public education measures, Tuolumne County residents are responsive to education measures and are better able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2021 Fire Prevention Week theme, Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety, effectively serves to remind us that it is important to learn the different sounds of smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. Therefore, be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim October 3rd through 9th, 2021 as Fire Prevention Week throughout the county and urge all people of Tuolumne County to learn the sounds of safety for Fire Prevention Week 2021 and support the many public safety activities and efforts of Tuolumne County's fire and emergency services.
Well done.
I think you probably would have done it better, but
I don't know. So with that, we respectfully request that the board proclaim this week, October 3rd through 9th, as Fire Prevention Week in Tuolumne County.
Okay, questions, comments?
No comments, just thank you. And when are you leaving? You're not?
Are you trying to
Did
get
I miss an email? I've been out with the baby, so I get an excuse. Well,
That is a good one.
hell yeah, I'm glad you're staying. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 96-21 proclaiming October 3rd to 9th, 2021 as Fire Prevention Week in Tuolumne County.
I'd like to second that. But I also wanted to comment that I learned something. I didn't know about the 3 beeps because I've never heard it. I've never had a house fire. So that's really good information to get out. Thank you. So I seconded that.
Great. So we do have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg and a second by Supervisor Half, but we do need to ask for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, so we'll bring it back to the board. We have the motion and a second. If there's any other discussion.
Taking you out to lunch.
All right.
Congratulations.
I'll go ahead
and
and
thank
call
you
for the
doubling
vote.
back.
Go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. Yeah, I went over to Angels Camp and I told a bunch of nasty rumors about him.
I know, when he
they
came up to
changed their
speak,
mind.
I was like, why is he still here? I thought he'd.
It hurts, but we'll take him back.
So we'll go ahead and move on to item 15.
Item number 15, consideration of terminating the Highway Safety Improvement Program grant for the Tuolumne Road Improvement Project and directing staff to seek other funding.
Good morning.
Morning.
Blossom Scott Heim, and with me Denise Zitnick, both with your Engineering Division of the Public Works Department. The Tuolumne Road Improvement Project proposes to construct 11-foot travel lanes in each direction, an 11-foot continuous turn lane, and widen the shoulders to 6 feet paved along 1,650 feet of roadway, or approximately 0.3 miles of Tuolumne Road. The project design is complete and the project is shovel-ready. In 2014, the project was selected for funding under the FHWA HSIP, or Highway Safety Improvement Program, for a total project cost of $723,000. This competitive grant program provides 90% of the estimated total project cost in federal funds, and the county share is 10%. Once the project is selected for funding, however, the federal HSIP award amount becomes the maximum reimbursement for that the project is eligible to receive. The HSIP program also has very strict project delivery guidelines requiring that projects commence construction within 3 years of initial award. In October 2015, the project reached the 30% preliminary design milestone. The original scope was to widen the lanes to 12 feet with a 12-foot continuous turn lane and 8-foot shoulders along 0.5 miles of Tuolumne Road. However, that would have required construction of retaining walls up to 22 feet in height on the southern or cut slope uphill side of the roadway. The total project cost estimate at that milestone was $5.5 million, over budget by $4.8 million, mainly due to these retaining walls. To address the issue, we pursued some value engineering opportunities and found that the project scope could be amended to reduce the overall project length and push the retaining walls to the northern side, decreasing the overall height. In February 2019, the county received 65% design plans and construction estimate of $1 million. In April of that year, a professional geologist was hired to provide geotechnical engineering services specific to the project location. Subsurface testing found boulders and debris located at the elevation of the proposed retaining wall foundations, and we found that the project would require mechanically stabilized earthen or MSE walls, increasing the overall construction cost. In November 2019, the county received the 100% design plans, and the construction cost at that time had increased to $2.1 million, partially due to the changes in the retaining wall type and design. The total construction cost, including contingency and construction engineering, is $2.3 million. The project is currently wrapping up the right-of-way phase. Tuolumne Utilities District has completed a relocation plans for a 6-inch forced sewer main, which will be constructed at the same time the project is constructed. TUD anticipates the relocation will cost them approximately $150,000. PG&E is completing the final design for pole relocations, and the poles will need to be relocated before construction can commence. PG&E relocations have delayed the project several months, jeopardizing the delivery timeline. Total federal funding for this project, as I said, is limited to 90% of the original estimate of $723, for a total of $650,700. If the project is to continue, the county will need to supply an estimated $1.9 million to complete the project. Additionally, while the project currently has an approved extension, due to the delays with the PG&E relocations, we cannot continue to request, extensions due to lack of funding, and we must deliver this project in this fiscal year or terminate the grant. The county may choose to terminate the HSIP grant due to the large amount of federal funding, local funding, required to complete the construction under this grant program. Due to the cost-benefit model the HSIP program uses, we would have to pay back all engineering and right-of-way costs to date, approximately $135,700. After terminating the grant, we would retain ownership of the 100% design plans, specifications, and estimate. The project is shovel-ready, including associated environmental studies, and would be eligible for future grant funding. The project would remain in our capital improvement program, and we would continue to pursue funding sources that would provide more reimbursement for each local dollar spent. Your BOSTC, your Transportation Committee, heard this item at their August 16th meeting and supported terminating the grant. As I said, to date, approximately $234,100 has been spent on the project, of which $135,700 is federal funding, $98,400 is local funding. The construction estimate is $2.3 million, and we would be required to provide an additional $1.9 million in construction funding in this fiscal year to continue with the grant. Due to the volatility of the current construction environment, actual construction costs could easily be much higher. Staff is recommending that you terminate the Highway Safety Improvement Grant Program for the Tuolumne Road Improvement Project and direct staff to continue to seek other funding sources for this project.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to jump right out here. So that there's, I've seen in local media, and I've gotten emails saying, why are you canceling this Tuolumne Road project? But that's not what this is. It's terminating this grant program that we're involved in that's associated with the Tuolumne Road project. Because if we didn't, we would have to pull $1.9 million from other roads projects throughout the county to pay into this grant. Am I characterizing this correctly? It's a bit of a complicated concept, but I think people took away from it that we're not going to do any improvements to Tuolumne Road, and that's not the case.
No, that is correct. We would
Okay.
just be terminating this grant. We can't promise when this project would be delivered, but it is shovel-ready and it would stay in our queue.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, so we have to pay back $135,700, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I heard you also say we hold ownership of the plans, it's shovel-ready, so hopefully there'll be a grant coming down at some near future date, maybe not this fiscal year, but some future date where we can actually follow through with the plans.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I was just gonna say, if you wanted to take the money out of his district and match it to this to put it on Tuolumne Road, I'm fine with that, but.
I don't know. I don't think all of the money spent in my district would add up to that. But.
No, it sounds like basically those rocks and that retaining wall is what did us in at the end for that project, so.
Yeah, it's been kind of a
bummer.
combination of things, but the retaining walls and then the delays from PG&E
Gotcha.
have kind of been the
I
worst.
tell you what, you can have the money from my district, and I'll have the money from all the other districts.
Sounds good.
Okay, so
You're the
you
chair,
and I
I'm the
will-
vice,
okay.
we run it.
All right.
No, thank
So,
you.
There you go.
It's a bummer, but I like that it's still shovel-ready and someday it will happen. It's just not right now. Hey, dumb question. Could we use that money to do overlays instead of returning it?
No.
Oh, okay. I kind of knew that answer, but I thought I'd ask.
And the sigh you heard was, we looked into that very strongly, and that's not the case, so.
Excuse me. I concur with my fellow supervisors, and I just want to say excellent staff work, your thought processes here. Thank you for, thinking this through thoroughly and bringing it to the board. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other comments, yeah, and I feel the same way that this makes fiscal sense. It's what you would do if you wanted to get the project done in a way that's we can afford. So it's maybe not ideal because we applied for this grant with the ideas that it wouldn't cost as much, and with ideas of getting it done in a time frame, but it didn't work out, and that's how it goes with a lot of these things. So we're going to keep pushing forward and make sure this project gets done. Is there any public comment? Okay, anyone from the room? Nobody on the phones? Okay, bring it back to the board for discussion, or if there's a motion.
I'll motion to move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, none opposed. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so do we want to move on to I think we should probably go ahead and move on to our item 16. Everybody okay with that? With 10 minutes?
Supervisor Campbell, I would recommend that we not do 16 because I expect it will take an hour or two for your board to do item 16. And that would mean you would have to work through lunch.
Okay.
And
all right.
Now, if we take lunch, though, it's perfect reading time for the packet that I made.
So we do have two other items. So what I'm gonna take the gentle advice of our CAO and put item 16 off until after our 1:30 when we come back, and we'll move on to item 17. So I'll look to our board clerk to read item 17 for us.
Item number 17, consideration of adopting Resolution 97-21, making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so today your board is being asked to consider approving a resolution that would allow remote meetings that they're also known as teleconference meetings pursuant to the Brown Act under the new law AB 361. It requires an initial finding today, and then if you're going to renew it every 30 days. So under the Brown Act, there are some standard teleconferencing procedures that can be problematic during a pandemic. Teleconference meetings are defined as meeting of the legislative body wherein members are in different locations connected by electronic means. That could be audio, video, or both. The standard procedures require posting agendas at each location, allowing members of the public to participate at those locations. So obviously, when you have a pandemic and you're advising people to social distance, you can't then have them mix in those settings. So to address that, Governor Newsom issued some executive orders that waived some of those Brown Act requirements last year. And then most recently, he signed AB 361 to sort of formalize because that executive order expired September 30th. I sort of set out what the requirements are for your board if you want to make the findings. It only applies in a declared emergency by the governor. You don't have to post at every location. You don't have to allow members of the public to be at those remote locations, but there are requirements that we would have to comply with in order to use this alternative. A couple of things to highlight is if we are going to broadcast and we're only doing a remote meeting, so the public is not allowed to be physically present. If there's any disruption of that broadcast, we have to stop the meeting until we correct it, so no action would be able to be taken. And then, of course, public comment. again, for those sole remote meetings, you would need to allow public comment until the time the agenda item is essentially over. So not basically saying it has to be in by a certain time before the meeting, which is something that we do on our sort of hybrid meetings that we have now. So again, the resolution is before your board today. And as we all know, right now, we are having our physical in-person meetings, but there is a possibility that at some point a board member might not be able to participate in a meeting. If we don't adopt this resolution, then your board member has to go back to the standard procedures, which again, if you're sick or you're in quarantine, you're not going to be able to participate. So that was my recommendation for adopting it. It's sort of a belt and suspenders approach in case something does come up within the next 30 days. And then thereafter, we would reconsider every 30 days, what are the status of the circumstances going on and with the pandemic, and you would determine if you want to renew the resolution or not. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I just want to clarify, basically business as usual from what we've been doing. We just have to do this every 30 days.
Correct, and it really just allows that hopefully rare circumstance where maybe a board member can't be physically present, but could take advantage of participating fully through using these modified procedures.
All right. There's no other questions or comment? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I have a quick question just on item 1. You're mentioning the option to teleconference with the Brown Act. Can you explain that again? And so that makes your place your teleconferencing from a public forum area that people can attend. If I'm in my living room, they can technically show up and go sit on the couch, right?
Right.
And then the other part is you have to announce your location. Is there any other?
You would need to post your location on the agenda, and the members of the public would need to be able to participate from wherever you're at. A majority of the board would have to be within the jurisdiction. The location would have to be accessible, so ADA accessible, and that can obviously present some problems. Those are the big issues. Those are the standard Brown Act procedures for teleconferencing.
Okay. Well, I live with a few people, so I'll be pretty used to it, I guess. I tend to think for these meetings, well, committees, remote is a great option. In fact, I kind of prefer it in some ways because there's a lot of folks. For the board meetings, I think there's a real public interest in us meeting together. And if somebody can't make it to one of these, then that's what happens for that. Barring somebody is ill and it's the entire board or some emergency situation like that, I think we'd be fine. So I would recommend I guess that would be option 1.
Okay. The other thing, I'm going to look over to our CAO and defer to her because I know there's some concerns about commissions and committees and remote meetings, and this was just a good opportunity to maybe have a little bit more discussion about resources and capacity.
So previously, we've had discussions about this topic, and I have relayed the direction that I've given department heads. So as we've said, we don't have the necessary equipment and hardware, and staffing in order to do hybrid meetings for committees and commissions. And, for those of us, and I know there's some of you who've sat on the dais who have had to handle Brown Act meetings, there are many times staff are doing the agenda, they're doing the agenda items, all the research, they're presenting the agenda items, they're taking the minutes and they're coordinating the meeting. That is a lot of work when you're all in person. To add now a remote option as well, we don't have the necessary audio equipment. We always have issues with people who can't hear what's going on. So this is why I made the request several times for the board to consider doing what I call the board committee commission conference room, where we would dedicate a space that would have all the necessary equipment, the microphones, the everything, the tables, the monitors, so that those who remote conference are conferencing in can see everyone and hear everyone appropriately. Those who are there can see them, and you would also have room for the public who wanted to participate in person. So until such time we're able to get the necessary equipment and staffing and the location, the direction I've given all of the department heads is they can do one or the other. There is no expectation that they would do both until such time that the board is able to provide the necessary resources. And that's what they've been implementing. So we are doing in anticipation that the board might want to move in that direction. Before we kind of threw out a number based on what we did here, on what it might cost to do a committee commission conference room. What we're doing now is Simi, who is our new purchasing analyst, is actually putting an RFP together so that we can get the exact cost of what it would be to create that conference room for remote. Because we agree that we might have better participation if you could do both. But having it, and I've done these, they simply, I mean, I've even tried doing it with department heads, they can't hear appropriately. And you're looking at, 6 or 8 screens in here instead, where you would have a table with more of a U type thing with the monitor or the screen at the very end. You see them, they see you. You have the appropriate microphones in all of the places so that they can hear what is going on. There's nothing more frustrating than when you try to participate in a meeting and you can't hear and see what's going on. I mean, it just kind of, what we get feedback is many times those members who are trying to participate or the public is they feel it's a waste of their time. So we want to make sure it's meaningful for everyone who would participate. Once we have the results of the RFP, whoever it is that responds, we'll bring that to your board for further consideration if you would like to move forward with that. And then we'll come forward with a contract in the event that you do. An RFP does not obligate the board to do any action, but it does provide the opportunity for action.
So County Council, your recommendation is option 3 for modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency, correct?
Correct.
Okay, why is that your recommendation?
Because if something happens in the next 30 days where one of you board members need to attend remotely, you have the option to use these modified procedures. If you, for instance, say one of you gets sick and you need to stay home, so you can't use the standard procedures because you can't have people in the house where you're at, and we don't have adopted these findings, you're not going to be able to participate in the meeting.
Okay, and then does this apply to all committees and commissions, or do we need to decide that?
No, each committee and commission would need to make that their own findings,
Okay.
but in terms of staff resources, that's why I keep, kind of deferring back to the CAO. That is the piece where I think your board definitely speaks into what staff resources are going to be made available if committees and commissions wish to meet remotely, or I guess hybrid too.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is there any public comment on this? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Yeah, I agree with County Council. My thought is kind of if we're going to, I do realize that the world is changing and that how board members are able to interact. We're in flux right now, and probably in 10 years it'll look completely different. And I think we need to start acting like it, and we need to start preparing for that. And I think that we have a good option here in option 3 to start doing that. I would like to look down the line at actually creating, having either a staff member or having a location where some of these committees could operate. But we're not going to be doing that this year. So I think this is a good starting point. And it only applies to us, but like you said, I think it should probably apply across the board. That would make it more, what's the word I'm looking for? It would make it run more smooth if all committees and commissions, including the Board of Supervisors, operated under the same kind of plan. So that's where I am kind of on that.
So I have a couple of comments. One, I agree, I would go with option 3. But I'm glad to hear, that admin is working towards getting the RFP out and find out what the true costs would be to set up a room for our committees and commissions. And I disagree. We could do it this year. We've got American Recovery Plan funds available. All we did was, when we took this up previously, is we postponed our decision until we had a little bit better idea of funding from other sources, including from the federal government. So I think we need to see the new numbers and then act on it at that time.
And I agree. I should have said as of this moment, we're not moving ahead, but it could happen sooner if we decide to do that, so. Any others?
Yeah, I'm still of the same opinion for option one, but I did want to touch on the BCC discussion. I think they should all be moved to virtual right now. It's not only for safety, it's a convenience region. I think it's a lot easier to do those. It's easier on staff. While we figure it out, we know that that's been a significant burden on some staff who hold multiple committees. The second thought on that is I really think, and I brought this up before, that we should have a discussion about how our boards, committees, and commissions end up being organized, and whether it's some type of consistency or it's centralized in the way that we deal with them. The direction to me that I took from this board was work on the committees you're on, do it individually. Any problems you see, try to address them. I've sought to do that and follow through on that. And it's taken up a lot of time because it's a less efficient process. It means every group I'm in has to have the same thing happening, same discussions. So now we're on 3 or 4 kind of doing this. And going through that process makes them a little bit different. So my recommendation would be this board revisits the idea of having just a discussion of how can we make these a little more consistent, make the way that they operate easier for staff, and from my perspective, more effective in achieving what they're actually there to do, and not simply meeting to meet or being canceled because there's not something to discuss. Because I think for all of them, they have very important purpose, and they could probably be doing more to an extent. So those would be my 2 recommendations on boards, committees, commissions. Make them virtual and have a centralizing discussion on them.
I think the question we're on right now is kind of more which of these plans promoted by county council is most suitable for our board, and whether or not we want to ask for those to be in place across all boards.
Respectfully, county council brought up both points.
So I'm fine with 3, to the point of other committees, commissions. We've been doing it for a year or more, and I agree with what Chair Campbell said about how we should be standard across the board. So I would like to have the same option for the committees and commissions. When it comes to a room where we're able to do those meetings, I'm fine with the RFP. I'd like to see it, but I'd also like to know what some of the other rural counties are doing. Just curious how they're handling the situation, because spending $250,000 or $500,000 on revamping a room is a lot of money. So I kind of want to know what's going on out there, and then also look at that RFP and go from there. But I do believe we are headed in that direction, so we'll have more discussion on that. I agree with what you said.
And I too think we should go with option 3. And I think as far as commissions and committees go, I think those meetings in the next month need to happen, and they need to decide each one if they're going to do it in person or they're going to do it remotely. That's my 2 cents.
Okay. So we do have a resolution that's already in the packet. Does that need to be changed at all, or if?
No, the resolution is specific for your board. Each committee and commission has to make its own findings, so it basically use that resolution as a template, which I will send out instructions to all of the department heads that oversee committees and commissions. But there's kind of 2 different issues I just want to make sure we're clear about. The resolution is for your board, but there's a separate issue about those committees and commissions and their resources right now. So I just want to make sure we're clear about that distinction.
When the committees and commissions, they have the option to, and/or they could do in-person and/or tele, which is what we've been doing the last year, correct? Last 15 months?
There have been some who tried to do the hybrid model, and what they have found, it's been very frustrating from one point or the other. We've also had equipment that was broke from members of committees who just pulling the microphones back and forth, so we've had to replace equipment.
Sure.
So this is why with where we've been, we're doing one or the other. The direction was to department heads to allow their committees, commissions to decide. For example, I believe the fire committee decided they wanted to meet in person. as far as I'm concerned, that is the best place for people to decide, do they want in-person or remote? Because they know, the members know best what their needs are.
If you're looking for board feedback, I would say they need to have both options, because some people are freaked out with COVID still, and they want to be able to do Zoom meetings and call in, and I want to support them and not exclude them from those meetings. So if you're asking me, I would say it needs to be both until, and that's what I'm going to request from any committee, commission that I'm on, that it be both until we get this RFP, until we figure out what we're going to do.
I understand, and the direction still is that they will do one or the other, until we don't have the resources to do both, Supervisor Kirk.
Well, how have we not had the resources if we've been doing it for 15 months, 12 months?
We haven't been doing all of them and when we did, most of them were doing one or the other. A few tried to do both, and when they did, they had major issues with it. People couldn't hear, they weren't able to communicate, that type of stuff.
Okay.
And so it doesn't if you're trying to log in and you find out that they can't hear you, or you can't hear what they're saying, or you can't see the screen, it's not a meaningful participation for you, and then you're frustrated with the staff who aren't able to provide what you need. And when the staff are there, they feel like failures because they don't have the necessary equipment to do what is needed.
I hear you, but I've been doing Zoom meetings for 15 months, and I think there's only been 1 or 2 meetings where there was a little glitch at the beginning. So I don't know how big this is being blown out of proportion. It kind of feels like we're being pushed into a corner where if we don't provide this room and spend this money on this room, that we're not going to have that option. And I think we need to have that option for the people in the public who want to participate, but are truly concerned about showing up, around people. So,
Well, and bringing it in a little bit, that's kind of more of a budget discussion, or do you?
Well, we don't have direction on board committees and commissions. The action that we're asking for is what do you want, what type of resolution, or if any, that you want to pass. So that what we're looking for today's County Council's memo is the options 1, 2, or 3 at the end of her.
Right, and my recommendation, just to make it clear, it's adopt a resolution making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, which are modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency, based on the Cal OSHA regulations recommending social distancing to prevent the spread of COVID-19. That's my recommendation.
Okay. All right, is there any, a motion on that recommendation by the board?
I'll make a motion on option number 3.
And I'll second it. So we have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Campbell. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so motion passes with 4 votes and 1 vote being Supervisor Brandon opposed. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and break. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone. So I think we're going to start with item 18. Yeah, okay. All right, everyone, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for October 5th, 2021. So we're back, and I'm going to have our board clerk please read. We've completed item 17, and so we're on to item 18. If you could read that for us.
Item number 18, approving an agreement between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Starview Adolescent Center for fiscal year 2021 through 2024.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Michael Wilson, Behavioral Health Director. Greetings, Board. And I will allow my deputy to introduce himself.
Brock Colby, Behavioral Health Deputy Director.
And I'll summarize this board item. Tuolumne County Behavioral Health has to provide a continuum of services for all populations, but particularly for youth. We're very concerned. Foremost, we always seek to provide those services as locally as possible, but to provide that continuum and sometimes more extensive services, we must kind of look far and wide, and in this case, all the way down to Los Angeles area. The particular facility that we're contracting with provides a wide array of services. I mean, everything you could imagine for our most intense clients, and I will pass it on to Brock to finish up.
Starview Adolescent Center is a residential treatment facility for youth from our counties and other counties. Serves foster youth with a range of intensive services. And it includes a psychiatric health facility or a psychiatric hospital on site. The intent is to provide intense services to foster youth in order to help them get better and to move to a lower level of care and return back to our community. It has no impact to our general fund. It comes out of realignment funding. It is included in our 2021-2022 budget. And primarily, we are requesting the board to approve the agreement between the county and Starview Adolescent Center.
All right, thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Yeah, Supervisor Brandon?
Great. Yeah, thank you both for presenting on this. I just wanted to ask what other options were explored with this? Was this done through an RFP process? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
This was the only facility, I believe, in the state between behavioral health and child welfare services that we were able to find. So no, there was no RFP process, nor is none required in these circumstances. We're required to pay for this level of service.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Yeah, you know, being in Los Angeles, of course, is a long distance away, but it is most important to get the appropriate level of care. So appreciate you guys, you know, working on that and taking care of our kids the best you can. Thank you.
Okay, is there any public comments on this? Okay, anyone calling in? All right, bring it back to the board. If there's no more discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve item 18.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so then, other than our closed session item, is hemp the only thing left? Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to move back up to item 16. And our Ag Commissioner.
Item number 16, provide feedback to the board on the public outreach efforts, status of the California Industrial Hemp State Plan, and receive direction from the Board of Supervisors on the components of an industrial hemp ordinance.
Just give me one moment.
Is this her? Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yeah. Can I get Heather's help for just a moment? Sorry, I thought I had everything under control.
Oh, okay. Oh, I have a, yep. I keep some ugly ones in the desk so that I don't.
Sorry about that, need some technical help on the computer. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kelly Schroeder, the Tuolumne County Agricultural Commissioner, and with me is
Cody Nesper, Deputy County Counsel.
So today, I'd like to give you an update on the status of the California Industrial Hemp Plan, the outreach that staff conducted on industrial hemp, and ask for direction on industrial hemp ordinance. So as of September 20th, 2021, USDA and CDFA are still going back and forth on the approval process of the California State Plan. The agricultural commissioners were told by the California Department of Food and Agriculture that we would receive an update regarding the plan, the state plan, at our fall conference the week of October 18th. So at this point, the state plan has not been approved yet and is still going back and forth, and we will receive an update in a couple of weeks. On June 17th, county staff held a virtual town hall on industrial hemp. I invited the Tuolumne County Farm Bureau president and advertised in the Union Democrat, My Motherlode, and on Facebook and Instagram. We had one public attendee. On August 5th, for the town hall, we had 5 members of the public attend, and out of the 5 attendees, 2 took our survey. They were both interested in growing industrial hemp. On August 5th, at the board meeting, I had announced that Quincy Yaley, with the Community Development Department, created an online survey with OpenGov. I advertised this survey in the Union Democrat, My Motherlode, Facebook, and Instagram. Quincy also sent it out in an email list that she has of her industry contacts. For the OpenGov survey, we had 169 attendees and 151 responses. In the next slides, I will provide the summary of the responses. So I don't know, let's see. Can everyone see that? So most people had heard about what industrial hemp was. Only 17 people of our 151 responses replied that they were interested in growing industrial hemp. And then had they heard from other people or farmers in the county that they were interested in growing? And 55 people had heard that other people were interested. And then what's the minimum acreage that people think that should be required for a property to be allowed to grow industrial hemp on? 77% said, 51% said 0 to 10 acres. And the next highest one is 28% with the 11 to 40 acres. And then we went through what concerns do people have about growing industrial hemp. 41% said they didn't have any concerns. 53% said that water use and availability of water was a concern. As California is in a drought, that's not surprising. And 15% stated that the smell would be a concern for them. And 27% were security and crime would be an issue. So let's see.
Could I see that just real, I didn't catch everything. Okay, smell.
Sure, I can go back.
Noise.
Where would you like?
No, just the last one you were on.
Last one?
I didn't catch all the things.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
Smell, noise. All right, thank you.
Uh-huh. So some people chose to input comments in the other section of their, what their concerns and opinions are. And those comments and each individual response is available at OpenGov at this website, www.opentownhall.com/10978, if anyone's interested in reading every specific response. So we are looking for direction from your board on whether or not to move forward with an industrial hemp ordinance. If we will move forward, I will discuss some of the items I'm looking for with direction and give my, my recommendations. And some of these items will be regarding requiring a county license, legal water sources, zoning, indoor-outdoor cultivation, security bonds, and site security plans. Many counties have incorporated these items into their current county ordinances. And beyond the state license that is required, the registration, our county could require each applicant to obtain a county license or a permit, if you want to call it that. And again, water availability was a concern on the survey. And zoning is another big topic that we'll have to discuss, because currently, in Tuolumne County, general farming and ranching is allowed in, this is going to get wordy, but I just want you to realize it's basically allowed in almost every zone we have. So residential estate 1, 2, 3, 5, and 10 acre minimums, general agricultural district 10 and 20 acre minimums, exclusive ag districts 37, 80, and 160 acre minimums, open space allows under conditional use, general farming and ranching with no buildings and no minimum parcel size. General recreational district allows for general farming and ranching with no building. Within the mixed use district, greenhouses and nurseries are allowed. Commercial recreational district allows for general farming and ranching under conditional use. Allowed are agricultural processing facilities and activities and nurseries and greenhouses. Neighborhood commercial processing facilities, neighborhood commercial districts allow nurseries and greenhouses. General commercial district allows nurseries and greenhouses. Heavy commercial districts allow nurseries and greenhouses. Special commercial districts allow nurseries and greenhouses. Business park districts allow nurseries and greenhouses, and under conditional use, general farming and ranching. Light industrial district allows general farming and ranching and nurseries and greenhouses. Heavy industrial district allows general farming and ranching, processing agricultural products, and nurseries and greenhouses. Public district allows general farming and ranching and processing of agricultural products and nurseries and greenhouses. Timberland district, under conditional use, allows general farming and ranching and processing agricultural products and nurseries and greenhouses. Mineral preserve allows for great raising of crops and under conditional use wholesale nurseries and general farming and ranching and processing. Agricultural preserve combining district, when combined with the agricultural exclusive 37-acre minimum zoning district, is subject to approval of an ag management plan by the Board of Supervisors in accordance with Resolution 10604, and allows for general farming and ranching, nursery stock, processing, packing, selling, and shipping. So as you can see, a majority of our zoning districts in our county allows for general farming or ranching or nurseries and greenhouses. So I think it's imperative that we restrict our industrial hemp if we decide to move forward within specific zones. So this is a little hard to see, but this is a map of downtown Jamestown right here. I can zoom in. Does that help? So this is downtown Jamestown. And these are residential exclusive 1 to 5 acre parcels. These green areas are 37 acre ag exclusive 37 acre parcels. So I know I haven't been a member of this community for a long time. However, being here for 3 years and working with the community and industry, I have come to learn that the community members in Tuolumne County consider themselves on 1 to 10 acre parcels in residential areas. They don't feel like they are in general farming and ranching communities. They feel like they're in a residential home setting. So I'd just like to point out that if we were to allow industrial hemp to grow on these small acreages and small parcels, even on the 37, that we could have quite an impact on our residents with smell and odor and potential theft, if we were to consider that. So the 37 acre ones do mix in quite a bit with the residential estates 1 through 10. This is a little bit more of a close-up right there of Jamestown. So it's right there in the middle of Jamestown. And this is downtown Sonora. So as you can see in this one, there's some residential 1 acre parcels, some 5 acre parcels, some 2 acre parcels, and the 37 acre parcels kind of just butt up against those as well. So the residents of the Sonora area could be impacted with smell as well. And this is Pine Mountain Lake. So this is a gated community up in the Groveland area, and it's surrounded on 3 sides by 37 acre parcels. So these residents in their gated community, if we were to allow industrial hemp on 37 acre parcels, could be surrounded on all 3 sides by industrial hemp. And this is just an overview. I got the maps from GIS, from Madeline and GIS. So this is just a large overview of the county. And the yellow areas are like the RE1s through 10s. And then the green areas are more of the agricultural 37 acre and higher parcels. But it even goes up into Twainhart, you know, that and Miwook area that it could be affected with industrial hemp being right up against what our area considers residential areas. So another thing that we need to look at, and I'll discuss further, is allowing indoor-outdoor cultivation. The options vary greatly between the counties. San Luis Obispo allows indoor and outdoor cultivation. However, they've limited their outdoor cultivation sites to 400 acres or larger, and indoor sites have to be 5 acres or larger. While other counties allow indoor cultivation to be limited to nursery stock and seed breeders only, this could help to prevent plants going to seed outdoors and voluntarily seedlings popping up after harvest. So one of the biggest issues with indoor cultivation is that some counties are finding that the growers are growing cannabis under the guise of industrial hemp. So these are some of the items that I'll go into in my recommendations. So, and I'll go over my rationale for each one. And I understand that you'll be seeing these for the first time today, and that you'll need to digest this information and to make some informed decisions. So I'm prepared, if needed by the board, to come back on October 19th to hear your thoughts and your recommendations. So the first question is does the board still want to move forward with developing an industrial hemp ordinance? Or do we want to leave the moratorium in place? So we can get back to everything, but that would be my first question. The second item is licenses or permits. That the term can be interchangeable. So currently, regulations require people to complete a registration application in order to cultivate industrial hemp. The state collects this fee, and the county would only be reimbursed for activities related to the registration. So would our board want to require a license or a permit in addition to the state registration? And then we could develop fees around that. And I'll come back later with a whole fee structure and recommendation. So I don't want to get hung up on the fees today. I want to come back to that on another time. So my recommendation would be to require a license or a permit. And my rationale for that would be it would allow the county to be able to revoke a license or permit for a land use violation. The state registration does not allow this at this time. Owner consent. Shall the county require the applicant to be the deed holder of the land or for the deed holder to provide written consent to cultivate industrial hemp on specified parcels? My recommendation is yes. My rationale is by requiring owner consent, the owner will be responsible for all activities on the property. The county could put a lien on a deed if costs were not paid for services rendered. Legal water sources. That was one of the concerns in our survey, was over 50% of people were concerned with water. Shall the applicant identify all legal water sources used for cultivation activities? My recommendation is yes. Oh, sorry, you can ignore I. As California is in a drought and wells are failing in our county, it would be highly advantageous to require identifying where the water is coming from to prevent siphoning off of our rivers and streams and stealing of water. Security bonds. Shall the applicant be required to submit a bond in the amount of 100% of estimated cost to fully abate a crop of industrial hemp that does not meet requirements for legal harvest and regulation? The bond provided shall be released to the applicant after the Ag Commissioner determines that the security is no longer needed to secure the abatement of a non-compliant hemp crop. My recommendation is yes. My rationale is that some counties have had growers abandon their crops because they do not meet their THC thresholds. By requiring a security bond, the county can recover hopefully the full amount of a crop destruction, which I heard for one of the counties it was over $120,000, and that was just for one grower. Site security plan. Shall a site security plan be required? My recommendation is yes. It could include detailed information regarding fencing, cameras, bonded security personnel, locking gates, access by law enforcement and first responders, and any other measure that I think or our board thinks should be required. The rationale is that theft has been a huge issue with industrial hemp, as it is commonly mistaken for cannabis, although it's even posted and required by regulation to be posted as industrial hemp. And requiring a site security plan and specifying certain aspects of the plan, we can hopefully eliminate or impede attempts at theft for our growers. Indoor cultivation. Shall we allow indoor cultivation? Staff recommendation is only to allow indoor cultivation for the cultivation of hemp transplants or seed production in a structure dedicated solely to the cultivation of nursery stock. My rationale is prevent cross-pollination with medical marijuana grows in the county. By only allowing transplants or seed production, it could aid in someone not being able to grow a deceptive crop as well. And if at some point the county allows the cultivation of cannabis, it could help with cross-pollination. Outdoor cultivation, shall we allow it? My recommendation is yes. I didn't put a rationale. You know, it could be grown just like any other crop outside. Zoning, which zone shall we allow indoor and outdoor cultivation? My recommendation is on AE 80, which is ag exclusive 80 acre minimum and ag exclusive 160 acre minimum. My rationale is that we need to try and prevent ag-urban interface issues and keep agriculture on agricultural land. Outdoor theft and pesticide use could be issues associated with industrial hemp. Our county allows for general farming and ranching in the majority of its zoning districts, as I mentioned earlier. By allowing cultivation on small parcels, the county could receive a large number of complaints based not just on odor, but on pesticide use and drift as well. Again, Jamestown has a mix of RE1 through RE5 with AE 37 butted up right against these zones. City of Sonora has the AE 37 zones right up against it. Pine Mountain Lake is surrounded on 3 sides by AE 37. And residents in these areas will be calling, I think, could be, possibly, calling daily regarding smell complaints if industrial hemp is allowed to grow right next to their homes. By only allowing the cultivation of industrial hemp in AE 80 and AE 160, the cultivation sites should be far enough away from blocks of residents to hopefully prevent the odor from becoming a nuisance. Theft is also an issue. There have been shootouts between marauders and law enforcement by distancing cultivation from known residential areas. This should increase the safety of our homeowners. Setbacks for outdoor. My recommendation is yes, we should have setbacks for outdoor cultivation. 100 feet from the boundary line of the parcel, unless the boundary line of the hemp cultivation on the parcel is adjacent to the boundary line of the hemp cultivation area on an adjacent parcel that is under legal control of the same. So basically, unless hemp's growing next to hemp. And 1,000 feet from the closest portion or the property line of any parcel containing a sensitive receptor. A sensitive receptor could be a school, a church, a hospital, 200 feet from any residential dwelling not on the licensed parcel, 200 feet from the closest portion of any residentially zoned parcel. And my rationale is that many counties have based their setbacks somewhat on pesticide use enforcement. Setbacks have been used in pesticide use enforcement to help in preventing drift and odors from pesticides to neighboring parcels. By requiring setbacks, it also helps protect the grower's crop by not allowing it to be grown right on the property line and is easily accessible for theft. For indoor setbacks, shall we require setbacks for indoor cultivation? My recommendation is yes. 50 feet from any boundary line of the parcel under different ownership, 1,000 feet from a parcel containing a sensitive receptor, and 100 feet from any residential dwelling. Again, my rationale is many counties have based their setbacks somewhat on pesticide use enforcement, and they've been used to help prevent drift and odors from pesticides to neighboring parcels. For security, shall there be security for indoor greenhouse cultivation operations? My recommendation is yes. Either a perimeter fence or trenching similar to an irrigation trench to be in place around the perimeter of the growing facility prior to production. A trench, there would be like, either fences can be expensive, but digging a trench so that somebody can't just drive right onto the property, there would be a gated entrance for the facility. Growing facilities shall have a secured and locked industrial grade gate at all vehicular ingress and egress points after the hours of normal operation. And the grower shall file a no trespassing letter with the sheriff's office containing contact information allowing for law enforcement action to occur after hours of normal operation. Growing facilities shall have exterior lighting around its perimeter functioning between the hours of sunset and sunrise while in production. And the rationale is that theft again has been an issue with industrial hemp. A perimeter fence aids in preventing theft. If a person does not want to invest in a fence again, then they could dig a trench that a person could not drive through. A secured and locked gate will also aid in preventing theft, and outdoor lighting has also been shown to prevent theft in many situations. Security for outdoor cultivations, my recommendation is yes. To ensure that we should ensure that a perimeter fence or trenching again be placed around the growing grounds prior to production. Again, a locked industrial gate put in place, and file a no trespassing letter with the sheriff's office containing contact information allowing for law enforcement action to occur after hours and of normal operation. And then security, shall there be security for outdoor cultivation
operations, and my recommendation is, sorry, am I repeating? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was doing this late last night. Research cultivation. So shall the county allow cultivation of industrial hemp for research institutions? And my recommendation is yes. However, limit it to 1 acre per license holder within the county. And the rationale is that in the beginning, people were trying to pass themselves off as research institutions. And some of the other counties spoke with the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources. And UCNA&R said that for research purposes, 1 acre is more than enough for them to conduct their research. So, mouthful. Anaya, 20 minutes. Questions, and I'm assuming we're going to want to go back to the list.
So just to clarify, so first question is, do we want to move forward with developing an ordinance for industrial hemp? And then you have these recommendations here, and so I guess could we pull that first question first? Yes. Is that okay that we at least establish whether or not we want to do industrial hemp? So who's in support of that first question? Right, I just want to, so we're starting out, this first question is, do we want an ordinance for industrial hemp, period? So before we get into the, is that okay? Okay. So Supervisor Half is
Yeah, I just wanted
looking for an up or down.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this, and this will involve County Council to answer the question. From the report, the written report that we got with the board packet, it appears that the state and the federal government are still at odds with each other as far as this goes. Okay.
Yeah, Supervisor Half, I don't know if I'd describe it as at odds, but what I would say is that the state, there's no approved state plan, and so there might be some inconsistencies still between the state and federal rules. So yeah, there's no current state approved plan.
Okay. So I'm glad this is the first question because I think it's a go, no go. If we don't have compliance with the state, or at least an understanding with the state, I don't see how or why we should expend any energy on developing plans until that's worked out. I do appreciate all the work that you have done so far on this, and if the rest of the board wants to go forth and answer all these questions and move forward, I'm okay with that too, but I would say it's a no-go for me until the state, and unless the state gives us clear direction.
So could I take a stab at that part of it? So the reason why this came before us initially is that this is going to be state law, whether we want it or not. And so the state has given us the option to develop our own ordinance if we would like. If we do not choose to develop our own ordinance, then that means that the state ordinance comes into effect, and there will be allowed commercial hemp cultivation with none of the restrictions. And that's the, am I correct?
Well, if I could clarify,
Okay.
So Supervisor Campbell, the county has put in place an ordinance regarding industrial hemp, and that the current ordinance is that it's not allowed in Tuolumne County. And that's a permanent ban until that is changed. And that when that was put in place, the board directed us to come back with an ordinance to allow hemp and regulate hemp. So regardless of what the state does, industrial hemp is not allowed in Tuolumne County. It's currently not allowed, and it will not be allowed until we amend that section of our ordinance code. So it's not as if we don't put specific regulations, local regulations in place, that doesn't mean that it's going to be allowed everywhere, because it's currently not allowed in any zone in Tuolumne County.
Did I understand October 18th was the date? I'm sorry for.
Yeah.
Was that when a decision was supposed to be coming down?
No, the ag commissioners were just told by California Department of Food and Ag that we would be given an update on the state plan at our conference on the week of the 18th. So I don't know what that update will be. I don't know if it will be they've approved it, if they're still working on it. I would assume if it were going to be, my assumption, if it were going to be approved, then they would just tell us now, it's like looking like it'd be approved, and then, but why they're letting it, holding back on us until the conference, I'm not really sure. And if we do decide not to have an ordinance and we do decide to allow industrial hemp, Ryan is correct that you can just end the ban on growing industrial hemp and allow industrial hemp. But if we don't put this ordinance together, it could be a free-for-all. So it could just be grown anywhere of those zoning areas that I mentioned earlier that allow for general farming and ranching. So if the board chooses to create and allow cultivation of industrial hemp in the county, my recommendation would be to put some kind of ordinance together, whether it be now or in the future, so that if you do decide to allow cultivation, that we have some restrictions within our county.
And so the next question would be then, let's say we did go ahead and follow your recommendations, when would this be put in place? Would it automatically go into place or 30 days after, or would we wait until the state gives us direction?
I think that's something that your board could direct. I mean, it could go in place now. There are counties in California that allow industrial hemp cultivation. The state regulations set the floor, the regulatory floor, and we can have more strict requirements if we want locally, up into not allowing it at all, which is what Tuolumne County is currently opted to do. Does that answer the question?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a dead horse. I kind of feel like we're where we were months ago, where we're waiting on the state and the feds. And once we figure out where they are, then we'll have a baseline because I don't want to have a free-for-all. So my question is simple. Are we going to have a free-for-all if we don't do this right now, when the state approves it?
No, because it is currently allowed in the state of California to grow industrial hemp. So if the county had not passed the moratorium that it did, then there would be no local regulations. It would just be applying the state regulations in Tuolumne County, which is the county put in place a temporary moratorium and then a permanent moratorium more recently.
So when the state and the feds agree and that day comes, we can still keep our moratorium in place until we come up with our own ordinance, correct?
Correct.
So that's kind of where I'm at, because who knows what might become of that conversation.
There were two bans, okay? About 2 years ago, when the state developed its guidelines, they came to the county and said, we need to make a decision. What are you going to do? Are you going to follow state rules? And so we implemented the temporary moratorium that had to be reapproved every year or.
Yeah, like 22 months
Yeah.
and something.
So we had to do it twice, I think. Then at our last meeting, right? Or the time before, the last time we talked about hemp, we chose to ban it for now and send it to the planning commission and your office to develop what we have before us. Am I correct in the timeline?
Yeah, I think so.
Because that's why I'm a little confused about the ban, because my understanding at the time that we agreed to the ban, or at least from my perspective, why I agreed to it, was not because I wanted to ban commercial hemp cultivation outright. It was because we needed to make a decision right now, and so we ban it to allow time for the ag commissioner and these other departments to develop a way to have it proceed legally, and then come back now, which is the purpose of this meeting, to look at your findings and try to develop that plan. Am I describing things correctly?
Yes, I think you are.
Because it's kind of like we're hanging our hat on this, the county banned commercial hemp, but there was a major caveat to that ban when it was in place. And I remember because I was one of the ones that agreed to that ban.
The temporary moratorium, there are time limits that the government code puts in place that those time limits expired. And had the county not put a moratorium in place, then the state regulations would have applied. And if the county had approved just banning to industrial hemp cultivation with the direction to come back with local regulations, which is what we're doing now.
But
I think that when that happened, there might have been some sort of
I think we were
assumptions.
thinking that the state and the feds by now would have had some sort, that's what I'm saying, would have had some sort of understanding. So what is it, can you just clarify for me real quick, what is it we're waiting for the state and the feds to come to agreement on? So that I'm clear.
So right now, they're trying to get the state plan to agree with the federal side. And I don't know the exact specifics because it hasn't been shared with us what they're debating. However, the testing for samples prior to harvest, it went from like California set up a 30-day period, then it went to a 15-day period, and now it's back to a 30-day period that the
Would
growers.
some of those potentially be in our ordinance that we create?
No, we probably wouldn't put that into our ordinance because it would be in regulation. But I don't know exactly, excuse me, what portions of the state plan that we might want to incorporate into our.
Is there a
sorry.
chance that part of the state plan might be incorporated into our ordinance?
Potentially, yes.
And so that's my point, is I think we all agree that we want to move forward with maybe allowing this in an ordinance. I just don't want to go through all this work and then have to redo something because, I mean, we're waiting on the state to have their plan approved. It just seems premature to me. So I think all the work up to here is like, it's like a shovel-ready project. We can start the discussion. But for me, I personally think we should just press pause until the state and the feds come to an agreement. I know the last two conversations we had, I think we all thought we would have been there by now, but we're still waiting. That's my point.
That's kind of where the confusion is for me, because my thought was at the last meeting, that was us pressing pause.
Yeah.
So that we could then come, that was kind of where I was left.
That was my impression too.
Yeah.
I mean, we had it was, to my understanding, the 2018 Farm Bill legalized it federally, and then it was SB 527 or whatever it was, legalized it at the state level. But there's no guarantee that in a year or two or three, those are necessarily going to be in alignment. And it sounds like that's more of a compliance issue for the grower, who would be hiring folks to do the books and run through the tax systems and figure that out. Because there's maybe not alignment there, that if we don't really develop this and we kind of wait for them to get into alignment, what if they don't? We've seen that in other areas where maybe they're just going to end up being different standards. In my packet, I included some things showing that, this is, especially being recently legalized, a relatively high growth industry as far as acreage, the recent legalization. Missing out on 2 or 3 years of this could be harmful economically. A lot of the investment might dry up. And part of this is I'd like to get Kelly, somebody that can specifically work on this issue, which requires enough to have viable tax revenue to cover that, or a deputy to work specifically on cannabis and hemp issues or something like that. If we miss the boat, so to speak, and only have one very tiny grow somewhere, it's almost more hassle than it's worth. We kind of want to be striking while the iron's hot on that.
On the other side of that, Supervisor Brandon, what if we spend all this staff time now in developing the plan and it never comes to fruition because the state doesn't really get clear, and then we've spent all this staff time that it could have been used for other things that are, just as important.
I think if we implement it, even without the state being perfectly clear on it, it is binding for our county. I mean, we could still operate under that ordinance. And I assume that if the state passes minimum laws of what it has to be, we can't go below the minimum or maximum, right? But anything that we set specific to Tuolumne County, say if we had setbacks in certain areas that were in excess of that, we would still have the original ordinance we draft, kind of like what Supervisor Kirk was saying. We would take our ordinance, maybe we select a few things from theirs, but we'd still have all the work put into this.
Yeah, and I would also kind of piggybacking on that, I would kind of argue that the ship's already sailed in terms of the staff time. We've already had several meetings and we already have a developed plan before us. Yeah, I don't know. We've already invested
If the
a lot
majority of the board
time.
wants to go down it, I disagree. I think we should wait, but if you guys want to go down that road, I'll definitely participate in the conversation. I mean, if you look at cannabis, we're still dealing with the legislators not doing their job and leaving things willy-nilly and open to jurisdictions to decide, when really that decision should have been made at the state level in conjunction with the Fed. So, again, this isn't cannabis, this is hemp, but I just think we should wait for that baseline ordinance to be decided at the state level before we
So
have more
I've got
time.
a,
But I'm fine with what the board wants to do. I'll participate in the conversation.
I've got a couple of thoughts here too. And I hear what you're saying, Supervisor Kirk. But what Supervisor Brendan just said, as far as, if the state comes out with something and we didn't already have that incorporated into our ordinance, and it was a minimum, then that would, I think, tell us that we'd have to put that in there. I've seen a lot of work has gone into what we have here so far, and I don't think that we should just postpone it because we don't know how they're going to end up, and it's still going to take more work. I mean, we've got thoughts and questions, of our own to, answer concerns, smell, distances, zoning, all of these things, they're presented here as things that we need to consider, but, we need to, if we're looking at moving this thing along at all, then we should be getting ahead of the game and getting the work, done, because so much effort has already been put into it. Anyways, that's just, some, and I've got specific questions depending where we go, but.
Okay, so let's just poll and see, are we willing to move forward with developing an ordinance of industrial hemp? So I'll say yes.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Just me? Okay, 2 yeses?
Yes.
Yes.
I say no, but
No, okay.
majority goes, and I'll be part of the conversation.
I'm willing to move forward with it, but not put it in place, not activate the plan and have people sign up until there's clarification from the state.
So, and that actually raises an interesting question. I was kind of thinking that we'd probably have to have another discussion about implementation anyway. This is just my view of what we're trying to accomplish here, is kind of high level. What do we want to see in terms of zoning setbacks, that kind of thing? And I don't see anywhere in here where there's a date this is going to happen. We don't want to just make legislation and not do anything with it. But I was kind of the mind that we would keep that question off of.
Well, we have to discuss
Yeah, I would be with what Supervisor Half is saying, that we can develop this thing and then we can decide an implementation date based on additional information that we get.
Yeah.
And can I,
Yes.
and by the time we get through all the steps of coming back on the October 19th, making any, putting everything together, county council reviewing everything, us hearing from the public, going before the planning commission, it could be, will be after the first of the year. So hopefully I keep saying hopefully by then we'll have a state plan, but hopefully by then we'll have a state plan. So I understand what you're saying, but by the time we get there, and hopefully I'll have some more information on the week of the 18th. Now, if I come back on the 19th, I don't know when they're discussing it. So I don't know if when I come back on the 19th, I'll have that answer or not, because the conference is going that week and I'll be here for one of those days. But hopefully we'll have a clearer idea that week of when the state plan might be approved.
I'm sorry, which week?
The October 18th.
This 18th?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And what do you expect to come out of that meeting?
Well, they're supposed to give us an update on where the state plan is and the status of it, is from what I understand.
Okay.
So I don't know what they're going to tell us, but I'm hoping they'll tell us. Otherwise, why put it on the agenda?
Okay, well, I'm okay moving ahead because, I mean, we would still have time at that point to make changes if something comes out of the state that's completely counter to
Yes,
our bright ideas.
exactly.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so I think we have a majority on question one.
Okay.
That's not a bad idea. Well, first, do we have any just kind of questions, general clarification of this before we get into kind of the details of this? Because I'd like to give the public a chance to have their say before we start going over specifics. You have a lot of comments, but any questions about what we've discussed up to this point?
Item 1.
On anything? On anything, right? Any of them? Any questions?
I think it's
Questions about
Yeah, about any of the presentation.
Was Jared going to go?
However we want to do it, this won't be probably something that ends up being fast. So I try to write it down to speed it along, so it might make sense to do public comment first.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do public comment first. So at this time, I'll invite people down. If they have a comment they'd like to make, please come to the podium. And actually, I don't think we've shared the public comment line since this morning, so sorry I'm putting you on the spot. Ms. Ryan, would you please read the number for folks to call in?
If the public would like to provide verbal public comment remotely, they can call 209-533-6581.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, sir.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks for letting me speak again, you guys. I'm in maybe a parallel industry to this in cannabis, and I want to let you guys know that this is actually pretty much identical to cannabis and the effects on the community. So I find it interesting that everybody's, looking into this one. It gives me a lot of confidence that you guys might be looking into cannabis soon. I did want to mention one thing because I'm not sure if she said it properly and I must have heard it wrong. But the greenhouses aren't actually helping keep the pollen away from the neighborhood. It's only keeping pollen away from the plants that they have in the greenhouse. So that's not a benefit to the community for greenhouses. The smell, the security and theft, the stuff she all hit, identical to cannabis. The difference with cannabis in that is we actually have a very detailed plan of how to enroll things, and you guys know because you guys have all gone over it. And then one of the things that I don't think people realize with hemp is it's the same exact plant as cannabis, same species, cannabis. And when you're talking about the allowable amount of THC, which is 0.3%, averaging, not biomass, but actual buds and things that produce THC on those hemp plants equals about 8,000 pounds of an acre. I heard somebody throw out an answer, 400 acres of grow space for that, and that equals 192,000 pounds of 50% concentrate and higher. And that's, as far as I know, perfectly legal for them to do. They will be processing it. That is how they do their stuff. It's very much fully used nowadays. The biomass goes to the biomass people. They harvest the THC from it, and they also harvest the smells, which is called terpenes. And that's how they sell that as well. So there would be about 192,000 pounds of 50% THC in a concentrate that could potentially come from a 400-acre cannabis hemp grow. So that's pretty significant, just to let you guys know what you might actually be getting into with that, especially if you allow 400 acres. And the negative side of all that is it definitely pollinates everybody's plants in the neighborhood. Anybody growing a medical crop, that would be ruined. So that's very unfortunate. And as a cannabis guy, I would say, heck no, don't have hemp in this county. It's going to ruin potential cannabis. Unfortunately, that's against my principles. I think America's made for a land of opportunities. In a capitalist society, it's always good to have competition. And the more people that are willing to play, the better, in my opinion. More jobs in the area and more prosperity to the community, even though it would mess my crops up and my neighbors' crops up. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak on this? The crowd's thinned down quite a bit. Anyone on the phones that would like to speak? All right. Okay, so we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Yeah, so Supervisor Brandon, you've got questions or
Yeah, do we want to
comments or-
go through Kelly's section of the 14 questions here? Mine does address some of the things that I kind of had comments on. Other ones like license, it didn't really have any. And it also has a little bit more exposition and background and some resources in it. So whatever way you want to proceed with that.
I'll leave it up to you. I didn't so this,
I know,
I
I
haven't
agree
had a
with it.
chance to read this because I saw it at, 9 o'clock this morning, but are there areas where they overlap or
Yeah.
work together?
So I'll just go through my packet and we can see
Yeah.
what it ends up covering in there. I won't go over every single bit, but I'll briefly cover each section. I wrote a thing, this is also on my Facebook page for anybody watching or wanting to see a copy. You can go view a Google Doc version of this and be able to read along with it. And it's actually in color. Sorry about that, I got the settings wrong in the printer. So you look at this, the history and profile of hemp, as mentioned, very similar plant, but it has a very long history of being used by humans. It's a relatively green plant. It's kind of a new material for a lot of different industries, and it grows very well here. Historically, it's been used in North America for about 400 years, and I attached a cool little USDA pro-war hemp for victory video that shows what hemp farming looks like even back in 1942. So I put a little explainer if you're not 100% clear on the differences in hemp and marijuana. Even though they are the same species, I kind of made the comparison of Chihuahuas and German Shepherds. They are the same species, but they're substantially different in chemistry and the way that potentially they can grow as well. The main difference is marijuana's THC and some CBD, and hemp is very little THC and primarily CBD. Hemp is over the counter. THC is mixed regulation from prohibited substance to legalized medicine to recreational drug in there. The industry, as I mentioned, legalized by the 2018 Farm Bill. It's a $20 billion industry estimated for 2023, led by the US, China, and India. And it's everything from seeds to oils, building materials and concrete, insulation, biodiesel, but 87% of it goes to CBD. CBD is an additive in balms, lotions, shampoos. It's kind of like how caffeine was suddenly in everything. CBD is moving in that direction, and it's a huge growth industry globally. And that also tends to be the most profitable crop by far. So I did a little napkin number analysis, and this is really only meant to be a rough estimate from some of the sources I was finding of what this could potentially mean for Tuolumne County. So per acre, hemp can produce, depending on the use, fiber, seed, or CBD, 2,500 to 75,000 per acre. And I do have some sources in here as well. Acre corn is about 1,000. Sonoma wine grapes was estimated 11,000 from their site. So conservatively saying 20 to 45,000 per acre with one 100-acre parcel to make it simple, 2 crops per year with a $1,000 per acre annual permit. It's got a little intro that you would end up having gross sales potentially of 2.1 million to 4.7 million and direct county revenue of $120,000 to $145,000. Some state excise taxes, as I understood it, potentially falls under that still because it is the cannabis plant, even though it's kind of regulated differently. But it also puts 1.2 million back into supplies, labor. If we hire security guards, it's the security guard, it's the truckers, it's all of that. So it does create a lot of indirect economic activity. And so I roughed this out for an AE 160 property that if you considered with the setbacks that I had, I think were 500 or something like that, would effectively leave up to a maximum of 72% of it being able to be used, which is about 0.1% of our ag land. So that's roughly about one AE 160 property could produce about 120 to 145,000 in revenue for the county. And that adds up to about 1,200 to 1,450 in county revenue per acre. We do have a couple of sites that are county owned, at least in part, that may be potentially suitable for hemp and not for some other purposes. I listed those there. And a lot of the jobs in the industry tend to be pretty good. Anyway, that's the background on it. I brought my little timer thing, and I don't think it's going to be very useful for this one.
I think it would be really useful.
So legal water sources is one of them, to look up a water conservation requirement, such as requiring drip or gray water, since water was such a huge concern in the survey, and recommending indoor grows for a number of reasons. Looking at security deposits. Well, we can go through these as we go through the plan.
That was kind of more what I was looking for. So we have a list of potential recommendations. Do you have any questions or opinions on those recommendations, or do you have alternative recommendations that you would like to make?
Like I said, I asked which format you'd like to do, and you said whatever you'd like, so I just started at the beginning of this. I do have a section for some considerations on some of these topics. Some of the other ones were fine, and they didn't really need to have any input on. So I can continue reading through those, but don't want to bore you.
So that's the part that I find most interesting, is what your decisions are with respect to the questions that are before us.
Right, so it might make sense to go
wanna
through
hear.
these first, and then as these come up, which was what I was suggesting, I can tag these in. Otherwise, I'm going to give a long list of some that have overlap, and then we're going to go through another long list that has redundancy.
If I could weigh
I'm
in.
not real clear on, so why don't you go through the recommendations here and what your thoughts are? This is kind of your opportunity. I'm not,
That's exactly what I'm saying. Let's go through these recommendations.
okay, let's.
Okay, are we just starting on license? Do we want to?
Yes, why don't you start on license? That's the one that's in front of us.
And Supervisor Campbell, I do think it would be easiest for ag if we could get kind of a feeling for the whole board's direction on these items. You know, if we can go through one at a time and get kind of input from the whole board, if
Okay.
there is, to the extent that there is input.
Just a little gun shy to give a long list of stuff, because in the past, we haven't revisited almost any of those items. So on license in particular, we discussed about the permitting fee structure is not suggested in here, but obviously that's a big part of the revenue structure. It could be for abatement and everything. Want to recommend not calling it a license, just for not having confusion with a business license, which they would also have to have if that's implemented, but a permit for it. An upfront, easy-to-calculate system. Monterey, for example, uses a square footage basis that's upfront instead of a poundage or other more complicated measure. I would recommend that such permitting includes the full cost of compliance, including the randomized lab testing, and that from the license amounts, it goes to the community they're near for services, equipment, and infrastructure, minus the amount we set for staff time, including deputies and compliance officers. And then there's a number of state things that they have to go through, for example, background checks and that, but that's not in our hands.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg on licenses.
Well, I kind of like the idea of I think there should be a licensing system, yes, require a license. We can figure out the fee structure, later. I kind of like the idea of the square footage, as a way, rather than trying to figure out crops and poundage. So I personally don't think that any one community should benefit more from what may come out of this in income for the county. It should be put into the county general fund, and we'll decide, as we always do, how to spend our money. Thank you. That's it for license.
Okay. And then, and that actually raises a question. All you really need to know from us now is whether or not we would like to see some kind of license.
Yeah, and
included.
I
Okay.
understand that everybody just got this now, so I don't definitely need like specific answers right now. If y'all want to take time, and I can come back on the 19th,
Okay.
feel free to discuss it now, but I don't know that I definitely, have to have an answer at this meeting. If we want to come back on the 19th, everybody has time to process, digest. That's up to the board.
Okay,
But,
all right, so
yeah.
I'll jump in there.
And I'd just
in
like
line,
to add
since we're
for
going
the
in line.
fees that I really need to look at the state regulation on the fees. We may only be able to do full cost recovery and nothing in addition.
Okay.
So just be aware of that might be in regulation that we need to review.
All right.
Okay.
And I'll just, we'll keep going down the line, but I'll go ahead and jump in. So I'll agree with having some kind of license in place, and I actually wrote exactly what Supervisor Brandon said. I don't think we should call it a license for exactly the same reason that he said, that we have business licenses and it can be confusing. This is something that goes beyond a business license and isn't anywhere connected or touching that element. And so whether we call it a permit or a fee for use or whatever, we wouldn't call it a license. That would be the only thing I would change. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I'll keep it simple. Yes to what Supervisor Campbell said. And I only have a quick question because it's going to relate to the rest of this, and then I won't ask the question again. But has the sheriff been brought into this conversation as far as code compliance and testing and understanding? Like we heard some other counties are growing cannabis under the umbrella of hemp. Has the sheriff been discussed?
Yeah, I don't think they were at our last meeting, but they've been at previous meetings with us in regards to industrial hemp.
Okay, because I think that's a
Yeah.
huge piece of the conversation.
Yeah,
We're not,
yeah.
Okay. Yes to what he said.
Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I'm more in favor of calling it a permit also, like Supervisor Brandon said. And I like the idea of based upon square footage on top of the state fee. So whatever the state fee is, we would charge an additional. And I do believe in full cost recovery, so we would be building in the costs of not only ag, but CDD, code compliance, county council, law enforcement, and any other costs that I forgot.
Okay, so is that sufficient direction? Okay, Supervisor Half, do you want to start out on number 3?
All right. I think we need more than an owner consent, like a scribble on a piece of paper. So I'd like to see that fleshed out a little bit more, but basically I agree.
Supervisor Kirk?
It can't be deed. I think, well, isn't that kind of taken care of in the deed holder? We'd look at who actually owns the deed of the property.
Or consent?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question, and I.
So the
Supervisor
owner
Cook.
would, the deed holder would have to give consent, but you just want it to be more like a contractual instead of just a.
So the deed holder would provide written consent to whoever's doing the cultivation, and I'd like to see it be more than a scribble on a piece of
Okay.
paper.
So whatever,
So we could
whatever
develop a
county
form.
council would recommend for it
Yeah.
to be more legitimate.
Right.
I agree with.
Understood.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of almost don't agree with this. I guess my question is, what is this a common thing? Where does it come out?
It's common that other counties require this because people will go onto somebody else's property. You know, we have a lot of absentee landowners. So somebody can go and start growing a crop and the landowner doesn't know, and then they abandon, and then who's going to be liable for that crop? So by doing this, then we have somebody, and Cody can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have somebody to go back to answer for the crop that's abandoned, to pay the fees for crop destruction, and the county doesn't get stuck with the bill of having to destruct a crop that's been abandoned.
Campbell, if I can just add on, under our code compliance process already, the responsible party also includes the property owner. So that would be consistent if you did include this, because when we go to take enforcement action, usually it runs with the land, whomever owns the land, so that we can place a lien on the property. If we do not have the landowner giving consent, it may make it much more difficult for us to take enforcement action.
And that's what this accomplishes?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much, that clarifies. So see, I grew up on a farm, and, we used to do our own farming, and then me and my brothers all moved away, and it's my dad there by himself, and he's pushing 80. So obviously, he doesn't do the real work to maintain it anymore. But if he was doing something illegal, he's still responsible for it. That's all that this does. You can still hire somebody to do the work.
Oh, of course, yeah, and
Okay.
he can lease the land.
Okay,
Yeah, so the owner of the property doesn't have to do the actual farming. They can lease the land, but, and potentially we could require to see that lease as well. A lot of times in our pesticide permitting, we require to see leases in order to give a permit out for pesticide use.
okay.
So, yeah.
So I'm good. Supervisor Goldberg.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Not long ago, we had an appeal case come to us in a similar situation, and that's what this reminds me of, is when there was an owner, and then, somebody else on the property was doing their thing, and it was a real mess. So we just need to be very specific in locking this down.
Supervisor.
Good by me.
Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg, do you want to do number 4? I can keep track. I'm trying to mix it up. So that,
Okay,
that
water,
not the same
number
two
4.
people have to start out every time.
I got you. Yes. Bottom line.
All right. Same question with the last one. Do we require this of any other agricultural industry? Is this a pretty common, like if somebody was growing almonds or something?
It's not, no, it's not common
Okay.
in other agricultural industries, but other counties have required this information for industrial hemp.
Okay. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. So Supervisor Kirk?
No, in fact, I don't know if everybody's read this. I'm fine with approving all the recommendations, but if we want to go through line by line. But no issues on this item.
Supervisor Heff?
I have a question. And I want to know if water conservation methods expand to include prohibition of toxic pesticides. I mean, you can make a case for that, and I know you and I have had conversations. I'd really like to see any cultivation of hemp or cannabis or anything else to be organic only, and with only approved pesticides for organic growing. And you have told me that that's not really possible because you can't require that of like a corn crop or another crop. And I get that, but there are certain pesticides and things that you do to the land that make it worse for water absorption and all that kind of thing. And then the water you do put on flows off when you're using some of these chemicals and goes into other water systems. So I don't know if this belongs here or somewhere else, but I just want to know if there's any way that we can combine water conservation methods with better farming methods as well.
Well, the California Department of Food and Ag always recommends what they call IPM, Integrated Pest Management. So all growers are encouraged to look at what can I do before I use a pesticide. Can I mow weeds? Can I put in beneficial insects to control the bad insect? Can I remove my mummies, which are almonds that are left on the tree at the end of the season because they'll harvest or they'll host like orange navel worm and other pests. Orchard cleanup management practices. So there's always an encouragement there from the state to practice IPM before they go to a pesticide. However, in my experience, pesticides are not be very popular right now. Pesticides are almost always necessary at some point, especially if we want to feed the world, okay? And organic pesticides sound great. However, sometimes you have to use like 4 or 5 times as much of an organic pesticide to get the same result as a normal everyday pesticide. And people are, in the cannabis industry, it's found when we're abating illegal grows, that people are bringing in pesticides, buying them off the internet, bringing them in from other countries. And we really can't control that, unfortunately. And recently, in another county, a normal grower who is accustomed to using pesticides on an everyday basis had mites and knew what would kill them and used a everyday pesticide that was not labeled for industrial hemp. And then the crop had to be, I believe, destroyed. So yeah, I don't know how we could put requirements, again, on what pesticides somebody uses. They don't do that in the normal agricultural world, and I understand we're trying to do kind of other things with industrial hemp that we don't do with other crops as well. But that would be something that I would need to go before the Department of Pesticide Regulation and see what our authority is and talk to their legal counsel of whether we could require, organic pesticides. And again, in organic, there is an allowable 5% of regular pesticides allowed. So they can use normal pesticides and do use, at times, normal pesticides.
What I'm going to suggest is we take that discussion out of this question.
Okay.
And we add that. So we make another item, what's our last one here, 14? 15, so item 16. So number 15, organic requirement, do we want to go over that now? Would that help you? Okay.
Well, it sounds like she has to do.
Do I get to weigh in on water?
Before we even go there, Supervisor, if the board is inclined to
Yes.
even explore the possibility of requiring organic only, I don't know that that's a legal option. I don't know if we could discriminate against, for this particular crop. I mean, if we wanted to say you can only grow organic corn in
So
Tuolumne
if
County.
you're telling me you want to hold that question until the next time, is that what I'm hearing?
If the board wants to explore that, I'd like to know that so I could take the time to look into
Okay.
it. If there's
Let's
not
say
interest, of course. then-
explore, let's
Sure.
say, does the board support exploring organic only? Okay. Okay, so Supervisor Half, then, were you in support of the water source requirement then
Yes.
with that? Okay. And then Supervisor Brandon?
So I am in favor of identifying legal water sources. I think they should also have a drought plan along with that and whatever that would require, as well as some type of a water conservation requirement for the crop. Something like requiring it to be drip irrigation or gray water usage.
Okay. A security bond, Supervisor Kirk, so that's item 5.
100% of this may cost fully abate the crop of additional hemp. Does the abatement include whatever cost would be incurred by the sheriff's office? Code compliance, I guess that's all encompassing.
Yeah, encompass everything, yeah. That's the idea.
And I guess we would figure out what that number would be at a future date. I guess the ordinance wouldn't give specifics other than whatever it costs.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes, I support
Estimated cost of, yeah.
And just to be clear, it wouldn't cover ordinary, law enforcement. That's a service that the sheriff's office provides. So it could cover, actual costs of abatement, code compliance abatement, but there's limitations about what we can charge for.
And that is to my
ordinary law
point, what you just said, is if there's a bunch of hemp grows going on in our county, we're gonna get a ton of calls. The sheriff's office is gonna get a ton of calls. There's an accrued cost there, and so that's why I like the
So
sheriff's.
that wouldn't go under security bond. This would be for abatement.
I
So
know.
we do have the ability to, and again, I haven't delved completely into the fee structure, but I believe that in regulation, we have the ability to have cost recovery. So it could include code enforcement, sheriff, agricultural department, any department that's involved in, for the enforcement of industrial hemp, could, the expenses could be covered by fees. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, but I think it's, sure. No, I know. My point being is, say 40 or 50 of these go up, we pass an ordinance, 40 or 50 of these go up, the sheriff's office is gonna get a lot more calls. And there's a cost there, and I don't know if this will ever cover those costs.
So the security bonds would not.
Right, or neither would the
Directly answer
fees.
that.
Because the fees are specifically for specific grow, site visits, et cetera.
The fees would be, they would be ag fees, so it'd be, right, it would be the fees that would cover the work that ag does. If the other departments, already have existing fees, then
Okay.
those could apply, but it wouldn't be specific to hemp cultivation. At least that's my understanding.
Okay, so, that was a thumbs up from you then?
Yeah.
Because to me, it seems like, it's, again.
Yes, it's just,
Yeah.
it's bringing back to the point where we're setting specific fees for these specific items and activities, but the bigger picture is, the sheriff's office will be getting more calls as these roll out, should they roll out, and that's a cost I don't know if we're ever gonna be able to really, put a number on. But I believe it's gonna impact the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
And code compliance, more than
Well,
what we think.
Hopefully, we'll try to address that
Hopefully,
with
yeah,
the
I'm just-
license. And this just deals with the abatement.
I know, I went off on a
Part
bunny
to me,
rabbit.
yeah.
Yes, security bonds, sorry.
No, that's fine. I've kind of, again, I kind of have the same question that I've had with others with this. It seems kind of extreme, 100% abatement bond. Is that a normal thing with other like the?
Yeah, there,
We
other
got Diesel
counties,
Turkey Ranch out there. If they wanted to build a new turkey farm, would they have to put up 100% abatement bond?
no, but they don't have a crop that could become cannabis and have an illegal crop on their property.
Okay,
So that's the issue. And then San Joaquin did have a person whose crop did not meet the THC levels, so the person just walked away. And it was over $100,000. And so the county had to incur that cost to abate that crop because it was cannabis.
that was which county?
San Joaquin. So if we had multiple growers, that occurred to, the county could be looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars in costs that we're incurring to destroy a cannabis crop.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, I support that. Supervisor Goldenberg? So we're on number 5, the security bond that a grower would have to put up 100% of the cost.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Brandon?
What was the size of the $100,000 abatement?
I think it was a small area. I didn't ask that specific question, sorry, of how many acres it was.
Okay.
But I don't think they have very large acreages there. I think they're all under like 10 acres.
Okay, I was going to say I have in some questions there that I think should be answered at the end. Number 8 is how difficult and how expensive is it to actually abate hemp? I know we talked about having to pull it out and make sure it doesn't grow back. But is it hard compared to Medusa head or, one of these other kind of invasive species? Or is it relatively easy? Yeah, no, this is fine.
Okay, Supervisor Half?
Yeah, like normal, I have questions. So abatement would be if the THC level was too high, and a grower could never be guaranteed year to year, even if they were really good and it was under that level the first year, the second year, they might have to destroy their crop if the THC level was too high. So my question is, how are you going to do this? Is this going to be a yearly bond that they have to re-up? Or are you going to do it one time, and if they're good, then they don't have to do it anymore? What's the thinking here for this?
Well, the thinking was that they have to re-register every year with the state, so it would be a yearly security bond that they would have to put up for that year's crop.
So they'd put up a bond, and then if they were good, they'd get the money back, but
Yeah.
then they'd have to reinvest and
Yes.
okay. I support that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Can I just, do we have broad support for the rest of these? It sounds like.
No.
Sounds like Supervisor Kirk, I know Supervisor Brandon, you, so, okay, we'll go ahead and continue going through the, so site security plan, so I guess I'll start, shall a security plan be required? And again, I'm sorry, this is the same question I have. Are there any other industries that we require a site security plan for, locally?
No, however, again, you don't find people going out to a cornfield and stealing people's corn, it's, people don't understand and that it's industrial hemp and it could be cannabis if it's, not, if it does have a THC level, so it could be more potential for theft than just a normal, strawberry field or broccoli field.
So I do agree that there should be some kind of site security plan. This lays out some specifics that I don't necessarily agree with. I'm actually a little more concerned if we're talking about putting in industrial level locking gates around properties in rural areas. Might create some more of an aesthetic problem. For example, I wouldn't mind looking across the valley at a farm, whether it was a hemp farm or whatever, from where I live, but if I looked across there and I saw a huge fence with barbed wire and industrial gates on it, that would probably bug me more than the farm itself. So I would agree to the concept of a site security plan, but I wouldn't, I would roll back some of these requirements and, some kind of fencing, some kind of security, okay, but actually putting it in black and white that they need to have a locking gate I think is a little extreme. That's just my opinion. And then I think it comes later, registering with the sheriff. Is that this one as well?
No, that's down with security. So, I mean,
That's
they're
in
kind of
security.
combined a little bit, but I
Anyway.
separated them out.
The registering with the sheriff, absolutely 100%. I think
Okay.
that's good. But I'm a little concerned with some of the stringent requirements here.
Okay.
Supervisor Goldenberg, or I guess it would be Supervisor Kirk next.
I could go either way. I don't want to make people's. I try and look at this as other businesses as well. I don't want to impede too much on people. So I hear what you're saying. I'm open to not requiring some crazy big gate. Yes, on law enforcement. I do think there should be fencing, but I don't know. I hate getting in the weeds on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I'm kind of there too.
But what I'm hearing from you, from what you've been hearing from your counterparts, is that there is some serious security issues where people are getting theft or robbed. And,
Yes.
And so for me, I would like to know what the sheriff would like to say about that.
Okay.
If he supports that idea.
Okay.
Or if he thinks it's a little bit of an overreach. So I guess in discussing this, I kind of like to hear his 2 cents.
Okay, Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I think the details can be worked out later, whether it's an electric fence or one of those chain link fence that has the green vinyl pieces going through it so it looks more like the crop. I mean, there are things that can be done, and those kinds of details can be worked out later.
Okay. Supervisor Brandon?
I'm fine with site security plans. I agree with Chairman Campbell that I don't want these to look like the yard at a prison, I'm kind of worried if it has the fencing and lights all along it and a big locked gate and a guard patrol, especially at nighttime instead of a dark crop out there, it's going to look like a prison yard. So I'm also concerned too that part of it is, even though if people are breaking in because they're mistaking it for cannabis, it's not a real security problem. It's more of a communication issue. I assume anything that's a product that was processed is going to be in a locked facility. We're talking about probably the bushes that are out open in a field that are accessible. That's going to stop somebody that's not bringing bolt cutters or something. And those things require processing. And if they knew that it was CBD, hemp instead of THC, I don't know. to me, it's just dumb thieves, and that seems to be like a solvable issue that we could deal with here. Let me see. Oh, and I had one additional thing, was making sure that law enforcement has an open walk-on access to the site at any point, and compliance officers also can make unannounced visits. And one of the questions, as we discussed, was can they take samples on that first visit unannounced to be able to test them?
Do you want me to answer that, Chairman Campbell?
Yeah, that was the question, right?
Okay, so I don't know that we have the authority to take samples just whenever we want to. It is in regulation, very specifically a timeline of when the ag commissioner shall take samples. And that's what is being worked out in the state plan right now. And that's what I mentioned before, that it was 30 days before harvest, and it was 15 days before harvest, now it's 30. From what I understand, I'm not sure, let me see, I have some notes. Because I had that somewhere. From what I understand, there wouldn't really be a reason to test prior to harvest, because if I understand correctly, cannabis doesn't even test hot before it flowers.
Okay.
So, and we're harvesting right when the grower thinks that they're at the optimum time for them to harvest. And we're just kind of opening ourselves up, I believe, if we just did random samples, to have to tell somebody earlier than, that they might have to destruct.
That's fine. Let me reframe it as maximum flexibility for a compliance officer and a deputy to basically do what they would like to do as far as enforcing compliance or inspecting the site, whatever is within their legal authority.
Okay.
And that's a good point. Whatever's in their legal authority, typically, especially for law enforcement to access private property, they need a warrant, they need consent, or they need exigency. So it's problematic to suggest that our hemp regulations could require every grower to always allow law enforcement access at all times.
I think I was thinking of the suggested adult business section that we haven't brought back from the consultant there, where it has a similar law enforcement can enter at any point as an open warrant, I believe, on those sites because they are prone to potential activity that could be criminal or anything like that. There's a public interest there.
Yeah, if that's
I'm
something,
remembering it correctly.
if that's something the board would want me to explore, that's something I could look into, but I just wanted to note that, that typical limitation for law enforcement access.
Yeah, I definitely would be interested in the answer to it.
Okay, yes, I would like a site security plan as well, and let's not make it look like a prison. The bad guys are going to get in if they want to get in unless you have something really extreme, so,
Just tell them to put up huge signs that say, you can't get high off of this or something.
No, what makes a great fence? Sunflowers.
Yeah.
There is,
so,
there is posting
I'd rather look at that.
required in the state plan that says it's industrial hemp. But that hasn't thwarted people from still trying to steal it.
Yeah. In my day, that word was used interchangeably with cannabis. Of course, I went to school with a bunch of dumb kids, so. Okay, so 7, indoor cultivation. Supervisor Heff, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think I'm fine with it, although I wonder if it does prevent cross-pollination. Can you speak more to that?
Indoor cultivation, if we could potentially require some kind of
Filter.
Thank you, that's what I was looking for. Filters, and that could help catch some of the pollen. So it could help prevent, by having an enclosed structure with filters, pollen from leaving the structure going on to other medical cannabis grows, or if the county were to allow cannabis out in the open, for the pollen to travel to other locations as well. Does that answer your question? Okay.
So is that a yes on indoor cultivation?
My first words were, I'm fine with this.
Okay, I missed that part. Thank you. Supervisor Brandon?
So in my packet, I divided it up into 3 categories and a use table by zoning, since I think it depends on size of the acre, usage of the property, et cetera. Primarily, I think they should be indoors. The only one that I had it permissive for outdoor growing was basically AE 37 to AE 180. I'd even be willing to see that be higher. Sorry, 160, I meant. AE 160 to AE 180. AE 80 to
Yeah, I
AE
understand.
160. There we go. Having that be permissive on a large lot with an additional setback requirement. They say on average, what I was reading, common rule of thumb is it can travel about 100 meters as far as smell on a normal day. Can travel on a ideal condition about 1,000 feet or so. So having it for outdoor growing potentially at 500 or 1,000 feet, which is, or I think it was 500 feet, the little analysis I did, still lets 73% of it potentially be usable land and not in the setback space. And I also separated out indoor nursery production, also as indoor, but allowing it on a few of the smaller ones that normally wouldn't be allowed, but could be for small crops. Effectively, the same properties you could have cannabis, marijuana nursery plant on the same, with 6 plants.
I'm sorry, I didn't grasp the cannabis analogy.
For example, RE1 to RE3, I
Mhm.
believe you can, in that zoning, have a marijuana nursery that has 6 juvenile plants, 6 adult plants, 6 juvenile plants,
Okay.
I think.
I-
I'd have to check the ordinance.
Yeah, I'm
Anyway,
sorry, I don't know.
it's much smaller where we wouldn't want an actual growing operation, but potentially a nursery, or I said and production, I meant research, would be like the 1 acre thing.
Okay,
So I split it up into 3 categories.
okay.
And
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, on this one, I would have thought it would be the opposite. I think that's what Supervisor Haas spoke to a little bit. If it's indoor, especially if there was some sort of filtration system, it seems to me would be more beneficial and prevent the cross-pollination. But, I wonder also if it's indoor, whether that would help on the smell, not being smelled, nearly as close. And then you get into the zoning issues, which I don't want to speak to that now, but so I think indoor cultivation should be okay.
Okay, and I just want to point out that my recommendation is for transplants, which are small little plants about this
Right.
big, and for seed production. So it's not for true production.
I know.
Okay.
That's why I was saying it.
Okay.
I think it should be for production.
Oh, you think it
indoors.
should be?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it can be controlled. And, as far as the question about deceptive, right? I mean, you already said it looks just like it, whether it's outdoors or indoors. So what's the difference? They can go to steal it. If it's outdoors, they think it's, cannabis, or indoors, doesn't seem to really flow.
Yeah, one of the counties recently had, I think there were hoop houses, that they were tipped off that they were growing cannabis under the guise of industrial hemp, and when they went to check, all the plants were gone. And then got tipped off that there were plants back, and they went and checked, and it was cannabis. So by growing it indoors, allowing true cultivation and not just the seed production or nursery transplants, it's a little bit, I think, easier to hide cannabis plants in there. And Jaron will say that, they don't want to, they're going to ruin their industrial hemp crop if they mix the two illegally, but I don't think the industrial hemp crop would be their main crop at that point. It would be the cannabis, and they're just trying to hide it under the guise of industrial hemp if it was allowed to be grown
I
indoors.
hear what you're saying, and law enforcement deals with the grow houses all the time. But, outside, if it looks the same, it looks the same. I don't really see the difference, so.
Okay.
Supervisor Kirk? No. Yeah, and I think that's, I think this is a good recommendation. It's one of the areas that I've kind of come to learn about hemp versus other types of crops. Hemp is treated more like a row crop, and so you wouldn't, my first thought was, yeah, we should make it all indoor cultivation, but that's not really practical for a lot of the applications for hemp. It's, again, like I said, it's treated more like a row crop, so your indoor activities are going to be more for the small seedlings and that type of stuff. So I think that's a good recommendation.
Wait, I'm confused. Where are we at on that for direction?
I think we heard 4 in support, and then,
Well, because
Or-
we're talking about different things. Because when I'm talking about indoor cultivation, I'm meaning full life process up to full bushes,
Yeah.
like you would see with, say, an orchid farm or a flower farm that you might get down in Hollister,
and I think,
not the limited nursery version.
and I think the version that was presented is what we have, the majority of the board went for.
I
if
didn't
I'm
hear
correct.
that. If we could confirm it.
So if we could give a clear support or do not support of the staff recommendation, it would make it go much
I do not
more
support
smoothly.
it.
Okay.
For the
Yeah, I do
Supervisor
not
Brandon?
support.
Hey, Supervisor Brandon?
Said I do not support this
Okay.
staff recommendation.
I do support staff recommendation. Supervisor Kirk? Okay, so that's 3. Okay, outdoor cultivation. Supervisor Brandon, do you want to start?
Sure, I only had outdoor on the largest parcels, so I would support that, but I think that was to, Chisenko, was the 80 and 160 with additional setbacks. But if we're not allowing any of it indoor as far as larger growing, that I would recommend including all the way down to AE 37. Potentially, again, more setbacks than you have listed. I think you had 200 feet in here, you said. I was recommending something like 500 feet. I think AE 37, even at 500 feet, is still about 50% usable land, so it's still fairly productive. So AE 37 to 160 for outdoor.
So again, it'd be helpful if there was a clear yes, support, or no, do not support staff recommendation.
And just to be clear, supervisors, we do have another area for board direction on zoning. So this is just basically a yes or no outdoor question.
Yes.
All right, Supervisor Heff? Okay, Supervisor Kirk?
Yes.
And I'm yes. So you swept that one. Okay, now we're on to the zoning. Supervisor Brandon, you want to start off again since you were, this was kind of more going to some of the points you were making?
Sure.
Not to put you at the front of the line again.
So I would recommend for zoning, it'd be yes on staff recommendations, sorta, but I would also have it down to 37. With, again, for me, the caveat's the setbacks.
And
So-
we'll get to the setbacks.
Yeah, and to me, those two are very tied together. Some of those properties, they look pretty near a residential area, but if you did it 500 feet back from the property line there, it'd actually be substantially far away from any of those homes. And we have a lot of AE 37, and it seems less AE 80 or 160 that might have access to the utilities needed potentially. So for zoning, yeah, AE 37 to 160. I don't know how to boil that down, since we're not doing indoor with that either. But this is kind of where I was thinking, at least for the zoning, as far as the different uses. So for example, open space or an open space overlay, allowing that on an AE 37 with an O overlay or something as well, or, yeah. Sorry that that's not clear. This is hard to summarize.
So it sounds like you're a no for staff recommendation, and your alternative recommendation is AE 37 to AE 160.
If that's how we want to do it, sure. We could go a vote and then suggest alternative ideas if it doesn't pass.
Okay, Supervisor Goldberg.
So I was actually on the same line of thinking as Supervisor Brandon, 837 to 160, with appropriate setbacks, with concerns about smell in particular. Other than that, yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk.
My only question is, could you give those setbacks and still have the desired outcome of I mean, whatever that distance is for smell and issues. I mean,
Are you asking if the setbacks are enough to prevent the smell from bothering people?
right.
That's a hard question to
the
answer because everybody has a different sensitivity level. So I know in one area of Ventura County, they now have like a 3-mile setback for a certain area.
Okay.
So.
Which is that why you're giving your only an AE 80 and AE 160 because
That was my recommendation because the AE 37s are so integrated into our residential areas and mixed in with them and surround them
Right.
that I thought that we could potentially curb some of the issues.
So what
if
I'm hearing is
put
we
ag
could
and ag
potentially
land.
have more code compliance issues if they're in those AE 37, which, well, that is complaints AE
If
code
it's outdoor.
compliance. Huh?
If
Right.
it's outdoor.
Yeah, I think so. That's my anticipation. I could be wrong. I mean,
No, but I mean, if you're speaking with other constituent or other counterparts, you're saying like Ventura's a 3-mile.
in one
So,
area,
okay.
not the entire county, but in one area.
Then I would go with the recommendation just because I could potentially see that becoming just a huge complaint-driven issue. So I would just go staff recommendation.
Okay, Supervisor Howe.
I think we start with staff recommendation. And, later on, if it goes well, then we look at maybe AE 37. But because of what Kelly has told us, I just don't see that working. It's too close to other residential areas in most cases.
And,
So,
and I have almost identical opinion. What really kind of, how difficult would this be to change in the future? I mean, well, I know how difficult it would be. I don't need to ask you that. But do these ordinances, I mean, is it easier to make them more stringent or to back them off a little bit and make it easier for people to develop?
Depends on how you parent.
Yeah. But what really kind of, because I was sort of leaning in the AE 37 area initially, but looking at, we talked about this the other day, looking at the maps in Pine Mountain Lake, and then some of these other communities where there's really a lot of AE 37 or similar. It worries me a little bit. And so, yeah, I support the staff recommendation on this particular one. So you got 3. Yeah. And again, it's the potential.
Yeah.
It's not, we don't know for sure that there are people that plan, so that's why I would prefer having it be a little more strict at the outset and then back it off a little bit if things are working out well. Okay, who wants to start with setbacks? Supervisor Goldenberg, I don't think I've started with you in a while. So,
Well, I just don't know enough about it, from it. I'd be more in favor of having a larger setback than not. But again, the smell issue, but if we're looking at those larger parcels, I don't think that it would be near an issue as if you're looking at 837. So let me look at it again real quick here. Yeah, I'd go with the recommendation.
thank you.
can we discuss both setbacks, indoor and outdoor, at the same time?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I think it would move it faster.
Okay, well, do you want to start us off
Yeah.
with that, Supervisor
I'm
Huff?
okay with staff recommendation on both.
Okay. Supervisor Brandon?
So I have a few. One is trying to put it 500 feet. Basically, item I accept 500 feet unless the other parcel is also doing hemp cultivation. Yes to the sensitive receptor. So keep the 500 feet from residential dwelling. And potentially looking at the 500 feet also for the closest portion, especially if we're looking at the largest ones and it's all outdoors. In addition, adding that there be no visibility from highways. However, that is achieved to an extent. I had a recommendation here. This was addressing some of the AE 37 concerns. Part of why I was saying that if this was kept in a trust fund for that community, that the community experiences the nuisance of it and benefits. I also had a section here that a community could opt out. I don't know the legality of this, but if we could say within 10 miles of Pine Mountain Lake, these areas are no-go for it from this point. Doesn't get the tax revenue, but also doesn't have to deal with the issue. Since Pine Mountain Lake doesn't have a community plan. I was looking initially for a community element, but that was a thought. And then, and one last thing was border plants, basically, as far as like the fencing. So some of them use a variety of, not cover crops, but sunflowers is one that was brought up really well because they grow very tall, they block very well, they are a natural fence that keeps people out pretty well. And then when you're driving along, all you see are these fields of sunflowers for 200 feet, and they're super cheap to plant. So I'd recommend something like that to deal with the visibility issue.
Okay. I just need clarification, sorry. It was 500, 1,000, 500, 500 for outdoor?
Yeah, 500-foot setbacks.
Except for the sensitive receptor was 1,000.
Still 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, and if
Thank
it
you.
ends up being impractical, my math might be off, but it seemed like it worked out okay.
And then indoor?
It's just transplants and seeds, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. Yeah, what staff recommendations fine. They're really not there that long or that many.
And I'll go with staff recommendation on indoor because I didn't speak to it earlier.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk?
Sorry, this might be a dumb question, but it says 200 feet from any residential dwelling not on the licensed parcel. Wouldn't, if they're in the larger zones on the other page, wouldn't they be well beyond the 200 feet from a residence?
Yeah, it depends on where well, it depends on where the person's built their house. You know, they could build their house right
100
on.
acres and they build their house right on the edge, and there's a house 200 feet from them? We're saying that we're going to allow a grow 200 feet from that neighbor's house?
Yeah, so it would, yes, if, it would have to be, the grow would have to be 200 feet from a residential dwelling, so not on the licensed parcel. So if I were growing industrial hemp and Cody lived next to me, he was my neighbor, my hemp would have to be 200 feet from his house.
That doesn't make sense if we're restricting 30 RE 37 lots for the purpose of kind of the good neighbor idea. So is there any way we could bump that up, like to 1,000 feet?
We can make it whatever number the board wants.
I mean, do you guys get what I'm saying? Is if you have all this land and yet you're deciding to put your grow right next to a residential, that defeats our whole previous conversation of the larger lot sizes. So I would say in that case, if you have that much of land, I would say 1,000 feet from the closest property.
Supervisor Kirk, real quick, under the zoning indoor outdoor cultivation, I kind of worked it out for AE 160. So you can see that basically it's 6.8 million square feet in a 160 acre parcel, which is a square of 2,622 square feet. So if you had 1,000 cut into that from each side potentially, you're reduced to a very, very small section of our largest ag zoning. Like a very, very small section. I had it with, I think the 200 setbacks as was recommended here. That was the one that was 72% of it you could still use. And the other one's probably 20%.
And this
a lot of sunflowers.
Well, I guess I don't get it. I'm hearing what Supervisor Kirk is saying. If there's a house within 200 feet and you're in the 80 to 160 acre parcels, it would only be on one side, where that house is perhaps. So it wouldn't be taking away all of what you're talking about is what I'm thinking here. So I'd be in favor of increasing the footage, and I don't know if 1,000 is the right number, but 200 seems to be, pretty close.
What he said, 500?
Yeah, 500, to me would make pretty good sense.
I guess maybe for a future conversation is, what is the average potent smell that we're putting off with these grows? And if it's at 500 feet, we can mitigate it, great. If it's 1,000, I'm just trying to not piss off a bunch of neighbors with somebody who's got a lot of land but decides to put their grow right next to their neighbor. So if it's 500, if it's 1,000, maybe if we could just maybe get a little feedback in the future?
Yeah, I can try, but again, you know, I can, what I could do is like look at other counties and see, you know, what the majority of the counties have. But again, I really believe that it's gonna be up to the person and their sensitivity
Right,
to
okay.
smells. Like, I'm allergic to perfume, so if somebody's
So-
sitting next to me that has perfume, I'm gonna have a headache and
So I'll
can't
put out
breathe.
1,000, but if somebody else wants to say 500, or I would make the recommendation 1,000.
Okay, so I've heard what you said. So 200 feet is about a hockey, I've just looked this up, so I don't actually have this knowledge in my head at all times. 200 feet is about the length of a hockey rink, and then 500 feet is about a football field and a half. So I'm okay with 500 feet. I think that's a pretty significant distance. I think that it meets your concern, but also doesn't.
Well, it's better than 200, so whatever the
Yeah,
majority of the board
and
wants.
I could kind of see 200 being at that limit where you might smell it and it might start having some impacts. So 500, I think, would give us that extra buffer. And then I'm okay with the staff recommendation on everything else.
Everything else is good on mine too.
So, okay, so I think you've got enough on that one, or those two. So we're indoor, outdoor. Security plan, I guess I haven't started, so I'll start. And this kind of goes back to my earlier comments. I have a little bit of concern about making these things look like Fort Knox. I think the trenching is, that's totally fine, you know, and that's a pretty common thing. You'll usually have some kind of way to delineate crops, whether it's a ditch or something. But requiring a full fence to me seems kind of extreme, and I'm a little worried about the way that's going to look. And then, I would say yes with that caveat. Otherwise, I agree with everything else.
Are we doing both indoor and outdoor?
Are they pretty similar? Strict perimeter fence. Yeah, and yeah, let's do, you're right, they are pretty similar. So I would say yes to both with the same caveat about the fencing and the security requirements, maybe scaling it back and making it a little more, a little less like Fort Knox. Yeah, I would say no to the industrial gate flat out. So that's a little bit less clear, and I apologize for that, but that would be
That's okay,
kind of where I stand. Supervisor Goldenberg, did you want to follow up?
I'll
So
take
indoor, outdoor security.
Supervisor Campbell's recommendation.
Okay.
Same.
Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend any security plan for these because they're simply growing seeds and relatively worthless, clones, or not clones necessarily. The most expensive thing they could keep in there would be the feminized hemp seeds, which is about $1 per seed, 3,000 or so per acre. But they probably wouldn't keep it in the actual sprouting greenhouse necessarily. So it'd be like people breaking into a nursery and stealing bean plants or starts that they were doing. So to me, there's really no security concern with this. It's not a drying facility and it's not actually a product. Outside growers.
So that's a flat out no for those two recommendations then?
You were just talking, he was just referring to indoor, I believe.
Is
Right,
that
we're
just
talking
indoor?
about indoor, aren't we?
They combine the both.
Oh, yeah, for outdoor, I would consider natural options if possible. Maybe focusing on the security of a building, and warehousing, but as far as the actual field itself, I just don't see a great security risk. I think something like cameras and all access passes for law enforcement, that's something that makes a lot of sense, but perimeter lights, chain link fencing, a bonded guard to the site, it's just too much.
So, again, just clarifying, it sounds like what I'm hearing is that you're a yes for the outdoor security with the same caveat that Supervisor Goldenberg and I had, which is that these recommendations are too stringent.
Correct.
And then a flat no to any of the security for the indoor.
That's what I said, correct.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk?
I'm fine with staff recommendation based on their research, but I would like to know what the sheriff has to say about it. So,
Did you consult the sheriff at all in developing the security plan?
No, not on this section. Yeah, I based it off of what other counties were requiring,
Okay.
so, but I can check with the sheriff. Yeah.
Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I don't see the need for Fort Knox for indoor growing of the starts. I'd be okay with trenching. I don't even think that's necessary, but I'd be okay with that. I'm not okay with exterior lighting. You know, those indoor facilities are typically those big white tents. I don't know what they're made out of, they're plastic or something. But that's going to just, you know, light up the whole countryside. And I don't think the neighbors would appreciate that at all. So again, for indoor security, I don't know that that's necessary. I think it could be more of a problem for our rural area than a help for theft. And then for the outdoor security, I'm okay with the trenching again. I don't know about an industrial grade gate. But basically, for most of those recommendations, I'm okay.
So, and I think I already answered, I'm okay, yeah. So I'm going to try and boil this down a little bit, if that's okay. Oh, okay, sorry, Supervisor Goldberg. Oh, no, yes, I was going to, because we were a little bit divergent on these two, so it sounds like the only thing you have really clear direction on is that, yes, we do want to require some security measures. I think the only one that all of us thought was truly okay was the trenching.
Yep, I got that.
And as Supervisor Half brought up the lighting, and I also kind of share those concerns a little bit. So can that be, I guess our recommendation would be, yes, security protocol, but maybe this more than some of the other areas needs a little bit more work and a little fine tuning. Is that okay? Or can we agree to that?
Yeah, I don't like it when my neighbor leaves the light on outside the door of his garage.
And when Supervisor Half brought up the lighting, I remember those yellow, bright halogen lights that you see at farms, and oh man, that would be terrible to live next door to that, so. Okay.
I understood.
Okay. And then so.
And research.
The research cultivation, Supervisor Half?
I have a question. Why would we want to do this? Why would we have a call for this? Why do we even include this?
Because it's within regulation that they're allowed to grow. And so if we don't address it just like the others, then they could grow it wherever they wanted. So, and they use the research to develop different strains and varieties, and it's just like any other crop that they, do research on. But they are singled out in the regulations of what, that they are allowed to grow and stuff like that. So we would want to include them in our ordinance somehow, but we wouldn't want somebody, I don't think, coming in and saying they're doing, 300 acres of research, because UCNA A&R is saying we only need an acre. So if somebody's, it needs to be a licensed, I'm not gonna have the correct wording, educational institution, but people were at the beginning guising themselves as research educational institutions and were growing 160, 300 acres. And it was for production agriculture. It wasn't truly for research. So this kind of protects us.
So I'm wondering, who would want to be doing the research other than the growers that are on the bigger pieces of property, because they could do their own research on the bigger pieces of property. Who had a 1 acre parcel would want to do research?
Well, the universities want to do research.
Universities.
Yeah.
If I could clarify, this would still have the same zoning and lot size requirements. It was just a matter of how much within that parcel is allowed to be used for research. So
Oh, so
that's what
it's-
that 1 acre is. It wouldn't allow this to be grown on any 1 acre parcel.
Okay, that's not clear. So I'm glad you said that.
Okay, sorry.
And it would only be for university personnel?
Yes, it's clear, and it defines in the regulation, it has a definition, and I didn't bring it, I'm sorry, with me, but it has a definition of what a educational institution is that is allowed to do the research. So it's very clearly defined in the regulation now.
Okay. With those explanations, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so I'll take the nod. Okay. I say yes. Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Brandon?
What's the problem if they grow 160 acres and call it research? Is it really any different?
UCNA&R is saying that it's not practical for them to grow that much to do research. They only need a 1 acre plot, so.
I'm just saying if they call it research, does it really matter if they're,
Well,
I guess
you
is
know,
research a separate category of limitations or?
Yeah, they do, in the regulation, they have different requirements and abilities and stuff like that, and again, I'm sorry I didn't bring them all with me.
No,
But
that's fine
they,
then.
you know,
I'm good with
it's less expensive for an educational institution to destroy, if they had to, a 1 acre crop than a 160 acre crop. They would have to invest all of that money into, so.
Okay. All right, so, and then we added one, it was 15 organic only. Supervisor Half, this
Yeah,
was kind of coming out of your conversation
Right,
about.
you said you'd like to go back and ask, and that's all I would ask, is to see how we could possibly put, if we can, put some regulations. I'd like to see our land being treated gently. And so if there's any way we can do that, and it does help with water conservation as well, if you could bring back information that says, okay, this is the way you can do it, or no, there's no way, no how, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
I'm interested in that as well. And we talked about it just to see whether across the board, not picking and choosing pesticides, herbicides and whatnot, but just organic has to be USDA, certified or something like that, if that's possible.
Oh, you mean requiring, okay, so if I'm understanding Kathleen and Jaren's question to us is, can we require them to become organic certified through the state organic program?
To me, that's the simplest way, instead of having to go through each and every one and kind of, we don't have research to back up whether we want that or not, or where we draw the line between it. So I would say some other standard, and the organic label, why not?
That would be great if we could. I was of the understanding we couldn't. I'm all the way up to that. If there's something, if we can't do that, if that's not possible, what can we do?
Okay.
And I think that's what Cody was going to look into.
I think that's Ryan's question, is seeing if the board is, sorry, Ryan, to
Right.
step
No,
over, but
I'm
to see if the
interested
board
in-
is interested.
Please, by all means, rephrase the things I say.
If everyone's interested in
I'm
us
interested.
following up on Kathleen's suggestion of requiring only organic pesticides or a state organic plan.
Or some portion or something, yes.
And I have a few items as well that weren't fitting into this.
All right, let's just, so I say yes, and then, you okay looking into organic?
I'm okay looking into organic. I just am very hesitant about, there's lots of different crops in this county, and we're picking and choosing which one we want to be organic or not. In conception, I like the idea, but I just don't think it's a fair playing field, but I'm fine with looking into it.
And I'm kind of in the same boat. I may not, in the end, agree that I want to go completely organic, but I certainly would like to know whether that's viable, and I'll keep an open mind. But
And that note, I would like to hammer people who use some of this, I forget the name of the thing they bring up from Mexico, but it's very DBT. Yeah.
They still use that, don't they?
I like to hammer people who use stuff that does really contaminate and really hurt the water. So I don't know if that could be
Our
included.
country still produces DDT, they just can't sell it in the United States. So it comes from outside of the United States and is used on some of these crops.
Right.
DDT or DEET?
DDT.
Wow.
It's really,
eggshell one.
there's some other ones too, but could that be included in the conversation? Like, if code compliance shows up and they're using those chemicals anyways, I'm assuming there's gonna be,
So actually, the
Fines in place.
pesticide use falls under the agricultural commissioner because I enforce all pesticide
So
laws
there's-
in the county. So if we were to find an illegal pesticide at an industrial hemp, then we could take samples to see, well, I don't even know if we would, because right now there's really no tolerance established for any pesticides on industrial hemp. They're kind of like sliding by because they're having some pesticides that are kind of so general that they're allowing it on industrial hemp. So, and let me rephrase that, that's for stuff that's going to go into like CBD. There's pesticides for like the fiber and those kind of industrial hemp crops. So the whole pesticide thing is so very complicated, but yeah, so if
But-
somebody's going to ingest something, in general, if you were to spray a pesticide that there's no federal tolerance for, say on a pecan crop, I could go out and require samples to be taken and that crop to be tested for that pesticide. And if the tolerance came back that there was pesticides on there and the feds didn't have an acceptable tolerance level, I could make you destroy your crop.
okay.
And because we're not deciding yet whether this hemp will be used for CBD oil or not, if it was used for making paper or textiles would be one thing. But if it is used for ingestion, because CBD oil is ingested in some cases, I think it's very important to see if we can make it organic.
Right, and at this point, I'm not sure if the FDA has approved edible for industrial hemp.
Okay.
So, all right. So that goes through this list, and then I know Supervisor Brandon, you had some additional recommendations.
I did. We can go through these rather quickly, hopefully. But in element 8 of the general plan, D1, has a provision for economic development of on-site processing on ag lands. And hopefully that would apply to anything that is the distillation, harvesting, trimming, even volatile like organic compounds, anything that would be related to the use with hemp would be on there. Again, we have that for other ag purposes on ag land, but just to make sure, because hemp's a little different, it's not just going to be shucking corn or a slaughterhouse, for example, which are specifically, I think, mentioned.
Are these things we want to get into now? I see this as like the first round, and we're going to come back and add more things later.
I do have to say, and I don't know if Kelly might have more information, I don't have any information about what the permitting requirements are for hemp processing facilities or any legal requirements for hemp processing facilities, or if that's even really part of this discussion.
Yeah, one thing is every time you cross any type of a county line, you're dealing with multiple compliance codes. You a lot of times have to pay. So to try and attract investment, one thing we can do is make it vertically integrated here and on-site. So I don't know, we don't have to discuss that now, but just to make sure that the economic development section does apply to that for things, again, like VOCs and kind of distillation techniques with it. I wanted to recommend a minimum lot grow size for a permit. As we talked about, it can go down to 1/10 of an acre. I would recommend that be at least a minimum 1 acre, just for scale. If we have somebody with a AE80 property and they end up putting 1/10 of an acre of hemp on there for it, that's kind of a hobby farm, and you still have to go out and check every single year, and you're only getting $100 because it's a 10th, it doesn't seem worth it to me.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you want to require that they plant a minimum of 1 acre.
For a permit, yeah. That the
Okay.
minimum size for it would be 1 acre.
Okay.
Because by default, it will go down to 1/10 of an acre.
And then my question on that would be kind of similar to my go-to question, is that are there other crops or agricultural activities that require a minimum
No.
crop size?
No, we don't require somebody to, if they want to plant strawberries, that they can't plant, a quarter of an acre or.
Yeah. And
But that bridge is crossed, though. There's already a minimum 1/10. So I'm recommending moving it up, but like you can plant 1 ear of corn. You can't with a permit plant 1 hemp plant. You'd
And
have to do 1/10, right?
I don't know that we can be more restrictive than the state regulations. And the state regulations are 1/10 of an acre, and I know, can we be?
I believe the county could be more restrictive if the county wants to be. County can be less restrictive than the state regulations,
Right.
but.
And I guess my question would be, how many of those other crops would require inspections and sampling as we're doing here? I'm kind of liking the idea of the 1 acre minimum myself.
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of, to me, that's getting in the way of the farmer a little bit. If they pay for their permit and they pay for their business license, they jump through all the hoops, I don't care how many acres or plants they grow. If they've already met all the requirements, I'm not gonna tell them how to grow it. And aren't they kind of a little bit at the whims of the weather and bugs and these kind of things? Like, what if, some of their crop dies and they go below 1 acre? What do we do at that point? I just feel like it's introducing a extra layer of complexity rather than removing it.
Well, if you have 1/10 of an acre and the same thing happens, you're in the same boat.
Right, but 1/10 of an acre is a lot smaller and easier to manage than 1 acre. But that's okay. So we can just go down the line. So any other comments on that, or?
Well, I kind of like that idea. I think it should be worth staff's while.
Okay.
So I think, I don't know what that minimum is, but I think we should establish a minimum at which, it makes sense for staff to go. Because it is a crop that is kind of regulated. It's not like corn. So it's going to involve staff time. So we need to make sure that it pays for itself.
All right, Supervisor Kirk. Okay, all right, well, there you go. So minimum lot size, 1 acre.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think that's all of them. The other ones are fine. I did have the 1 through 9 questions at the end. I guess I answered one of them, but 1 through 8. And if you and council might be able to review those and see where we can get some answers for it, I think it'll help with some of the other discussions we had.
Supervisor Brandon, I can answer one of the questions, number 9. In terms of incentivizing local hires, that would be a constitutional issue that we would not be able to do. So that right there, just wanted to take that off the table. We're not going to be able to incentivize hiring local. Like, we could potentially say that's a goal, or we would like people to do it, but we can't make it as a requirement in the code because it raises constitutional issues and discrimination issues, so, okay.
Are there any ways around? I guess I was thinking, for example, could it be through a collective bargaining group, say laborers, for example, that kind of can do that, or the farm workers, which might have more likely folks living locally doing that?
Are you referring to something like a project labor agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is very specific to actual construction projects. And you usually, my understanding is counties can enter into them with the unions that would be participating in that particular project, with, the contractor and the county. But I don't know in these instances that actually would apply.
Okay.
Okay.
Good enough for me. It was a dream. It's a dream, Sarah.
I had one last question. I think you said on the June 17th meeting that you had like one person plus somebody, a rep from the Farm Bureau. I was just curious what, how the Farm Bureau, what their interaction was. Did they say much about this, or?
He didn't say a whole lot. He said he'd had heard that there was some interest in the county in growing industrial hemp, but that was basically it.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I was just trying to get a feel for, our own folks that are involved in a lot of
Yeah.
agriculture.
He hadn't
yeah.
heard like specifics, like he didn't have like, well, this person wants to grow, 5 acres, this person wants to grow 100. It was nothing like that. He had just heard rumblings.
Some interest.
Some interest, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And One just final question on that. I know you did interview some that were interested in growing. Hopefully there's some overlap with some of the ones that wanted to do larger investments and maybe somebody in there. If there's a way when you get the ordinance, you're able to maybe do a 1-hour interview, go through it and like talk with them to basically ask, because we're creating these based on county conditions, but we also want something that is, they're gonna wanna do and will actually attract investment.
Yeah, but I don't know who those people are, sorry.
Oh,
I mean-
okay, they didn't leave there, it was a,
Yes, I mean, some on the, if you look on the survey, sometimes they were just like email addresses or just,
okay.
you know, like I don't know specifically who, you know, the responses were, like to reach out to them, like a phone number or anything to call them and, is that what you're asking me to do?
Yeah, if you had somebody who was interested in growing that might be willing to look it over and say, this stinks, or, oh, yeah, I
Well, I think
definitely-
that's what we're doing here in the public forum, right? Is the public can, if they've been following what we've been doing, then they are more than welcome to come into the board meeting or call into the board meeting and,
Oh, no, I know they can.
Oh.
I think we should knock on their door and be able to see if they're willing to do it.
yeah,
Because they might not come in, but they might have useful feedback for us.
yeah, unfortunately, I don't know who they are, and that's why we tried to do the survey.
Yeah.
And they weren't required to, like, put, like, detailed information of who they were, so we could reach back out.
So do you have enough to go off of?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
And when do you expect to bring this back to the board?
well, I could try and come back on the 19th.
Kelly, I'm
with
just
some-
sorry to jump in. There's quite a bit of research, it sounds like, for Cody to do, especially with the organic piece. That, something it's popping into my head is whether or not the state has preempted local jurisdictions. So that's something we want to look at. So I don't think we have time to come back on the 19th in
Okay.
order to answer those type of questions.
Okay, that's fine.
The 19th of this month? That would be pretty
Right, I'm
quick
saying that's
turnaround.
not feasible.
Also, you know, you said sometime that week, the whole state thing, and it would be
Right,
better to
yeah,
have you come
hopefully
back
we'll have-
after that, so we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
more information, hopefully.
So our options are, what, November 9th and 23rd, the 2nd and 3rd?
I just was looking for a general idea, but let's let you
And-
attend that meeting, and then when you are comfortable that you've answered the questions that you've heard and developed the next step, then we can put it on the agenda for that. Does that work for you? Okay. All right, thank you very much.
And just to be clear, the board is interested in ag coming back with a draft ordinance before taking it to the planning commission, or just coming back and answering some of these questions that were raised today? Questions.
I was, so.
So just something for your board to consider.
You need to tell us. Do
Actually,
you think you can come back with a draft ordinance at the next meeting that we're going to discuss? Or do we still have enough questions laying out there that you're going to need to have another meeting? So that's what we need to know.
Probably with the site security plan, it may need to be a little bit more flushing out in another meeting
Okay.
and then come back with a draft ordinance.
All right, let's do that then.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Sarah, I cut you off.
I was just gonna say that at some point, I think it is helpful to come back with a draft ordinance on this item after we have fleshed out the other issues. In my experience, when we've had sort of more complex items, it's good for your board to weigh in sort of one more time before it goes to the planning commission. Just because then, once that process starts, hopefully it moves faster from there. So I just wanted you
Okay.
to have kind of food for thought on that
All right,
issue.
we have met 3 times at this point on this issue, though. I'll just put that out there. Okay, thank you very much.
Campbell, and I'm sorry, I did have one last question. I was waiting until the very end. And it's important for me before we pass an ordinance in the future. Is the sheriff able to distinguish when he shows up on site, which is cannabis and which is not?
No, from my understanding, visually, you cannot tell a difference. So
So how
unless
will we
we were
distinguish?
we would have to test.
And will we be testing every site?
Yes, before they can harvest, so far in California regulations, the agricultural commissioner's office is, in regulations, it says the agricultural commissioner's office shall.
Right.
So we shall test before harvest. So at this
Sure.
point, it's 30 days before harvest, and then then they get a window of time to harvest.
But does precedent allow a sheriff or deputies to show up on scene if they believe there's a tip that there's an illegal marijuana grow going on? Are they able to take samples and test that for?
That I would have to ask the sheriff. I don't know.
If I can ask a question, we talked about this before, whether it's a criminal or a civil matter, right? And I think the consensus was it's a civil matter, so the sheriff's really not involved unless there's some other illegality happening. Is that correct?
I'm going to encourage you gentlemen to get together with county council and the ag commissioner.
That's fine. The reason why I say that is because I will not support any ordinance that is going to, the writing's over the wall. If somebody wants to grow cannabis under this hemp thing, they're going to get away with it if we don't have a way to enforce.
Well, they can't harvest.
They're not going to tell you they're
legally,
harvesting if
right?
they're growing cannabis.
That's true.
So
It's going to
that's
make
my
cannabis very bad, though.
Huh?
Marijuana, it cross-pollinates back, too. It makes it very low
Watch,
potency.
it's happening in
Okay,
jurisdictions.
so
if we
we're
don't have
kind
a
of
plan-
going backward
I know.
on.
I'm just
on this
letting you guys
thing.
know.
So let's,
where I stand on it.
we made our decision and there's a lot more questions out there and I'm sure county council and the ag commissioner would be happy to discuss them. Okay, so we have one last thing on our regular agenda before we move into our closed session. So I'm going to say we go ahead and do that, which is reports. So I'm going to look to our CAO's office. Do you have anything to report?
Just real quickly. So as many of you know, last week we went to our RCRC annual conference. And what I wanted to share was I found it enlightening and it also energized me again. Many of us haven't been out for years. But specifically was the time I got to spend with my colleagues when all the county executives got together and we were brainstorming and sharing information. And you hate to say, thankfully, everyone else is dealing what we're dealing with too, but they are. And so, but what it did remind me, because in the middle of COVID, and I shared this because our office went away last Friday for some strategic planning, but what it did remind me in the middle of all the COVID and all of the rush with, helping with new board members and newer employees and newer department heads is that sometimes I know for myself, I have found where I'm just getting caught up in that busyness and you forget what I refer to as remember why you're here. And it reminded me why I'm here. It reminded me of why I was so excited to step in the position. And so we shared this on Friday and we came up with some great work plans moving forward. But I just wanted to say I'm really excited we got to spend that time. I think it was really good for all of us to get away and connect. And I know for myself, like I said, it really did help me refocus is to remember why you're here, and why we're here is to make a difference for those that we work either alongside and within our community. Both are equally important. So anyways, thank you for giving us that opportunity to be able to go and experience that and to kind of get our focus back into where it should be.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that you got so much out of it. County Council.
I would just echo Tracy's comments. I attended RCRC. There were some really great presentations. Some of them were quite inspiring, so I was able to share that with my group, and it's always fun to have that kind of other time with board members and colleagues to get to know people outside of the formal board environment. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk? Okay. All right. Who wants to, I can't remember who I start on. Supervisor Brandon, do you want to start?
Sure. RCRC was equally a really good experience for me. Say I got good connections to reach out to, and Yuba, Shasta, Siskiyou, Merced, Tulare, Monterey, just a bunch of counties all around the state that are facing different but similar issues, and that's really valuable to be able to do that. Last time I went for the CSAC Supervisors Institute, I sent some letters afterwards. They seemed to make a really good impact. Some people really appreciated that old school touch, wrote them individually. I plan to do the same for this, and I thought that was very effective. Some of the webinars or the presentations, though, felt very much like a TED Talk because we don't have a NASA JPL program here. There was a couple that were interesting, but I attended a celebration for the retirement of Frank and Sally Helm, as a number of the board did, up at Dodge Ridge to new owners Carl and Audrey Kapazinski, I'm pretty sure, but I'm not 100% sure. That was a really great event. And then also attended my first HOA meeting with Millvilla at their invite to talk about the Washington fire. Very grateful to the sheriff, the undersheriff, our battalion chief from fire, and who else? We had Dory there. We had one of our CSOs there. Everybody was able to speak to their element, and I think it just went really well. Everybody was very happy to be informed about that, and very, very supportive. And then just a few other things, but that's primarily it. Spent probably about, I don't know, 8 or 9 hours working on this thing, so.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so same thing. RCRC was very valuable. There was some excellent presentations. Made some real good contacts, both within and outside of government. Saw some demonstrations that they had, presentations on some new building methods. It was pretty exciting to see how quickly they can do some of those things. One of them was really the 3D printing, where they can do a whole house in 31 and a half hours. Pretty cool stuff. Committee meetings, normal stuff. Overall, Fire Safe Advisory Committee, we've got a lot going on still. We're moving forward on, are looking at ordinance, to, for better fire safety, in the county, and making good progress on that. Hopefully one or two more meetings, we'll be able to bring something to the board to discuss with that. YSS had a meeting. They only meet, I think, roughly quarterly usually, and good meeting. That again, they have lots of different things going on in the county. And Liz Peterson, thank you for all your efforts, in that, because you're well ingrained in it. Smart City Council, their meeting last night was canceled. So I didn't participate, but they do have a revamped Energy Action Committee group, and so I'm part of that group, and we had some good conversations, and at some point we want to see what we can do about joining efforts between the city and the county in those areas, climate and energy action. Met with Assistant Chief Andy Murphy, from Tuolumne County Fire. We had some good discussions about overall, fire issues within the county. We weren't really laying out any plans other than just having high-level discussions. Tyler Somerset came in and had a meeting regarding Blue Zone. I think he met with some of my other fellow supervisors. Had a meeting with PG&E, Michael Gaffney and Pamela Perdue. Specifically, we really got into talking about the fast trip settings, which I know Supervisor Half and I think you've had more issues than I have, but there's been a lot of issues in Districts 1 and 4. There was a write-up in the paper on it here. They ended up having a public meeting, so that was good. They're relaxing their standards. They're seeing what they can do to minimize these things. And I know I wrote out some detailed emails to Mr. Gaffney especially, and he pushed those on up the line to the management and PG&E. County intern, Nicole Hurtado, had an orientation meeting with her. And then just yesterday we met for a couple hours and talked about a number of areas and gave her some assignments, and she was pleased to get them. So that was good. And had a few constituent meetings in my office, went out for one site visit, looked at some hazardous trees, some fire concerns in the racetrack area. So, yeah, been a busy period of time. And just reminding, people out there, my supervisor website, supervisordavidgoldenberg.com, and you can schedule in-person meetings with me, first, second, and third Thursdays of every month in 30-minute increments. And I'm going to be working with staff here with Heather, our board clerk, on a little system similar to what Supervisor Brandon has as well. So we may flip that over to the county system at some point. So, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, anything happened last week?
I don't know. This thing grew into my family. Well, a few things. So Tuolumne Safe, which I'm a citizen on the side, and I sit on Tuolumne Safe, which is a nonprofit, and we're putting in 3 sirens. And there's been a few internal discussions about sirens at the county. And so I got word last week that there's going to be a potential moratorium on sirens. So, first reaction was I kind of freaked out, what is going on? But all that to say, I had a conversation, we had a meeting with OES and the sheriff and some fire chiefs, and we were able to communicate so we could understand where the miscommunication may have been coming from. But all that to say, there's going to be something coming, I believe, through the Fire Citizens Advisory Committee, eventually to the board, where it looks like we are going to put a pause on any new sirens coming in until OES, the sheriff, until they have a chance to come up with the policy, understand what this board wants to see out of it. But really all it is there's going to be a pause to have a thorough discussion on what sirens may look like in the future. So after understanding that, I felt much more comfortable because we obviously raised quite a bit of money for these 3 sirens and wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. So that's good. Communication's good. Also, yes, I went to Dodge Ridge, met Carl and Audrey, great folks. I'm going to miss the Helms, but they're going to be around. But I think there's just a bright future for Dodge and for our community. And last thing is, yes, I was not able to go to RCRC, but it was for good reason. My daughter was born 11 days late on Sunday morning early, and so she's healthy, mom's healthy. But I did take partial days off last week to be home and take care of them. So, but I'm back at it, and now I'm hundreds of emails behind, so now I get to make up for all the work. But thank you guys for your support, and thank you for your gift, and your guys' prayers. Thanks.
Well, if it's any consolation, after coming back from the RCRC conference, I think we're all in the same boat, unless people kept up with it at the conference, which I didn't have the time or energy to do. So several things. A legislative analyst from RCRC reached out to me regarding PG&E problems that we've been having. Eldorado's been having them too. Lori Parlin over there has been working with, John Kennedy is his name. And so John Kennedy is interested in holding PG&E more accountable to the CPUC and requests people's stories about how all of the various shutoffs that are not PSPS events have affected them, and the number of events that we've experienced in a few short months and that kind of thing. So I put out a call to our constituents to give me those stories, and they've been coming in, and I've been forwarding them to John Kennedy. We have had from Tuolumne County a couple of people show up, I think, virtually to the CPUC, but they're only given 1 minute to make a statement. So what John is compiling will be a much more compelling paper and a way of hopefully compelling PG&E to make even further adjustments than they've made so far. So more on that when I know more. The U.S. Capitol Christmas tree planning is still moving along. We're firming up the agenda. We have a meeting this week with the law enforcement folks. There will be 4 law enforcement people coming with the tree, and we're going to coordinate with the city sheriffs and CHP on this event. And I think I'll have more information for you next week in reports as far as the full agenda goes for that on November 3rd. And that's coming up. Boy, that's next month now. Both Supervisor Brandon and I are on the Homeless Commission, and I am heading up a ad hoc committee, which is Navigation Center Planning. And we are doing work on creating a survey that we will conduct, hopefully on or before the end of this year, with homeless folks. And it will either stand in place of a feasibility study or be an adjunct to a feasibility study for the Navigation Center. We need to have something to base, why we need the a navigation center and how big it should be and what the needs are and that kind of thing. So this would be the first step. I met with the Tuolumne County Board of Realtors Governmental Affairs folks last week, week before last. And that was a good meeting. They're very interested in what's going on with Title 17 and probably will have lots of comments to make on that. I enjoyed meeting our new intern, Nicole Hurtado. That was great, and I'm going to be roping her into some of the transportation council things that we're doing. I had assumed, and I don't know where I got this idea, but I had assumed that an intern would be with us for at least 6 months, so I was kind of shocked when she told me she'd be here until December, I think it was 11th or something. So that was a surprise. Let's see. At the RCRC conference, I called on our region, our broadband region counties, that's Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, of course Tuolumne, and Mariposa, to have an impromptu meeting, which we did on, when did we do that? Before the reception, so Thursday. We met for an hour before the reception on Thursday. The only one that was not there was Mariposa. They only had one delegate going, and he unfortunately came down with COVID, so he didn't attend the RCRC meeting. Anyway, we're still in the process of discussing forming a regional group, reforming, because the one that was under the heading of ATCA, the Central Sierra Connect, is now defunct. So I'm going to be resending them what I sent them a couple of months ago. They have a better understanding now. We met also with Barbara Hayes, RCRC staff, which there were a lot of questions and a lot of confusion. So I think some of that has been eradicated, and people understand now why there's a need. At least I hope so. We'll see. Yeah, and I think Supervisor Goldenberg, you mentioned specifically the 3D printer. I found that fascinating. Also sitting behind me was Mark Lester from SPI. Putting 2 to 2 together, I was able to bring Matt Giles, or Giles, I'm not sure how you say his last name, the head of that company of the 3D concrete printing, if you will, because I think of 3D printing as plastic, but this is not plastic. I brought them together, and they're very interested in working with each other. The end result was that Mark was going to go back and talk to the SPI folks, because there's a couple of different ways they could possibly go, not necessarily using the same plans that are almost 20 years old now, but that property is available. And the conversation kind of went from, it could be some affordable housing mixed in with some regular stick-built housing, which the other presenter, and I'm trying to remember his name, the construction guy, he is fully able to do. But the whole idea is to bring it to Tuolumne County and train our construction folks on how to do it. So it's even more exciting than it sounded in the presentation. So hopefully they're going to be, if they can work out the details with SPI, or maybe even if they can't, they want to come to Tuolumne County and continue our talk. So I'm very excited about that. And yeah, I just wanted to make another note on the celebration at Dodge Ridge. It was heartwarming to see all 3 families there, the Purdy's, the Helms, and now Carl and Audrey taking over. So I really enjoyed that celebration. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of the things that I would talk about have already been covered, since we did a lot of the same things in this past week. But a couple of things that I really wanted to highlight was so we walked around the Cedar Ridge Fuels Reduction Project and actually saw some of the work that's been done in that community on approximately 180 parcels. Well, we haven't done all 180 parcels yet, but those are the number that we expect to complete. And it's really, I've spent a lot of time in that neighborhood, and seeing the difference is pretty amazing. There are some of these streets where it was just completely socked in with vegetation and debris, and now you can see all the way down to the creek. So a huge difference, and it's going hand in hand with the larger MSA, Master Stewardship Program, Fuels Reduction Program that's going on in the National Forest. So it's kind of taking that fuels reduction project, handing it off to private property, and so we're trying to get everyone in the area. It's a great pilot project, and I think it's going to be the model for our entire county and probably the rest of the state for dealing with this kind of thing. So I'm not sure if, so I attended the Ridgewood Association meeting with Supervisor Goldenberg. I'm not sure, did you cover that?
I think last time
Did we cover that last time? No, we didn't have a meeting last time, did we? Yeah, no, we haven't. I was thinking the same thing. So we did, I attended the Ridgewood Homeowners Association meeting with Supervisor Goldenberg. Got to meet a lot of new people. And then a lot of people that have been there for a long time, and kind of hear their concerns, which are similar to the concerns in the community. Had a pot grow out there apparently that we're looking into, which is a strange place to put a pot field, but that's where it is. And then, of course, we had our Fire Safety Advisory Committee meeting, and like Supervisor Goldenberg said, we're working toward having our vegetation ordinance put in place. So hopefully we'll have that before the board relatively soon. And other than that, I think that'll conclude my report. Thank you very much, everyone. We have item 19 on the agenda. That's a closed session item. And I'm going to ask our board clerk, Ms. Ryan, to read that for us.
Item number 19, closed session conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator Ann Vrem, Human Resources Risk Manager, and Kimberly Phipps, Senior HR Analyst Relief, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, we have nobody on the phones. All right, so I'll close public comment. I'll look to County Council. Do we anticipate a report out?